your faces and to see that we have some supporters here today. Thank you so much. So first of all, I'll be co-emceeing this session with my good colleague Ryan. I asked him to go first so I can warm up my English by the time that I actually do my own talk. So I just wanted to recap on yesterday because I think we had an amazing first day. What really stood out is definitely the amazing journeys of our fellow classmates that we heard and the hidden talents we saw. Annie's poem, Joe's knowledge about boy band lyrics, definitely Eve, just doing a whole acoustic cover. We also learned that you should show your umbrella, even if it's difficult, and that you should definitely explore Cape Town's tidal pools. And lastly, that we should all strive to be a yummy mummy. So I also want to thank everyone that attended yesterday and those that remained until the end. Those who didn't, you really missed out on Eve eating with the smallest spoon ever. We are still in a debate whether the spoon was small or Eve was just really big. Hopefully by the end of this day we'll be able to give you guys a verdict. And then those of you, I really want to urge you to stay until the end. If you really need to leave, please try and come back. As someone that's in the last session, I would really love to see more than 3 faces in the audience. And then, obviously, some house rules. We are still very much in a pandemic, so please, for the sake of my glass of MCC at New Year's, please wear your masks, try to social distance. We'll be wiping the mic between the speakers, and they will also be sanitizing the auditorium between each session. And then, phones off, you know this by now, and if you need to leave, try and sort out your logistics so you can do it in between speakers and not during speeches. And then, we are notoriously bad for following instructions, so I'm going to say it now, and I'm sure Ryan will repeat it. Please, after your sessions, come to the front. We really want a picture of everyone that gave presentations with the MC. So I really don't want to disappoint Di. Even if she's only on a screen, I can still feel her piercing eyes whenever we forget. So please spare us that. So our first speaker today really needs no introduction, and I think it's a great way to kick off. Charlotte is the most efficient person I know. Like, even being dragged down by Rona at the moment, she can still set up and distribute a Google form within 5 minutes. It's absolutely amazing. And apart from that, she's also incredibly smart when it comes to numbers. I think when I realized that I was really in a bad place with data analytics was when even Charlotte admitted that it was quite a difficult individual assignment. But she really, she really came up, and I know now that I will probably consult her whenever I need some insight on that. She also showed us what an outfit of the day means. Let's not forget that purple outfit she wore during the brand challenge presentations, right? So I'm sure even though she's at home now, she's probably dressed for the kill, and she will look like she walked straight out of a catalog. So Charlotte, looking forward to hearing from you.
This year marks the 12th year of my acne journey. 12 years of regular trips to the dermatologist. 12 years of having days when I would feel too ashamed to even look my own best friends in the eye. 12 years of having moments of such low self-esteem, I was sure I would never be deemed lovable to any other human. 12 years of wondering why I was given such an unfair deal when my peers around me walked around with perfect skin. 12 years of every acne medication, treatment, and remedy under the sun. Expensive skincare, topical antibiotics, facials, benzoyl peroxide creams, oral antibiotics, 3 different kinds of contraceptive pills, retinoid gels, several types of facial peels, skin lasers, spironolactone, 3 rounds of Reaccutane. You name it, I have done it. When people hear that this has been my experience, they are shocked. But you have such beautiful skin. Well, yes, I do now, but that would be the Reaccutane I have to take each week to keep my bad skin at bay. The Reaccutane that I will most probably have to continue to take at a low dose for the rest of my 20s. If it were not for this miracle drug, my skin would in fact look something like this. During hard lockdown last year, my acne evolved from whiteheads and blackheads into full-blown adult cystic acne. I think I am one of very few people who can say I was immensely grateful to be trapped inside the walls of my home for as long as we were. While having acne in my tween and teenage years often made me loathe my appearance, this time round, on top of the devastating self-esteem, I found myself slipping into a depressive and anxious state. Even though I didn't have to see anyone other than my family or Dick's mates, even just a glimpse of myself in the mirror made me sick to my stomach. I'm being this raw and real with you as I want you to know that although acne does not threaten one's physical well-being, the detrimental emotional and mental effects of this condition can be severe. Having acne is not just an issue of vanity, it can be debilitating to one's health. One night when I was feeling particularly sorry for myself, I was scrolling through Instagram and came across the page of a young South African woman called Monique Schreiber. I sat for a few hours and watched a series of highlights on her page, videos of her telling her heartbreaking story about developing severe nodular cystic acne in her early 20s. Her pain was almost tangible through the screen. I had never resonated with a stranger's despair so strongly. And yet, even though I deeply felt for her, a sense of relief washed over me. I felt seen, I felt heard, I felt accepted. Seeing someone with a following of thousands and thousands of people be so vulnerable and brave about the ups and downs of their skin journey had finally made me feel like less of a pariah. Monique's account unlocked a whole new community to me on social media, a community of acne-positive influencers whose mission it was to showcase the normality of acne and to shed light on the unrealistic representation of skin in the mass media. With every new account I found and followed, my anger at the unfair and unobtainable beauty standards of our society grew. I knew the stats. Acne affects 9.4% of the global population. That's almost 729 million people, making it the 8th most prevalent disease worldwide. Why, if these are the stats, is there zero representation of this condition in the media? Why, if acne is so common, are those who experience it made to feel so undesirable by the current beauty ideals? It is not someone's fault for developing acne. It does not come about due to a person being unhygienic or because of an unhealthy lifestyle. It is the result of a dysregulation of internal biological pathways and a certain genetic makeup. People like Monique and I have no real explanation as to what caused our acne. Why then are people who suffer from this disease made to feel so disgusting? A fire was ignited within me. I thought of my young 13-year-old self sobbing in my parents' bed, refusing to go to get-togethers or extramurals that I loved out of sheer embarrassment for my skin. What if this little girl had had the opportunity to see someone with the same bumpy skin in a magazine? Would the hit to my self-esteem have been so low if I had someone with acne to look up to? As a young woman in today's world, so much emphasis is placed on our external appearances. Whether we are told it overtly or not, young women equate their worth based on what society has told them is desirable. I, for one, can say that as a teenager, I determined so much of my value as a human being based on whether others around me viewed me as physically attractive. I once read a quote, it went, "Understand that your physical appearance, whether you fit the current beauty ideal or not, is just a single, volatile, and not even particularly interesting aspect of yourself." Up until the point of my acne flare-up last year, I hadn't yet quite understood the meaning of these words. Not at one point in my 23 years of existence have I ever chosen to become friends with someone because of how they look. Nor do I love any one of my family or friends more or less based on their appearance. To add to this, our prime physicality only makes up a small segment of our lives. Not one of us can escape the inevitability of sagging or wrinkling. Yet society has brainwashed us into thinking that our appearance is one of the most important things that we can offer to this world. Internalizing this quote finally led me to embark on a journey of body neutrality. The body neutrality movement is an offshoot of the body positivity one. Although I think the body positivity movement has its place and has brought self-love and acceptance to many people's lives, when we consider how deeply conditioned we are by society to find faults in our appearances, it is unrealistic to believe that the only emotion we can feel for our bodies is love. I can safely say that at not one point did I love my acne, nor was I ever of the opinion that I could. Body neutrality removes any emphasis on appearance and relieves any feelings of guilt that one must cultivate love for their body at every moment. It is rather a philosophy that focuses on what your body can do for you and its remarkable capabilities. Ultimately, practicing body neutrality is a form of practicing gratitude, an emotion that scientific research has shown to have association with greater happiness. For example, when looking in the mirror and thinking, ew, my legs have cellulite, your internal dialogue could be shifted to focus on what it is that your legs allow you to do. My legs allow me to walk, to run, to jump, to dance, to hike. Or in my case, I may have acne, but I am grateful that my skin protects my organs, allows me to feel, and keeps me warm. Imagine if we could live in a world where this is the way we view and spoke about our bodies. If we could teach children to value their abilities and their health before their appearances, we could breed a society of people who are happier. It seemed fitting that whilst I was coming to all these realizations, I received a book I had ordered by a feminist and social activist called Florence Given. Her book is titled Women Don't Owe You Pretty. Although she is not the first to have made commentary on the harmful beauty standards of our society, her ideas certainly acted as a catalyst for me to dive deeper into the systems on which these constructs have been built. It is no secret that Eurocentric beauty standards, as a result of Western colonialism, have become universal, continually perpetuating ideas of racism, fat phobia, transphobia, ageism, and ableism. It is here that I will say that as a white, cis, able, thin woman, along with a multitude of other privileges, I have the privilege of seeing people who look like me in the media. While the lack of representation of untouched skin is frustrating and an important topic of discussion, it can in no way equate to the lack of representation of those who these systems oppress. In her work, The Beauty Myth, How Images of Beauty Are Used Against Women, Naomi Wolf writes that there is no legitimate, historical, or biological justification for the beauty myth. She further goes on to detail how anthropologists have yet to find evidence that the current beauty ideals are rooted in evolutionary processes of mate selection. Others in this field, like Dr. Hannah McCann, have agreed with the works of Wolf, saying, to suggest that there are universal ideas of beauty that transcend culture completely fails to comprehend the way that ideals of beauty have been constructed in order to be sold. If we can understand and notice that beauty standards are a product of capitalism and the patriarchy, there is hope that we can have the ability to not let them define us. These systems profit off our insecurities and manipulate us into believing that becoming more desirable or beautiful will equate to us becoming more worthy. Understanding the intrinsic nature on which these systems work to brainwash us in no way requires you to become anti-capitalist or to cut yourself off from mainstream society, but affords you the power to change your own patterns of thinking around your own body. For me, recognizing these notions allowed me to realize that by loathing my appearance, I was only allowing the goals of these unequal systems to be achieved. It allowed me to realize the true vapidity of my appearance and understand that every other facet of myself defines me before my physical body. In line with what we have learned this year, I believe as newcomers in this industry that we have a responsibility to challenge archaic ideas and to contribute to a society that allows every human to prosper. I have in no way mastered the art of total self-acceptance. There are days when I still feel negative when I have a breakout or I'm critical of my appearance. However, becoming educated on these topics has allowed me to strive towards total self-acceptance. And while I'm not naive enough to ever think that I will fully reach this goal, these learnings have equipped me to be far more resilient in the face of society's ideologies. I'm not someone who believes that everything happens for a reason. To me, the statement is somewhat idealistic. However, I am a firm believer of silver linings. The silver lining of suffering from acne for as long as I did is that it brought me great compassion and empathy for those walking along any trajectory that has made them feel less than. I am also immensely grateful that I am privileged enough to be able to receive medical treatment for my skin, and that I have a support structure around me that made me feel less alone through it all. But most importantly, the silver lining of my acne journey is that it allowed me to shed any ideas that were once hindering me. My only hope as I conclude this talk is that to anyone out there of any gender who is suffering from acne, to know that you are worthy. Textured skin is normal and you are beautiful. Thank you.
Thank you so much for that, Charlotte. I think it's really great to have people advocate and contributing to a very needed conversation about representation in mainstream media, and it was amazing to hear. Our next speaker is Nomhle. Now, she is notorious for having the best shoe collection and hair on fleek. She's incredibly kind and soft-spoken, but don't underestimate her. She will drop a savage comment when needed. Although today, she's not going to be throwing shade, she's rather going to be shedding light on something that I think will resonate with all of us, and that's the hardships of being a 20-something.
Morning, everyone. Can you hear me? Look, here? Is it okay, can you hear me? Cool. Morning, everyone. My name is Nomhle, and as Nana said, I'm 20-something years old, 25 years old to be clear. So today I'm going to talk about the 20-somethings. It's been 7 years since I left high school, which means my 10-year reunion is coming up. That's really crazy how quickly time has gone past, because I was sure I'd have a Porsche by now. That's the thing that they tell us when we're at school, that once we turn into adults, everything will work out and just fall into place. But they never actually tell us about the actual truth. This is what is referred to as age norms. Age norms are a variety of social norms that dictate behavior based on age. These also dictate the sequence of major life events. They have 3 characteristics. They are shared, they are obligatory, and they have positive and negative sanctions. So age norms are things like, at 25, you should be married and have kids. Luckily, this year I got a boyfriend. My mom was getting a bit worried. Or things like, what are you doing in the club at 40? I kind of agree with that one. And also things like, you better have kids because you're running out of time. Some of these age norms can be positive, but most of them are actually negative because they put a lot of pressure on us and affect our self-esteem and mental health. These age norms are These age norms are worse now with the age of social media, where we are overly exposed to other people's lives. The thing that we don't realize on social media is that we're actually exposed to other people's wins constantly. No one ever shares that they had a breakdown in the shower. Being exposed to these levels of accelerated success and all these posts that we see has placed a great amount of pressure and has changed the timeline of achievements. This has especially impacted teenagers and young adults, making them experience heightened levels of anxiety and pressure. We place so much pressure on ourselves, but what's the point of it? The world is literally falling apart. We have the 1%, we have the gap between the poor and the rich widening every day, poverty, discrimination, COVID-19, all these terrible things, and we're all focused on the wrong thing. Age pressure is so complex, especially in the South African landscape, for younger Black people who don't get to compete at the same scale as everyone else because of prehistoric and current systems. It's really crazy because when we start to compare ourselves to other people, we forget about all those factors that really have a real impact on us because the pressure is so real. The cause of this is ageism, and ageism is the discrimination on the basis of age. Ageism affects each and every one of us, from young kids who are thought of as stupid or old people who are thought of as pathetic. One of the best conversations that I've had are with my 5-year-old nephew and my 7-year-old niece. They're accurate, actually 70% of the time. But ageism affects mostly women because, unfortunately, we live with patriarchy and misogyny in our society. The beauty industry is also impacted by misogyny, and the advertising industry, sorry guys, we are also to blame for this, and all these other social ills that put pressure on women to stay younger, look beautiful, because women are considered ugly, boring, useless as they turn older. And young women also experience ageism because they're thought of as stupid and not able to be in the place that they're supposed to be. Young women are also overly sexualized before they get to the place that they're supposed to be. I have a theory of who came up with this, and as always, it's capitalism. Capitalism forces us to all adhere to all these social norms and the pressures that come with age. Capitalism tells us you need a higher insurance premium, a big house, an air fryer, a car, medical aid, all these things just to keep us in this money-making scheme. Capitalism told us that wrinkles are ugly, they promote anti-aging creams, and they sell the idea of being forever young. Because telling people that aging comes with grace, experience, and a greater outlook on life doesn't make billions. When I was young, I'd obsess about being an adult, thinking about being at work, going out, pretending to be frantically typing or answering phone calls. But the weird part is that I've had a couple of jobs over the years, and it's nothing like that. But it's crazy because you just get into it and you figure it out. Just like with life, you get into it and you figure it out. This year has come to an end, and we're about to embark on a very adult journey. The crazy part is that I've spent most of this year trying to figure out what Di's name is short for. Is it Diana? Okay, but no, seriously. But no, we've had amazing mentors whose charisma and grace and all their wisdom surpasses age. With everything that we've been taught and the platforms and opportunities we've been given this year, we can definitely be sure that we're ready for what's to come. The other day, I was at Spa and I saw this little kid doing topless cartwheels by the entrance, while I was there trying to figure out specials and buy groceries that would last for 2 minutes. Adults are forced to fall into these very serious professional roles where we engage in small talk and talk about our prospects and other really boring stuff. Why can't we do topless cartwheels in public? So, in the past years, I've come up with a few tips for navigating adulthood so far. I don't know if I'm on the right track, but it's kind of working. Okay, cool. The first one, the more you grow, the more you realize that no one actually knows what's going on. We're all just pretending, so don't be so hard on yourself. Second one, I will never know how to use money. I've just accepted. I feel like it's not a real thing, and if you're an economist, I'm sorry, you've studied a myth. Always remember to spoil yourself with any little change that you have. Number 3, don't be an asshole. Any bigoted views that you have, you must get rid of them today. Frank Ocean once said, why be racist, homophobic, transphobic, or sexist when you can just be quiet? Rule number 4, your mom is always right. I'm sorry, it sucks, but it's true. And then number 5, have boundaries. This is a great way to establish self-respect. Number 6, try anything once. I'll leave that up to you guys. Number 7, remember to keep yourself grounded and try to believe in something higher than yourself. Spirituality is the one thing that will keep on reminding us that love is all that matters and that is needed in this world. And lastly, live and laugh, and don't spend too much time doing things that don't make you happy. Even if it's important, your mental health comes first. So remember to always check in with yourself, make sure you're good, cry once in a while, and give yourself a hug. Thank you.
you so much for that, Nomhle. See, I told you she's going to call us out. As someone whose family's just started giving her succulents and rosé every Christmas, and that's a pretty strong message they're trying to get across, I really enjoyed what you just said. I feel so inspired. Our next speaker, David. Now, David is the poster child of endurance. He's never let his bad choices of the previous evening keep him from class. And I think one of the highlights of my year was David being a soccer fanatic, as you'll hear now in his talk, demonstrating the perfect rugby tackle. And he actually succeeded in just like flatlining Eve. Although, Eve, I wanted to know, did you give it to him? Were you just being nice? Okay, well, we'll keep it a secret among us. Okay, David, on to you.
Good morning, everyone. Firstly, I would just like to apologize for the watermarks in advance in the presentation. Unfortunately, Canberra Premium wasn't quite fitting into the student budget at the moment. But yeah, I wish I could be there today with all of you, especially for the celebration afterwards. But I will definitely have to make up for it and have a drink aside for everyone. Anyways, before I get carried away, let's get to the presentation. Okay. So to understand what I'm going to be covering with you today, there are three crucial elements I'll be discussing with you. These consist of the background to the football transfer system and the reason as to why it started, the factors affecting the price of players' movement in the transfer system, and lastly, the economics of transfers. So why does football have transfer windows? To answer the question, I'm going to give you a quick background of the football transfer system to first give you a better understanding. The transfer system has taken many different forms over the years. Before 1885, players held the bargaining power due to there being no professional contracts. So the best players would move whenever they wanted to, whichever club they wanted to. The Football Association then decided to take action in 1885 for the first time, as they realized that club hopping was having a negative effect on competition. So the concept of football transfers then first came into existence in England after the Football Association introduced player registration in 1885. This was merely to control professional players by introducing a player registration system. So basically players were then not allowed to move for free, giving clubs the bargaining power to retain the players' registration and offer them a contract or sell them to another club. So this system was put in place to give smaller clubs a chance and keep competition alive. In 1997, the Freedom Contract was then introduced, where the players were now allowed to make the best deals, with any club offering terms after fulfilling their previous contractual obligations. This allowed both the players and club a certain amount of bargaining power. Okay, so this then takes us to the modern transfer system. With the modern football transfer system, a transfer window was created in 2002 to ensure a partial stabilization of club squads during the season and to stop damaging smaller clubs financially. There are two transfer windows during the season, one at the end of the season for 12 weeks and a short one halfway through the season for about a month. This gives clubs the opportunity to both prepare their squads for the season and to make transfers if needed for any positions needed halfway through the season. So players' movement. So for all you football fans, as we know, every transfer window surprises us with unexpected transfers at unbelievable prices, such as Jack Grealish recently being bought for £100 million from Manchester City, or even Neymar for £190 million back in 2017 by PSG. We often tend to overlook the economics behind this though. Like any other market, the player transfer market too works on a simple economic principle, where forces of demand and supply drive the price. So, the first factor, talent and statistical records. Numbers never lie. A player's talent can be judged quite accurately via his statistical records. Goals for an attacker, assists for a midfielder, clearances for a defender, and clean sheets for a goalkeeper speak a lot in themselves. Past statistics help to determine what to expect from a player. Players with the better numbers are thus highly valued opposed to players with unfavourable statistics, as they are seldom demanded and are generally priced lower. Take this graph for example. This is a perfect example of Zlatan Ibrahimovic, as I'm sure most of you know, and depicts his transfer price varying with his goal ratio at different clubs over the years. Number 2, the recent performance of the player. So there's no factor more important than a player's performance and his form in his current team. It is the main driving factor that catches attention and plays a big role in luring managers to purchase that player for the club. Players who have been playing well tend to have a higher market value in the transfer market. This price table below is a perfect example to showcase how recent performances play a crucial role and matter even more than overall performances. All 5 of these players from AS Monaco were sold at much higher prices than they were bought for. This was due to their success in the 2017 Champions League campaign, which saw their market value increase significantly. These increases went up just after only just one season. Age. So while the player's performance plays a central role in determining the transfer price, another major factor is the age of a player. Since physical fitness and health directly impact a player's performance and durability, it is a big factor to the clubs. The age of a player and his price in the transfer market are inversely related. The greater the age, the lower the price generally. No club would want to invest in a player who is past his prime and at his physical best, and vice versa with a young player who is capable but lacks the experience and has not reached his full potential yet. This graph is just another example of Carlos Tevez. Number 4, fan apparel, net worth and commercial value. Players with higher popularity amongst the fans are valued more than others. Take Cristiano Ronaldo for example. He was signed back by Manchester United at the age of 36 and has already derived a huge fan base to Manchester United and helped them improve revenue generation and Manchester United's market standing. When he was at Juventus, after he transferred in 2018, the club was able to recover Cristiano's entire transfer fee of £85 million by the sales of Ronaldo's jerseys in just the first season alone. Number 5, the length of their current contracts and release clause. So a release clause is an element in a player's contract that determines the minimum amount that a player would demand, that a club would demand to let go of the player. So a higher release clause leads to higher transfer fee. So really, this is to try and drive away prospective buyers. So the length of the contract also matters because as the years on the contract go on, the value of the clause depreciates. So basically, as a player's contracts move closer to the expiration, the value of the player reduces. Leroy Sané, the German youngster, made a move to Bayern Munich just before his contract was about to expire in 2021 and was sold for only £54 million, which was an absolute steal for the young German attacker, for those of you who know. On the screen here, just a few more examples of some of the biggest release clauses in football to give you an indication of how clubs try to drive away buyers. Okay, factor number 6. So international performance of the player. International tournaments are very often where players are discovered and signed by clubs based on their performance on the international stage. This is due to the tournaments being an important platform for the players to show their ability to perform under pressure and adapt to a team. A perfect example of this would be James Rodriguez in the 2014 World Cup. The Colombian played for AS Monaco and came into the limelight in the 2014 World Cup. He was a top goal scorer and by the next season was signed by Spanish giants Real Madrid. Number 7, player consistency and injury history. Clubs value talent. However, inconsistent and injury-prone players is what they stay clear of. Players who do not play regularly may not be valued at their potential for sole reason they lack on-field experience and are inconsistent. This adversely affects their transfer price. Players who are susceptible to injuries are more of a liability to the club rather than an asset and are valued lowly. So this then brings us to our 8th and last factor, which is position on the field. So attackers and midfielders are generally more expensive than defenders. Even the best of the best defenders are valued less than attackers. The stats even show this. The record transfer fee for a defender is £71 million, opposed to an attacker, which is £195 million. The difference is nearly triple. Versatility of attacking players and midfielders is the answer as to why they're so much more expensive. Okay, so that takes us to the end of our 8 factors. Now we are on to the transfer rules and the European Commission. So transfer rules in the football have been subject to an informal agreement between the European Commission and international football bodies since 2001. The 2001 agreement was a political agreement which today is still guiding sports authorities in the adoption of rules related to the transfer of players. So the main reason for this agreement was basically because they needed to try and find an appropriate balance between a player's fundamental right to free movement and the stability of contracts between clubs and players. So in general, a player registered in a club is part of the club's assets. Often third parties such as agents and investors buy a stake in the future value of a player on the transfer market. They acquire an economic right over the career of a professional player. So third-party ownership endangered the fairness of competition for some clubs. However, as third parties may have interest in manipulating the results of the game, influencing the behavior of players, they have stake in. So, with the introduction of the new law, FIFA put into effect a complete ban of third-party ownership. This rule prohibits clubs and players from assigning to a third party and any rights or participation in the compensation payable for the future transfer of a player. Okay, so financial fair play essentially was established to prevent professional football clubs spending more money than they earn in the pursuit of success, and in doing so not getting into financial problems which might threaten their long-term survival. However, financial fair play is temporarily suspended due to after effects of COVID-19. UEFA is reportedly scrapping financial fair play and will replace it with a new system on financial control, which will give clubs more freedom over their spending. With the free movement of capital, this aims to encourage economic growth by enabling capital to be invested efficiently and removed restrictions on capital movements and payments both between the EU member states and with third countries. So this then takes me to the end of my presentation. Thank you so much for listening today. I hope you enjoyed my talk as much as I did presenting it to all of you. And yeah, I hope you all have a great holiday.
Shout out to David for showing us that you can be a Canva Pro without actually having Canva Pro. So our next speaker, Kayla, I asked around for some anonymous quotes, thank you, Zach, just, about the person she is. The quotes were, amazing storyteller, she can recap the Joel in detail. Honestly, so chilled, like very, very, very chilled. Just all around vibes, hey? I'm totally simping for her. Everyone is really fond of her. I'm also really fond of her. Eve is also really fond of her. Take us away, Kayla.
Hello. So, from a pre-adolescent age, we are taught to believe that how you perform in school will determine how you succeed in life. But what does success actually mean? To us as human beings, success effectively means doing better than someone else, outperforming somebody else. And through this drive towards succeeding, a collection of unrealistic standards and unrealistic expectations are created, because ultimately nobody rises to low expectations, right? And quickly, these expectations turn into undue pressure. The simple truth is that nothing actually moves without being pushed. This is just Newton's first law in physics. Translating this into an educational sense or into the school environment, because that's what I'm going to be focusing on, some form of pressure is necessary and does play a role in a student's success. But to what extent is pressure actually a motivating factor? My talk will highlight the vulnerabilities of my privileged yet pressured private school experience and how this led to a path of self-sabotage. So I had the privilege of attending an all-girls private school in the southern suburbs. I was there since the age of 4 right through to matric, so I really got the full experience. But what was it really like? The school that I attended was one of the top performing schools in the Western Cape, so it obviously felt like it had a reputation to uphold. And with this, a flood of excessive pressure was exerted. But at what cost? How does this overwhelming pressure actually affect the students? In doing some research surrounding the topic, I came a few quite interesting yet shocking statistics. Students in high-achieving schools are experiencing higher rates of behavioral and mental health problems compared with national norms. Another report came to a similar conclusion when it named the top environmental conditions harming adolescent wellness. Amongst these were poverty, trauma, discrimination, and an excessive pressure to excel. When a child's sense of self-worth is dependent on what they achieve, it can lead to anxiety and depression. Anxiety can come from the pressure of having to keep up with your peers, whereas depression can be caused by a failure to achieve, both of which I feel were pretty relevant throughout my high school experience. The pressure that was experienced at school was inflicted from a variety of sources, coming in every direction to the point where there's actually no escaping it. It came from the general school environment, parents, teachers, fellow peers, but most worryingly, we started inflicting this pressure onto ourselves. And to be completely honest, this build-up of overwhelming pressure actually started in primary school at an age where we didn't even know what pressure was. It started off as competition between parents, then funneled down into this competition between kids. And then leading into high school, pressure began extending from academics to cultural activities to sport to social pressures to wealth. When do we get to a point that activities that were supposed to be considered stress relievers, like violin lessons, started becoming so competitive within the school environment? There was this constant battle to outperform your peers, and it was so unhealthy. Let me tell you that almost every student was prescribed Ritalin, whether they needed it or not. I sure as hell didn't need it. I've never had attention deficit order in my life. But did I have it? Yes. If there was a pill that was going to get me to study for 8 hours straight just so that I could achieve top marks, then obviously I wanted it. This was the mindset that I'd become accustomed to. Extra time. Almost every girl had extra time. Did I need it? No. Did I have it? Yes. If it was going to help me achieve it anyway, then of course I needed it. The same concept applied for extra lessons. Students were and still are being pushed to achieve top marks and top marks only. I distinctively remember our principal sitting us down in assembly one day saying, "We don't do Bs, only As." What kind of a mindset does this instill into an adolescent's brain? So yes, obviously everybody had extra lessons 5 to 6 days a week. One of my peers actually had an extra allo tutor, which is life orientation. It effectively teaches you about the basic principles of life. The pressures that were created at school started teaching us as students to inflict pressure onto ourselves. We were constantly striving to do better, to achieve higher. I personally was never content. I was never content with the amount of hours of work I put in. I was never content with the marks I received. I was driving myself crazy trying to keep up. And through this, my journey towards my own internal downfall began. What actually happens when so much pressure is inflicted onto one? We choke, we burn out. As part of research, I also watched a TED Talk by a lady called Shanley Balick, titled "Why We Choke Under Pressure and How to Avoid It." And she mentions how stress gets the better of us and how we actually perform at our worst when it matters the most. We put pressure on ourselves to do well for others and in front of others. When the pressure is on, we become unable to achieve our best. So how did this pressure actually affect me personally throughout high school? I've mentioned the term self-inflicted pressure quite a bit by now, and what do I mean by it? I mean this constant pressure placed on myself by myself to achieve these unrealistic expectations, and if I didn't meet them, I was so hard on myself. I remember the day we got our final matric report card back, and I got 5 A's, but if you get 6 A's, your name goes into the school magazine and you get some form of recognition. And I remember crying my eyes out. I could not believe how unhappy I was with myself. In my eyes, I hadn't done enough. Some of my peers managed to get 6 A's, why couldn't I? So obviously I applied for a remark, boom, 6 A's, made it into the school magazine. But looking back now, I have to question, did these achievements actually mean anything to me? Or was it just for the image? What's wrong with 5 A's? Did I not feel like it was good enough? I didn't even think about the fact that I just achieved so high. I didn't commend myself on the work that I'd put in. I was so tunnel focused on the fact that I had set these unrealistic standards for myself, and in my eyes, I had failed. So this is just one example of how I self-sabotaged throughout high school. The competition and the pressure that was cultivated within the school was so toxic, but at the time, I didn't know any better. I was so oblivious to it, I was so affected by it. These impractical expectations caused me to develop severe anxiety throughout school, to the point where I had no idea how to handle the pressure, and I would just freak out. This self-inflicted pressure started occurring outside of the school environment as well. I began to struggle to deal with even the most minor setbacks, constantly feeling overwhelmed and anxious. I started having severe temper tantrums on the hockey field, my bedroom. This newly developed anger had completely taken over me. I was an angry, bratty adolescent. And the ironic thing is, not once did my parents ever put any pressure on me to achieve in any way. I was doing it to myself. Sorry, Mom and Dad, I know you're here today. You just had to bear the brunt of it. I was so upset with myself all the time, to the point where I actually lost touch with reality. I experienced a loss of identity in a sense. So were these expectations that I put on myself contributions to my own motivation or contributions to my own failure? The thing about pressure is there is such thing as meaningful pressure, and this is pressure that's placed on yourself to help you achieve your own personal best in a healthy manner. So pressure can be healthy until you start acting out of character. Yeah, pressure can be good. It's the way that we handle the pressure that determines whether it's motivational or not. And there's no way of telling why I reacted this way to the pressure. I guess everyone reacts differently. As I mentioned, pressure is effectively how we perceive a situation or environment that we are in. So crafting the right, comfortable environment is so important. It's so crucial that any expectations placed on students are met with a level of understanding, resilience, and support. Because ultimately, it is our environment which determines whether we choke or whether we thrive. And the school environment for me was a catalyst for my own downfall. The pressure that I experienced at school was not a motivating factor. It pushed me to excel, yes, but at the cost of my own mental health, at the cost of my own identity. It was only when I left school that I realized how angry, how bratty, and how ungrateful I was. I was living in this bubble, trying to acclimatize to the hierarchy that was cultivated within the school's white walls. A complete unrealistic and sheltered image of the world, a complete skewed perception. And in no way am I solely blaming the school. I was definitely a facilitator in my own downfall. I'm just so grateful for how much I was able to learn throughout the process. Anxiety is said to be the dizziness of freedom. And coming out of school, I've really been able to establish a clear mind, a free mind. I've developed mechanisms that have helped me cope with anxiety and pressure. I now know that mental health is so much more important than achieving high and meeting these unrealistic expectations. So go easy on yourself, be proud of yourself, because ultimately we're all just trying to exist. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Kayla, for sharing that with us. It was quite beautiful. And can we just get another round of applause for all the people that have spoken today so far, if you don't mind? Just raise the volume levels a little bit. You can see Eve putting in a real shift in the back there. Also, I think we should extend a welcome to Di in the corner there. I can see her eyes burning into me. So hello to you, Di. Anyway, our next guest, though he is online, oh, Mikey. One thing comes to mind when I think of Michael, and that word is commitment. Never in my life have I met a man more committed to slip-flops and shorts in my entire life. Whether it be sunshine or rain, Mike is rocking his beloved slip-flops regardless. It's actually quite respectable. Anyway, he's going to be speaking to us about when the odds are stacked against you. So anyway, take it away, Mikey.
Morning, ladies and gentlemen. Unfortunately, I'm unable to join you today, but well done to everyone who spoke yesterday, and good luck to those who are speaking today. When the odds are stacked against you. Odds. What are odds? Do you bet against the odds? Do you ever feel the odds were stacked against you? Odds are calculated on the probability of the outcome. I'm sure most of you here have a pretty good idea of what probability is, but for those of you who are like me and struggle with maths, I'll quickly explain. Odds are created by bookies to show what they believe will be the outcome of a specific event. If the outcome is deemed to have a high probability, then it is more likely to happen, which is known as the favorite of the event. If the outcome is deemed to have a low probability, then it is less likely to happen, which is known as the underdog of the event. A simple explanation of probability would be a coin toss, in which there are two possible outcomes, heads or tails. The probability of getting heads is a 1 in 2 chance, which can be shown as 1 to 1, which would mean the outcome has a 50% chance of happening. So what is the underdog? Have any of you felt like the odds were stacked against you and there just never seemed to be that opportunity for you to make your break? You and others didn't believe you would do it, but you did. You worked harder, smarter, faster, and played the game just right. But you realized you did it because failing or giving up wasn't an option. You knew what you were up against and you weren't going to stop until you got it, just like a dog with a bone. So the underdog mentality, often derived when someone feels less experienced, less talented, or any lesser than their competition. The underdog mentality can come from feelings such as lack of confidence, stress, worries, doubts, fears, and the expectation of others, especially of those who you admire. Life is definitely not all about winning. It's more about evolving and learning as an individual. As a result, many underdogs become better versions of themselves and within society. So just a bit of the psychology behind being the underdog and why it can be an advantage. Life hands us many challenges. These challenges can often be represented as hills or even mountains, and the only way over is one step at a time. Underdogs often take these opportunities as a chance to grow, and it is exactly what makes their stories so inspiring. The difference between an underdog and someone who always finds success is that the underdog looks inwardly to overcome when faced with a challenge, whereas someone who always succeeds with little to no hardship always tends to fall apart when things start to go wrong, as they have a high level of expectation to do well. The underdog is known to never give up. Yes, some days they will take a few steps back, but they'll always keep on going, and this results in extreme perseverance, which holds them in good stead when they're trying to climb those hills or mountains. Not to say that underdogs will never fail. They will fail multiple times, probably more than those who succeed, but these failures come as lessons and form new perspectives on how they will get back up. I'm sure most of you here have experienced some sort of underdog feeling and found your underdog mentality. I just wanted to give you a couple of personal experiences where I felt the odds were stacked against me. So it's safe to say that my interests at high school were probably 20% in the classroom and 80% on the sports field. I played cricket during the summer seasons and I got my fair share of bowling in, but batting on the other hand was a different story. Through junior school, I was the standard number 11 batsman. For those of you who don't know anything about cricket, number 11 is the worst batsman in the team. But when I went to high school, this all changed. In grade 8, we were up against a great team that had some pretty fast bowlers. And the coach decided to put me into bat at number 3. Who knows why? But I ended up making 50 odd, and as they say, the rest was history. You're probably all thinking, how do I remember this day? But it was probably the day that I overcame the odds of possibly being the worst batsman to basically setting my cricket career up, where I went on to represent Zimbabwe at under 19 level. Another personal experience of having the odds stacked against me and taken way outside my comfort zone was when I traveled to Aspen, Colorado. I had planned to do a ski season with a few mates, but due to visa complications, my mates could only join me a couple months later. So I flew across the world to one of the most unique towns, not knowing a single person. Funny story that makes this whole experience that much more daunting. I was waiting in OR Tambo for my flight to America, and I got an email from the owner of the restaurant that I was going to work at, and she told me that she had just fired 3 of her servers because they weren't up to scratch and weren't doing their job. So there I am, already terrified about this experience, and I get this email. But anyways, I arrived at the job, and on my very first shift, I ended up having to serve Katy Perry and Orlando Bloom. It's not the perfect example of being the underdog, but it just shows I was taken way outside my comfort zone, and there wasn't anything really going for me. But at that time, I had to find that underdog mentality, push myself, and make it work. Sorry, enough about me. I just want to give you a couple of sports examples. Some of you may have heard these incredible stories, and some of you may have been on the lucky side and won yourself a few bucks, or others may have had their heart broken as your teams were on the losing end. The first example is an incredible story that happened in the English Premier League, which is known as the best football league in the world. This was when Leicester City won the Premier League in 2016. By 2016, just 5 teams had won the Premier League in its 24-year history. The Premier League has been dominated by the top 6, as they are known, with not in many teams causing any disruption to this. However, during the 2015-2016 season, underdogs Leicester, who narrowly avoided relegation the season before, were 5,000 to 1 outsiders to win the league. These odds don't come around often, trust me. I spend a lot of time on my sports betting account. Pundits and experts insisted that they would eventually falter and the pressure would get to them. But week after week, the Foxes kept on going and eventually lifted the trophy and shocked the world. The next example is going to bring back some pretty horrible memories for many of you here, including myself. This was a very sad day for Springbok rugby, but an inspiring story for those who go into battle being the underdog. This was when Japan beat South Africa at the Rugby World Cup 2015. Before 2015, Japan had featured at the Rugby World Cup on 7 occasions. Now they were faced with the daunting task of playing South Africa, who had won more World Cup titles, which was 2, than Japan had actually won World Cup games, which was 1. All odds stacked against them. The brave Blossoms went toe-to-toe with South Africa. Japan found themselves narrowly trailing as the clock ticked down. They probed, and eventually the South African resistance was broken, scoring a last-gasp try and securing a famous 34-32 victory and creating one of the greatest upsets in the sport's history. And then just a couple of underdog stories in the technology industry, and I found this really interesting. Where there's a David, there's a Goliath. For Tesla, Goliath was the big bad auto industry. For Apple, it was the clunky, unfriendly interface and design. For Airbnb, it was the expensive, old-fashioned hotel industry. Startups in the tech industry have been known for the underdog label, an industry filled of nerds, geeks, and mavericks who have created these insane companies from their garages. With the tech industry having the biggest impact on the global economy, underdogs are the last thing that come to mind. What makes it more interesting is that these underdogs are now the leading companies in the industry. Amazon, a highly successful business which has changed the game with online shopping, has a GDP larger than most countries. And Amazon CEO still considers themselves as a startup, even with 750,000 employees worldwide. So after taking this all into consideration, I believe the underdog actually has significant advantages. And if you've ever felt like the underdog and found yourself in this position, here's what you can do to adopt that underdog mentality. Have a vision and develop a plan towards it. Be prepared to fail and don't avoid taking risks. Be willing to put in more work than your competition. Don't get discouraged by adversity. Stay humble, but believe in yourself and understand you are capable of succeeding. Never surrender the belief that you'll succeed, even if it takes a bit of creativity. And then there are reasons that we overrate the favorites and underrate the underdogs. We can't help but love a good underdog story. As Denzel Washington says in his commencement speech, fail big and don't be afraid to fail. Underdogs will use everything they have to get where they need to go. Failures become an opportunity to succeed, channeling their setbacks and driving them forward. So even if you're feeling like you have no chance and your back is against the wall and the odds are stacked against you, go out there and prove them wrong. Thanks, everyone.
Thanks for that, Mike. I must touch on something, though. I mean, it was a beautiful presentation, but I feel like he kind of just forced the Orlando Bloom and Katy Perry story in there as a minor flex to us all. But I mean, congrats to him. So next up is Miss Gemma Kruin. So funny enough, me and her found out that our parents, who I know the Kruin clan are watching online, greetings to them, go back a lot further than we thought. And a funny little story is attached to this. So one night, excuse me, we were out celebrating our last brand challenge, and Gemma thought it would be a great idea that she took a photo of me and her sister, obviously indulging in a couple beverages, and sent it to her mom. Well, her mom's reply was fantastic. It was a great one. It was 2 words that every man wants to hear from someone's mother. Oh no. Kind of sums it up. But Gemma is an absolute sweetheart. I don't think I've ever seen her without a smile on her face. I am bloody excited to see what she has for us today. So without further ado, please welcome a warm round of applause for Miss Gemma Kruin.
Hi everyone, I'm Gemma, and today I'm going to be speaking about a topic that I'm sure many of you are quite unfamiliar with. But it is something that my family is very passionate about, and to prove that I too am passionate about farming, I'm wearing my Regenerative Land Management Graaff-Reinet 2021 cap. All right, so to start things off, I'm going to ask you to take a close look at this picture. What do you see? Jungle, trees, clear water, greenery, forest. Now look at this one. What do you see here? Nothing. Okay. So I hate to break it to you, but this picture on the left is about to turn into the picture on the right if we do not take action. So if we take a look at the world map, we can see that the areas in green and the areas in brown. Now the areas in green are not desertifying and the areas in brown are. And if we take an even closer look and circle the areas in brown, it's scary to say that 2/3 of our planet's Earth, planet's land, is actually desertifying. So what can we do about this, and where do we even start? Well, I've got awesome news for you. We've started already. In a place most easily found, if you take a pin and throw it into the middle of nowhere on this map, in a place called Graaff-Reinet. Okay, so this is where my family and I have been living, and my family has been here for more than 100 years now. And it's often joked in the Graafies area that if you shake a karoo bush really hard, a kroon may jump out from behind it. So we live just outside of Graafies on a farm called Klipdrift. No, Ryan, not like the brandy. But yes, it is the place circled in yellow. This is where we farm merino sheep for their wool and for our braais. We farm goats for their mohair and cattle for trade. This is where I've lived, and this is where I've called home for more than 23 years now. And as you can see from the pictures, it's been an awesome place to grow up. You can also see from the bottom middle picture, I wasn't quite sure if I was going for the long short or short long look, but we're going to chat about desertification instead. Now, I'm sure many of you have traveled through the Karoo before and agree with me that you'd see exactly this. Karoo bush, more karoo bush, and an aloe if you're lucky. So I'm sure it's not a surprise to you when I tell you that the Karoo is a desertifying area. But what would be a surprise to you is if I told you that this area used to be covered in tall grasslands. The early travelers used to travel past and through this area on horseback and feel the tall grass brush against their stirrups. Well, this can be possible again if we use holistic management. Now, holistic management is a decision-making tool designed to regenerate land using livestock, such as sheep, cattle, and goats, as the main management tool. As you can see, this is our sheep doing their bit on our farm. This picture was taken back in 1974. This is when my family first moved to Klipdrift, and as you can see, the farm was in a terrible state. It was covered in these deep gullies or dongas, and because of all the erosion, and my grandparents had no idea what to do. They could see that it was in a drastic state, something had gone wrong, but they had no idea where to start. It wasn't until they met a man by the name of Alan Savory. He's now known as the founder of holistic management. He's also a world-renowned ecologist who believed that the semi-arid areas, such as the Karoo, where Klipdrift is situated, have the potential to reverse climate change. My family first met him back in the 1960s when he shared his insights and observations about degraded land in Zimbabwe. So my grandpa was so fascinated by this that he believed that this could fix the evident problem on Klipdrift. So immediately he put it into practice. He started this process and regenerated the land on Klipdrift. And this is what we see today. This is what we saw. I'm going to show you what we see today. So if we look back at this picture, I want you to take note of the gullies and the dongas and the erosion, and also note where the arrow is pointing. Now pay attention. This is the exact same spot 30 odd years later after holistic management had been practiced on the farm. Where the gullies at? Where's the erosion at? Check the ground cover. Now, this is that exact same spot, and this photo was taken last week. Note the trees, the greenery, no gullies. It's also important to note that the picture in 1974 was taken after the equivalent of 30 buckets of water had fallen on 1 square meter of land. The picture taken in 2021 was taken after only 6 buckets of water had fallen on 1 square meter of land. It's crazy, right? Don't believe me? I'll show you another one. This pic was taken in 1977, before any holistic management had been practiced on this land. Okay, take note of the arrow once again. 40 years later, look what we got. Picture in 1977, taken after the equivalent of 20 buckets of water had fallen on 1 square meter of land. Picture on the right, after only 6 buckets of water had fallen on 1 square meter of land. So how on earth has there been such drastic change? And what does holistic management even do? Well, it's all about mimicking nature. Now, I'm sure all of you sitting here have watched National Geographic and Planet Earth and have seen how animals group together in tight herds as a safety mechanism against predators, because safety in numbers, right? Well, these animals move around in their tight herds from area to area, eating what they can, defecating, urinating wherever they please, breaking up the soil with their hooves, and then leaving the soil rich and healthy from where they've moved on. This is very similar to you preparing your soil, getting it ready to plant your veggies. You take your rake, you break up the soil, then you take your fertilizer and sprinkle it over to make it rich and healthy. It's the same thing. Okay. But now that civilization has come and herds can no longer roam freely, that has caused the barrenness and the eroded land that I showed you back in 1974. Hence the Karoo bush after Karoo bush after Karoo bush, maybe an aloe. But if you control the livestock in a way that mimics nature, you will transform the land back into the grasslands that were once there. This is what we did on Klipdrift, and that is why my siblings and I are standing in knee-high grass. This was done by using time management and fencing as our main tools. Time management prevents the overgrazing of the land so that animals are moved on before they can take more than one munch off a plant. And then the fencing controls the animals. This is an aerial view of Klipdrift, and this is the fencing that we put in place. Very complicated, as you can see, but I'm going to dumb it down a bit. It has been subdivided into 8 camps. These camps have all been subdivided into simple radial cells, each with a water point in the middle. This forms a wagon wheel shape, and this is one wagon wheel, and you can see the farm is made out of many wagon wheels. So how does a wagon wheel work? Well, the animals are brought into grazing area A, and after about 4 to 5 days, they are then moved to grazing area B. Once all the grazing areas have been grazed in this specific wagon wheel, they are then moved to the new wagon wheel, which would be the wagon wheel in yellow, allowing the veld sufficient time to recover before it is grazed again. This is a picture of what a cell center actually looks like, and as you can see, there's a trough in the middle, and then there are gates facing outwards. And then this is my dad a few days ago demonstrating how the animals move from grazing area A to grazing area B.
So this is what we call a cell center. Here come a group of cattle to the watering point. And then
They obviously weren't
they'll
very
proceed
thirsty today.
up that way. We will open the gate and they'll go out into one of the paddocks.
Okay, here's technical problems, so you had to make 2 videos.
They go out into one of the paddocks to graze.
Right, so you can see from that the fencing controls the stock and the time management controls the amount of time they're allowed to graze in the specific paddock for. This is the effect. The effect can clearly be seen by this picture. Now, the farmer on the left is using holistic management. The farmer on the right is using conventional methods. It's clear that the side on the left, using holistic management, has a lot more ground cover. meaning the soil is protected from the elements such as the wind and the sun, allowing the water to slow down and seep deep into the soil. Much like us red and yellow students, the soil acts like a sponge, absorbs all the goodness and releases it when it's ready. On Klipdrift, the sponge effect has been phenomenal. In 2016, during a particularly severe drought, my dad was wondering why the cattle weren't coming to the central water facility to drink. So off he went into the veld looking for the cattle when he came across this. This is a replenished spring that has been dry for more than 100 years. It was revitalized because of the sponge effect and was replenished from the bottom up, both to my dad and the cattle's delight. With the simple use of sheep and other livestock, my family have been able to turn a once desertified area into an oasis in the middle of nowhere. Now imagine the potential of using holistic management in the rest of the world. It's phenomenal what has happened in a place most easily found if you take a pin, throw it into the middle of nowhere on the map in a place called Graaff-Reinet.
She loved that, eh? She loves the spotlight. Yeah, I mean, that was a nice, swift reminder that Gemma is indeed a farm girl out and out. Anyway, on to our next guest. So Miss Lucy McGee. Now, this is a student I respected beyond measure when I started at Red and Yellow. Every class, she was sitting there on her laptop, plugging away at notes, and I was thinking, shit, maybe I should be taking notes as well. The competitive nature in me took it upon myself to one day walk strategically behind her just to see what she was up to, because I was suspicious, to say the least. Much to my horror, she had about 20 to 25 shopping tabs open as she indulged in online shopping. Now, she'll probably hate me for saying that in front of the lecturers, but it is what it is. She is going to be presenting to us online about life starts to happen when you take a step outside of your comfort zone. So take it away, Luce.
Hello, everyone. Welcome to my TED Talk. Thank you so much for all being here, and I'm very sorry that I cannot be there. My throat is a little bit croaky, so I'm sorry if it cracks now and then. But today I'm going to be speaking about when life begins when we step outside our comfort zone. So, what is a comfort zone? Comfort zone is a physiological state in which things feel familiar to a person, and they are at ease and in control of their environment, experiencing low levels of anxiety and stress. In this zone, a steady level of performance is possible. So at the end of 2019, I came across this amazing opportunity to go live and work in Paris for a whole year in 2020. As you can imagine, I jumped at this opportunity. To say that you are living in Paris is just amazing, to be in that city. And it was a dream of mine to be in Europe and to travel that side of the world. So I contacted the family and we did a few back and forth chats and a few Zoom calls, and at the end of the process, they told me that they would love for me to be part of their family, and they all paid for 2020. As you can imagine, my first emotion was excitement, that they picked me, that I was going to be their au pair. I was going to be living in Europe for a whole year, and I was going to be able to travel and see that side of the world. And the stress of finding something else for 2020 fell away. I no longer had to reply to that silly question without an answer. What are you doing next year? I could finally say, I have a plan. I'm going to be living in Paris for a whole year. My second emotion came a couple of weeks later when I was doing the visa application, and I was just getting ready for Paris, and it all just felt a bit too good to be true. A bit of disbelief, like, is this really happening? The visa process is going super smoothly, like nothing's going wrong. Am I going to be living in Paris? And I just kept on telling myself, you know what, it's only going to feel real once you're in Paris living your best life. And then my third emotion came on one of my first nights in Paris, and I can remember this memory so clearly and vividly. It was a cold winter's night in Paris, and they had just had Christmas, so their Christmas lights were still up, and I came across this beautiful merry-go-round. And in that moment, I just thought that I need to take a picture of this and send it back home to my friends and family and just show them that I am in Paris and I'm living my best life. So as I was taking this picture, second thought popped into my head, and that was when the second emotion popped into my head, and that was that I actually wouldn't mind being in this photo. And that's when the third emotion kicked in, and that was full-blown panic. Who's gonna take this picture of me? I don't know anyone that can take this picture of me. I don't even know how to speak French or even know how to ask how to take a picture of me. And more thoughts started to pop into my head. How am I gonna make friends? Am I gonna make friends? How am I gonna be living in Paris for a whole year without any friends or family around me? And on top of that, not knowing the language. I raced back home and went onto the internet and figured out how to make friends in Paris. But that evening was when I realized that I had always been surrounded by friends and family and familiar faces that throughout my life, and that they were always there for me to like chat to and give me a second opinion. And during that whole process before going to Paris, I never really once thought that I was going to be out of my comfort zone, that I was happily going along in my comfort zone with my family, taking me every single step of the way. And that I never really thought of the year ahead where I wasn't going to have any friends or family around me. I didn't really think of the year where I would really need to learn French. And I didn't really think of the year ahead where I would have to get outside my comfort zone to meet new people. But now I do. And looking back on that year, even with the craziness of COVID being involved, that was by far the best year of my life. I'm so grateful that I took that leap of faith and I was brave enough to get outside my comfort zone, and that I didn't stress or worry about the decision to be in Paris for a whole year. I'm so glad that I took the opportunity so quickly and without fully thinking and second guessing myself, because by taking this opportunity and stepping outside my comfort zone, I was able to reach optimal anxiety. By stepping into the optimal anxiety, I opened myself up to so many new opportunities. I met so many amazing people, people that I still call my best friends, and memories that I created and the places that I traveled with these people are so amazing, and memories that I will remember forever, as well as lifelong skills that I gained just by stepping outside my comfort zone. So, what is this optimal anxiety? How Robert Yorkshire suggests, optimal anxiety is when stress levels are slightly higher than normal and we maximize our performance level. So this means that getting outside your comfort zone from time to time helps create that good stress that will help you be more creative, more focused, ramp up your pace and drive. And this good stress will help you to respond to life stresses when unexpected things happen. So optimal anxiety happens right outside your comfort zone. So for me, stepping outside my comfort zone, I was able to reach this optimal anxiety, and that's where all the magic happened for me and made my 2020 year so amazing. But how do we get outside our comfort zone and reach this optimal anxiety? How I found out was on a much larger scale, by going to a new country and not knowing the language. But I found out that it doesn't require any large adjustments to your lifestyle. We can take small steps that will help us reach this optimal anxiety. And these small steps in our daily routine that will help us push us past and out of our comfort zone to a place of growth and achievement. So do little things that make you uncomfortable. Small things that will help you reach your optimal anxiety, like saying yes more often, taking a different route home, or create challenges to push yourself in areas that you want to improve. Let other people make decisions for you, or just go with the flow. Reach out to an old friend, or read a book if you're not a big reader. Have no plans for the weekend if you're constantly making plans. Or head out and plan a crazy weekend. We just need to be brave enough to take the step and get out of our comfort zone. But humans are creatures of habits, and we love being in our comfort zone because it is warm, safe, easy, and there's little to no stress. But if we allow ourselves to stay in these safe, comfy places, we never give ourselves the opportunity to get outside our comfort zone, and we never learn how to improve or change in life. I know that when you step outside your comfort zone, you start to feel anxious and scared, and you want to crawl right back. And the fear of failing or getting hurt in the process might hold you back from reaching your optimal anxiety. But then you're closing yourself off to so many opportunities, so many people that you will never meet, and so many great memories that you will never create if you keep taking those same steps every single day. Sorry? Every time we fail, we learn something new, and these skills will help us in the future and to help overcome the next obstacles, such as life stresses and unexpected events. The more comfortable you get with being uncomfortable, the more likely you are to grow as an individual. By allowing yourself to step outside your comfort zone, you're allowing yourself endless possibilities to come your way. We just need to be brave enough to get outside our comfort zone. So let that fear of having a quiet weekend at home and turn it into an opportunity to grow yourself. A body in motion stays in motion, and a body in rest stays in rest. If you start taking more risks, you start to realize that you are gravitating to more opportunities that are outside your comfort zone. The more comfortable you get with being uncomfortable, the more likely you are to grow as a person. Sorry. So every choice and decision that I make, big or small, determines who I want to be as a person. So I'm investing in myself, and I'm taking risks, and I'm stepping outside my comfort zone. Even though I love being in my warm, safe comfort zone, nothing ever grows there. We never hear great stories that started off in our comfort zones or from being comfortable. So get out there. I challenge everyone in this room to do something that makes them uncomfortable. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Lucy, for that. I mean, I, for one, have never heard of optimal anxiety beforehand, so it was quite interesting to be exposed to that for the first time. Anyway, we are on to our last presenter of the first session of day 2 of Mac Live 2021. Now, there are 3 constants in life: death, taxes, and Bianca changing her hair color on a week-to-week basis. She is, in my opinion, one of the most natural public speakers in the class, a real delight to work with, and a real treat. I can't wait to hear what she has in store for us today, so please welcome a warm round of applause for Bianca.
Thank you. No pressure, hey? Hi, everyone. My name is Bea, and just to tell you a little bit more about... Oh, okay, cool. Just to tell you guys a little bit more about myself. I'm a single plant mom and cat lady. I'm actually fostering this beautiful girl named Lily, so if anyone is interested in adopting, please let me know. I'm also looking for the one. Yeah. But here's the thing, they kind of have to be a Capricorn. And also, when I created my Tinder profile, as you can see, my spelling kind of goes downhill after 2 glasses of wine, but I promise nothing irresponsible happened. So, just to explain the whole Capricorn situation, you guys know the title, Tattoo of My Ex's Star Sign, and here it is in all of its glory. It's a Capricorn star constellation. Melissa actually noticed my tattoo in one of our brand challenge media reverts, and then she decided to share this meme with me. And obviously, she didn't really have the context, but that's exactly what I'm going to share with all of you today. And just by the way, don't judge me, I'm not really into astrology, I just sometimes read my daily horoscope. So, I grew up seeing this really inspiring quote on my mother's fridge. It's this little magnet, and it says, live, laugh, love. I promise you'll find this quote in every Afrikaans Tannie's home, and at this point in my life, I kind of wish that I got that tattooed instead. But in my defense, my tattoo was supposed to be a romantic gesture, just like moving to Joburg for a guy I've only known for 2 weeks. But obviously I'm not doing that. I was strongly considering it at one point, and when I say one point, that was literally 2 days ago. What can I say? I'm a hopeless romantic, and all I'm asking the big guy in the sky for is for someone to look at me the way Eve looks at the sandwich man, and truly, and for someone to love me as much as Ryan loves the sound of his own voice. And obviously, the fact that everyone I went to high school with is getting married and having kids isn't really helping my situation, because here I am. Yeah. So, 2021, like most of us hoped, was supposed to be my year, and in many ways it was. I got an amazing job. I met some of my best friends, and I got to spend time with all of you here at Red and Yellow, even though you guys are borderline alcoholics, but I guess it takes one to know one. I've also experienced some of the worst heartbreak I've ever felt in my life, whether that be from a 3-year relationship coming to an end or a 2-week something without an actual title, just not being able to continue because wrong place, wrong time. Yeah, kind of sucks a bit. But many of you know that I studied film before coming to Red and Yellow, and a common thread I always notice is this whole thing and this emphasis on finding the one and living happily ever after. So why not look at a film? So today I thought we could look at Eternal Sunshine of a Spotless Mind. So I didn't choose this film because I have a lot in common with the main character, Impulse, and also colorful hair. But just to give you a brief synopsis, so this film, it's a fantasy about a couple. One partner is called Clementine, the other one is Joel. So Clementine had her memories erased after breaking up with Joel. And Joel decided to do the exact same thing, not realizing how essential the darkness is to the light. And this is important. A lot of us think that the end of a relationship means that we have failed. Failure is something that makes us uneasy and uncomfortable, and yeah, it's just something we don't want to deal with, which then turns into baggage we bring with us throughout our lives. And we look at baggage like it's something to be ashamed of or that we are broken for having it. But we all have baggage, and to be honest, I have quite a bit. I'm pretty sure I wouldn't make it through airport security, so yeah. But the thing is, despite Joel's relationship not working out with Clementine, he learned so much about himself in the relationship. And by erasing his memories, he kind of erased all the self-growth and progress he made. And I know, we all wish that we didn't have to go through the pain, and it's something I never want to feel again. But the thing is, I've never felt more myself than when I'm in relationships. And just for the record, it's not just romantic relationships. And what happens when a relationship finally ends? Because they all do, not to be a pessimist. We are terrified of loneliness and what it means to be alone on a Monday night versus a Saturday night, because for some reason, one is more acceptable than the other. Seth Godin wrote in his book, The Icarus Deception, that rejection and the fear of rejection is the biggest impediment we face in choosing ourselves. He says that it's our cultural instinct to wait to get picked. But the thing is, no one's going to pick you. You have to pick yourself. One of my Tinder dates I went on recently actually recommended I watch a comedy show on Netflix called Jigsaw by Daniel Sloss. And this particular comedy show actually caused 120,000 breakups and 300 divorces. Quite the steep number. No, really, he actually keeps count in his Twitter bio. And you might be wondering, what on earth did this man say to cause so much pain and heartbreak? But Daniel said in his show that in our lives we have 4 key puzzle pieces. We have our hobbies, we have our friends, we have our family, and a job. And these puzzle pieces make up the outside of our jigsaw. but we have to fill the middle with our happiness. And when Daniel was growing up, his father told him that his happiness should be his partner. And obviously, a lot of us would think, yeah, that makes complete and utter sense. But we need to remember that happiness is not a one-size-fits-all. And Daniel continued to say that we find the first person who loves us 10% more than we love ourselves. We try to jam this puzzle piece into the center and then call it true love, instead of taking the time to actually get to know ourselves. But let's unpack this whole idea of finding someone who loves us 10% more than we love ourselves. According to yourtango.com, and yes, I went to one of those dodgy websites where they give you all the dating advice and you can read about your star sign and all that jazz. It said that, it might seem selfish, but essentially you can only truly take care of others, when you learn to take care of yourself. Now, I want to admit something to all of you. I can hardly take care of myself, let alone another creature. So please, if anyone wants to adopt, let me know. But continuing on what this website says, it says that self-love helps you to live a more satisfying life and also to feel more in control of your life. And honestly, I would love to feel more in control, but if there's one thing I learned here at Red and Yellow, it's that you really can't plan for everything. And I won't lie, it's super frustrating when you're a type A personality type. And Di has seen her fair share of that in this class, you too, Melissa. And going with the flow is my worst nightmare. I hate surprises. I hate being late, although my digital media planning assignment was 13 days and 6 hours late. I do apologize. I'm a complex human being, I'm just saying. I'm a logical thinker, but when it comes to the topic of love, my rationality just goes out of the window. But I'm getting ahead of myself, and I'm supposed to teach you guys something today. That is part of the brief. So this website continues to say that loving yourself gives you room to heal. And I really like this definition of healing. It says that you are becoming sound again. And it's not saying that you'll be the same as before. It's kind of just saying you'll be okay. And I think that's important because, especially post-breakup, we tend to put a lot of pressure on ourselves to get back and play the field and get a revenge bod and all that nonsense. And next, loving yourself makes you more comfortable with the bad days. And the thing is, all of these websites say the same thing, and they make it sound so easy. But the thing is, loving yourself isn't easy. Accepting yourself, on the other hand, now maybe we should chat about that. Accepting yourself doesn't mean that you necessarily like all the bits of yourself, but you've kind of come to terms with it. And self-acceptance and happiness goes hand in hand. So let's go back to the whole jigsaw analogy. What if we fill that center with all the things that make us who we are? What if we fill it with our dreams, our so-called failed relationships, our baggage, Excel spreadsheets, if that's your thing, very typical A-type personality. But by knowing who you are and what you stand for, you come to life's choices with the most powerful tool of all, your full self. So, fall in love, get your hearts broken, get back up and do it all again. Because if there's one thing I can tell you, it's that my intention is not to forget about my ex or about the relationship, because it taught me so much about myself. And it's amazing how heartbreak can give you perspective on the person you should have always been for yourself. So, live, laugh, and love. Thank you.
Oh, thank you, Bianca. That was a real roller coaster, if anything. Additionally, if anyone has spare time a bit later, I would highly recommend just give Bianca a hug. I feel like she needs it a lot. Shame. Anyway, That brings us to the end of the first session in day 2. Can we just get a round of applause for all those incredible bloody speakers? Yes, they are so impressive. Just a bit of admin. So if you are planning on coming in the next session, please leave something on the seat, because we do have a cleanup crew coming in just to give it a quick sanitization. Furthermore, during this break, during this break, you can go upstairs and help yourself to the coffee shop, or just get some air upstairs. And yeah, we'll be back at 11. Thank you guys, and see you soon. Bye-bye.
please start taking their seats? Thank you. Hi everyone, welcome back for the second session of the day. I mean, how amazing was that first session? Can we just give a massive round of applause? Amazing. So just some admin rules. Please can you guys keep your masks on at all times? And then also if you do need to leave for any reason, please try and do it in between speakers and not while they're speaking as well. And then also don't forget to sanitize and fantastic. So, moving on to our first beautiful speaker, I'm very, very grateful to announce that she is one of my closest friends in the class. We have Megan coming up. Yes! Megan is the most bubbly, most positive human being that I probably know. You'll always see her with a smile, and she always manages to have a question in her back pocket during our guest speakers. So also, Megan is so positive that I always find that it's a relay between her and Tums to just see who's the most positive in the class. And then what I've done, taking after Nana in the first session as well, is I've decided to get quotes from some of the students in the class to just basically sum up who they are as a person. So for Megan, the first one. I would make a joke about Meg, but Meg is no joke. The second one of the happiest human beings I've ever met. Aww, yay. Meg, we look forward to hearing your speech.
Ooh. Hi, everyone. Oh, we're on the wrong session again. Yeah, this happened yesterday when I emceed. It's not my fault. Melissa, if you have a problem with me, let's talk about it. I know, come on, I'm already so nervous.
My bad. My
Cool.
apologies.
Yeah, all good? Thank you so much. Thank you, Taylor, for that really nice intro. And maybe good that she said a few things, because all that I'm going to tell you guys about myself is that I suck at focusing. I am a victim to daydreaming, and I can never stay focused. And we had a guest speaker this year that reminded me the importance of listening and staying focused. So I set out to be a little bit better at that. And of course that involved sitting up straight and eyes forward, hands not busy, feet sitting still, removing all distractions, and it worked perfectly for about 5 minutes, and then I was reminding myself to sit up straight, and like every time down, Melissa looked at me, yes. And you know, I just realized that that can't be how focus and attention works, and we are all so different, so how is it possible that just one model of focus can work for us all? So a quick Google search of how listening and focus looks, and hundreds of images like these pop up. So sit up straight, keep your head forward, eyes on the speaker. This is how I was taught to listen. I think we were all probably taught to listen like this, which makes sense why drawing, doodling, scribbling during class was a huge no-no. The act of doodling is the exact opposite of any of these pictures. And I think that the problem stems from this crazy obsession with how focus looks and how listening looks, and not really enough attention is given to how it works. So it's really no wonder that there's such negative perceptions around the word doodling, because if you take a look at the definitions, and like with most things, the way that we define it is normally how we approach it. So the word doodling first appeared in the early 17th century to mean fool or simpleton, so really not off to a good start at all. Then to scribble absent-mindedly, a drawing made without much thought, and patterns drawn while thinking about something else or when you are bored. So none of these definitions make any contribution to the idea of doodling as a learning tool. And in fact, they all equate to a massive societal norm of anti-doodling. They certainly don't align with the previous images that I showed you of what good listening is, and looking at the connotations around the word and the cultural expectations of what focus looks like, it's really no wonder to me that I was in trouble when I was caught doodling. But Sunny Brown, who is the leader of the Doodle Revolution, which I think is cool, she self-appointed herself that, and she decided that these definitions didn't work for her either, because she noticed that doodling helped her listen, and it really helped her listen when she was listening to something boring. And as a result, she defined it as making spontaneous marks to help you think. And when you really start to understand what is actually happening backstage in our brains when we doodle, you begin to see that this definition makes a lot more sense, and in my opinion, maybe even sells it a little bit short. So it's a really difficult thing to understand the impact of what you're doing on your brain. And while you guys are listening to me now, your information processing systems are at work and your brain is doing its best to retain what it's hearing. Well, that is, of course, and I hope this isn't the case, unless you've all gone into boredom mode, which it's just one of those things. Our minds drift, and even if we feel interested in a topic, staying focused is just not always easy. The strain of paying continuous attention brings about boredom for most, and that leads to daydreaming. And the problem with daydreaming is that it makes it almost impossible for you to process any of the auditory information coming your way. So I'm sure at some points in your lives, you guys have all heard someone say that they're an auditory or a visual learner. And what they would be talking about is learning modalities. And the four most widely known are reading, writing, visual, auditory, and this word almost made me change my whole topic, kinesthetic. Last night I was practicing, I was like, we've got to change it. So for information to be retained, at least two of these modalities need to be activated, coupled with an emotion. And the nice thing about doodling is that it sparks emotions and activates three of those modalities. So that means that your brain is literally taking in information in three different ways. And my personal test, like to see if I understand something, has always been to explain it to myself in one or two different ways. And I think that doodling provides a really nice opportunity to do that in a practical and visual way. So the dual processing theory states how thought can arise in two different ways, or as a result of two different processes. And for this to work, these processes often consist of one implicit, so unconscious process, and an explicit one, so your conscious one. So your conscious process would be listening, unconscious would be your doodling. This is further supported by the dual coding theory, which highlights how much better verbal information can be retained when it's encoded visually. This all supports the idea that drawing while listening not only keeps you from daydreaming, but it actually helps you retain that information so much more effectively. So a study was actually done where participants were asked to listen to a recording. One group doodled, the other group didn't. And while at the end, they were asked to relay the recording back, and the doodlers had 29% higher attention. And I think that's pretty high, especially because it wasn't even intentional doodling. So the experimenter, Jackie Andrade, she concluded that doodling keeps your mind aroused just long enough, or just enough, for it to still process incoming information and not fall into the dreaded daydream. So doodling kind of acts as a seatbelt for yourself and keeps you grounded while listening. So previously I mentioned my weakness of focusing, and I think maybe this kind of stems from that, but another weakness of mine is note-taking while listening. I've just never been able to get comfortable with it. I really, really overthink it. I get very insecure about when to write, when to stop. And I've always done my best to make these really neat, concise, written notes while I'm listening, that after a lecture I'm so exhausted and I don't actually remember anything that's been said. So it's just always been a really daunting task for me. So here's some of my best notes, like typed notes that were taken during a lecture at Stellenbosch University. And if any of you sat down and read these notes, you'd have a really good idea of what we spoke about, and you'd probably understand the content really well. And actually, when I found these, I was like, well, thank goodness I wrote them down, because I don't remember any of that content, and I don't even remember receiving this lecture at all. And then about a week or two into my own doodling journey when I started this, even though I've always been doodling, I got a little bit more intentional with it, and the way I approached my scribbles was a little bit differently. And without really realizing it, when this guest speaker came in, I had doodled my entire way through the lecture. And here are my notes, and looking back at these, compared to our first set of notes, it would be really easy for any of you to assume that I just was not paying attention in that lecture. But the thing is, actually, when I found these notes, I could remember this lecture exactly. I know where I sat. I was in the back over there. I was sitting next to Paige. I was wearing the dress I wore yesterday while emceeing. And I know the exact moments when the guest speaker, when I looked up and he made eye contact with me. And that speech had so much more meaning to me. And to you, they may look like a little bit of a mess, but for me, they're visual blueprints of what was said on that day. And the blank page acted as a playfield for my brain, and it allowed me to solidify the information that was coming in a way that I understood it. And if any of you tried to use these notes to study that talk, you would have a really hard time, because doodling is personal, and these images were drawn to make sense to me, and I've told the story of that lecture in my own visual language. For doodling to be effective, you need to be intentional about it though, and you need to approach it differently, but kind of similarly to written note-taking. So just like we don't just pop out and know how to write and read and whatever, you ultimately have a library of words and letters in your head that come to you effortlessly when you write and take notes. So similarly with doodling, you can't just expect to use it as a note-taking tool without any practice. So this means drawing when there's no pressure to remember anything. Just doodle for practice as much as you can, and by doing this, you can slowly build up your own library of doodles in your head. And the second you're overthinking how to doodle while taking notes, you've lost, because you end up missing important information because you're trying to figure out a new image. The same as when you're making written notes, when confronted by the speaker with a difficult word that you don't know how to spell, it stops you in your tracks and you've got to take a second to figure it out and you've lost, you're behind. And this happens with doodling as well, so it's so important to build that doodle library. And the best part about that is that the benefits of doodling don't just stop at retention. Frequent casual time doodling can really improve your quality of life. A study found that after participants had doodled, their cortisol, so their stress hormones, literally dropped. I found this to be true for myself. I started doodling in response to my own anxiety and my dreaded overthink. And I'm definitely not anxiety-free. That would be quite a breakthrough. But my brain is less fogged, and I'm able to compartmentalize my thoughts. But most importantly to me, I'm able to quiet them down. I'm able to stop them. And I feel a lot more in control than ever before. So this is a photo of a page of doodles I did about 2 weeks ago. And I was having quite a bad day, and I was feeling really overwhelmed and really stressed. And before going to sleep, I decided I better practice what I preach. So I sat down and I doodled for 30 minutes. And after 30 minutes, this is what my page looked like. And so these are a mix of drawings I've always done while doodling. And then a lot of them are the things while practicing that I've slowly added to my doodle library. And I've definitely never considered myself a creative person. Like, I am the spokeswoman for, but I can't draw. Like, I won't do it. But what this whole process taught me is that doodling isn't about that. It's about encoding something in a way that you understand and letting go of the idea of perfection. It doesn't matter in this space. So what can we all do to get the most out of doodling? Firstly, I would say get the right tools. My doodling took off when I got like a really nice pen and I found a book just for my doodles. It made it a thing. And the next thing I would say is doodle. Most of us naturally pick up a pen or a pencil when we're listening to something. It's natural instinct. Give in to that. And the next thing I would say is explain yourself. Half of the reason that we try not to doodle while someone is speaking is because it's rude. You think it's going to offend that person. But maybe we need to be the ones that start that conversation and explain. And I think maybe the most important thing that we can all do is change our own expectations of how we want people to listen to us and how we want them to focus on us. And respect that people need to engage with us in ways that make sense to them. It's not about you in that moment. One shoe simply does not fit all, and I really think that it's about time that people realize that doodling is not what it looks like. Thank you so much.
Wow, guys, how amazing was that? Megs, so great, so interesting as well. So our next speaker, a man I love very dearly, Stefan. So after meeting Stefan, he's probably the most Afrikaans person I've met after Nana. And I can confidently say that all of the girls in our class say that you are perfect Afrikaans husband material. And one last thing is I'm sure you guys can all agree with me, I cannot wait to see the final battle of Soki between him and NJ. So let's make that happen. So just 2 quotes that our lovely class members have said about you. The first one, he's just such a lekker okay. And the second one, which is my favorite, he's been wearing mismatching slops to class for months, and I'm getting very worried about him now. Welcome, Stefan. We can't wait for your talk.
Thanks a lot, Taylor. So to jump right into things. So sport has the power to change. It's power to empower, break barriers, create hope, fight for a common goal, and build relationships. So the power lies in the passion of the collective shared experiences. So today I want to take you on a journey of how sport has changed my life and countless other individuals and communities around the world. So from grassroots level, and since I can remember, I've been playing with my father and brother for countless hours. So being a little competitive snob and having to compete with my older brother, I definitely learned how to be humble in defeat, and when the occasion arises, celebrate victory. So fast forward 10 years or so, I had the opportunity of playing rugby overseas for a year after I matriculated. So first in Haarlem, the Netherlands, and later that year, New York City, America. So leaving on a plane alone, going to a foreign country, leaving your friends and family back home, it's daunting. But what I realized with rugby or any sport, it gives you that nudge to step outside of your comfort zone. So this daunting experience definitely shaped me for the better and have given me opportunities, values, and friendships that I treasure immensely. So playing for one of the most prestigious rugby clubs on the east coast of the USA, Old Blue Rugby Club, was definitely life-changing. But it wasn't all fun and games all the time. So staying in the West Bronx in a house with 6 other much older teammates was definitely challenging at first, but a humbling experience. So let's look at history. So at times, the world can be a fractured place. But yet throughout history, people have come together on neighborhood pitches and in packed stadiums as fans and as players. And have put those differences aside for the sake of their teams. So sports' role in reducing conflict can be traced back to the creation of the Olympic Games. So Iphitus, king of Elis, in the 9th century BC, decided to start the creation of a peaceful sporting competition to end the armed conflict that was plaguing Greece at the time. So Iphitus gathered the support of his fellow monarchs and created the tradition of the Olympic truce, where all regional conflict would end for 7 days before and after the Games, every 4 years. So that all athletes, their families, could travel to and from the Olympics in peace. So let's look at the impact of sport on countries. So it is the unique ability of sport that makes it the perfect catalyst for development and positive change. It provides the basis for physical fitness and health while capturing and engaging people from all over the world on a global level like no other. Let us not forget perhaps the greatest memory sport has given us during one of the harshest times in our history. So Christmas Day, 1914, World War I, when British Allied troops and German troops laid down their weapons and agreed on a Christmas truce. So there were numerous small football games being played. Soldiers exchanged gifts with one another, and they sang carols all together. So as we think of the occasions that unite us as people, regardless of background or beliefs, it is hard to think of many as powerful as the stadiums we fill to cheer for our favorite teams and players, or the fields where we come together for pleasure and exercise. So in 2018, during the opening ceremony of the 23rd Winter Olympic Games in Pyeongchang, South Korea, we witnessed the power of sport as athletes from North and South Korea marched together under a united flag. So both of the two nations even entered a combined women's ice hockey team in what the New York Times called the most reconciliation gesture between them in a decade. Let's learn from the unifying power of sport and other examples if we want to find ways to use sport to breach the gaps that divide us. So I'm guessing most of you have played a game of table tennis or ping pong before. So 25 years without communication or diplomatic relations, ping pong showcased the power of sport in ending the silence and reconciling the two most powerful nations in the world, China and USA. So the Chinese government invited US players to exhibition matches in their country in 1971. So this marked the first time Americans were allowed to enter the country since 1949. And then less than a year later, President Nixon made a historic trip to China, which ended the 25-year silence and re-establishment of diplomatic ties between them in 1979. So there are many other examples of the unifying power of sport, including the pro tennis double partnership of India's Rohan Bopanna and Pakistan's Asam Ul Haq Qureshi, who had a successful partnership for many years, despite their nations often being in conflict. So fans from both countries would fill the stadiums to watch their matches, including at the 2010 US Open, when their respective ambassadors cheered for a shared cause. So the team nicknamed themselves the Indo-Pak Express and started a campaign, Stop War, Start Tennis. So Qureshi described how fans from both India and Pakistan started to attend their matches. They were sitting in the crowd together, and you couldn't tell who was Pakistani or who was Indian. That's the beauty of sport. That's the beauty about playing. So communities are transformed by sport, and part of its efforts to support the implementation of the Doha Declaration, the United Nations Office on Drugs and Crime launched a global youth crime prevention campaign or initiative that builds on the power of sport as a tool. This initiative aims to promote sports and related activities to prevent crime and to effectively build the resilience of at-risk youth. So the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development underlines the growing contributions of sport as a tool for peace in its promotion of tolerance and respect. It also highlights the contributions that sport can make to the empowerment of communities as a whole, to individuals, as well as to health, education, and social inclusion. So ever heard of Kurt Fearnley? So as most of us dream, so did Kurt. To one day play for Australia on the wing, swimming in the Olympics, or playing the Ashes cricket against England. Kurt knew he was different than most kids, but nobody told him he couldn't reach the levels he set out for himself. So one day playing in the backyard with his cousins and siblings, his dad threw him over his shoulder, rushed him inside, and plonked him down in front of the television. Mid-protest, looking away from his dad towards the television, he saw it. A dozen or more gladiators. They were in wheelchairs, but like Roman chariots. They weren't drawn by horses, but powered by the arms of men, bigger and stronger than he had ever seen before. So from that moment, Kurt's destiny was set. That's the first interaction that Kurt had with racing wheelchairs, and from that moment, his life would never be the same again. So Kurt went on to win 3 Paralympic gold medals, 7 world championships, and won over 40 marathons in a career spanning over 20 years. So Kurt is a firm believer that sport changes lives and that access to sport is a key differentiator. Kurt also described that sport isn't just about winning or losing, scoring or conceding, being the fittest in the world or living the healthiest lifestyle. But sport in its best form is an agent of change for society as a whole. Thus, we as people need to convey and teach this message, because sport has the power to transform individuals, teams, communities, and even nations, working to break down barriers and build opportunities that otherwise might not have been there. Whether you watch or play sport, sport is the essence of growth, resilience, and passion. And sport has a unique way of bringing people together to fight for a common goal and to unite them. So thus, this is my winning formula. And I want to leave you on a quote from our beloved Madiba. So sport has the power to change the world. It has the power to inspire. It has the power to unite people in ways that little else does. It speaks to the youth in a language that they understand. Sport unites people. It's more powerful than government in breaking down racial barriers. It laughs in the face of all types of discrimination. Sport is the game of lovers. Thank you.
How amazing was that, guys? It's really beautiful and powerful, the amount of transformation that sport can hold. So thank you for sharing that with us, Stefan. So our next lady is Paige. And so Paige stresses about absolutely everything, but she always manages to look extra good when she's doing it. Not only does she love the Sea Point prom babs, but also she is the most compassionate soul for her friends and for life. So a quote from her classmates, Paige is the most hilarious person ever. And she always says vibes. She's a vibe. And Paige avoids going places because she hates parking. Let's give a big round of applause for Paige.
Woo, vibes. Thanks so much, Tay. Good morning, everyone. What a beautiful day, and what a beautiful picture. It's me, if you can't tell. And now I'm going to show you this picture with a bunch of pieces missing. Today I'm going to talk to you about a topic, one that's very important to me, a topic that I think has the power to make this picture a reality, or at least feel this way, out of place, not whole, and essentially as if there are some pieces missing. And that topic is comparison. Comparison stole some of my pieces for a very long time, but as you can see, I'm standing here today, all in one piece, feeling pretty whole. So I'm going to take you all on a little journey, and hopefully by the end of it, I can help at least one or two of you get your pieces back and help make your head a beautiful place to live. I feel it's important to maybe start with some of the facts behind comparison, why there is a psychological need to do it, why it's almost a part of human nature to do it. If you Google comparison, you're met with definitions that pretty much explain it exactly as it is, considering the similarities and differences between two things or individuals, which takes a lot of the emotion out of it all. But a theory was introduced in 1954, known as the social comparison theory, by psychologist Leon Festinger. And he goes on to explain that us humans have a natural and instinctive drive to assess and judge ourselves against other humans. He goes further to say that it's actually the only way that us as people know who we are, by assessing our skills, abilities, and weaknesses against others. Quite a scary thought if you actually sit and think about it. We know who we are because of other people. But Paige, you may ask, what damage can this really do? And I'm so glad you asked. We can start by looking at it over the years, how comparison has changed. It isn't only present in statements such as, he's smarter than me, let me study harder, or she's skinnier than me, let me exercise more. Comparison has pretty much existed since the beginning of time, not just 1954, and through major events that you probably haven't even considered. The Industrial Revolution had humans and society not wanted to be better, compared themselves and the way in which machines worked faster, harder, and with a lot less complaining than humans. Putting a man on the moon, America had to be number one as they compared themselves to the technological advancements of Russia. War, my country's bigger and stronger and more powerful compared to yours. And the threat of nuclear destruction in the 80s, when the USSR and USA compared the amount of missiles that they each had. I don't know how many of you here took history, but comparison in a simple form quite literally almost brought the world to an end. If that doesn't highlight the power and the threat that it can play in your life and in your mind, then this talk is going to suck, and I'm sorry. Okay, in all seriousness, we know that thinking your hair isn't as long and shiny as Becky's is not going to bring us to the brink of nuclear destruction. So let's take it back a notch. Look at comparison today in the 21st century. What's the first thing that comes to mind? Social media. Likes, comments, shares, followers, funny captions. Everyone here knows about the damage and the threat of social media. I mean, I sat through at least 10 assemblies on it. Yet it's still the first place where everyone goes when they seek approval and acceptance from others. Scrolling for hours past beautiful people with beautiful bodies and beautiful food who get hundreds of likes on everything they post. It really is a dangerous place, and the easiest way to compare yourself to others, and where you want them to compare themselves to you. So this sparked a lot of interest. As I said, I relate to this topic quite a lot, as I've seen firsthand the damage it can do when you're constantly comparing yourself to others. But when researching everywhere I looked and why we do it, how to make it stop, all I could see was social media. Delete Instagram, unfollow people who don't feed your soul, all of that nonsense. Social media, social media, social media. Gen Z, the youth, kids on these phones these days, am I right, everyone? Wrong. Because guess what, ladies, gentlemen, and those who are neither? Standards of comparison have been set since before the youth, us, the social media freaks, were even born. We were raised this way. At 1 year old, I didn't compare myself to Becky because she could walk and I couldn't. My best friend was not put on Ritalin in grade 1 because she noticed that she learned a bit differently compared to the other kids in the class. These statements mean no harm, and they aren't trying to shift the blame, and I think that's the point. I'm not here to tell you why we compare ourselves to others or how to stop, because we won't, ever. It's human nature, as I said before. Instead, the main point of this talk is how to be happier with where you are right now. A year and a half ago, we were in deep lockdown. I was in Plet, and I wasn't able to get home to Joburg. I hadn't seen my family in almost 2 months, and I felt very sorry for myself. This was probably also at the height of my dirty dance and where I felt my lowest. I watched people on social media every day, running 5 kilometers in their tiny gardens, making banana bread and fermenting pineapple into beer, basically doing the opposite of what I was doing, which was watching them and all 9 of the Fast and Furious movies, but mainly met them and their lives through my screen. And I felt crap, and I think a lot of us did actually. It was such a weird time. It felt like, for once, the entire world was in the same boat. Locked down, wearing masks, missing out on life. And yet, there were still people doing it bloody better than some of us. Before lectures started back up online, Cyril basically handed us more free time. And some of us sat there with the audacity to think we were spending it incorrectly. Got to a point really where I was being a bit mean to myself. Other people were making the most of COVID, learning skills, bettering their lives. And it got to a point where I was disappointed, angry, who knows what. So do you know what I did about these people bettering their lives? I let them and I continued to watch. But it is where the penny dropped. If there's anything that COVID has taught us, it's that life is short, it's really weird, and quite literally changes overnight. I got to a place where I realized that I'm the one who spends the most amount of time in my own head. So surely I should make it a beautiful place to be. Everyone has a different story with comparison, and maybe some of you haven't read your own story yet. But I'm here to tell you my top 3 tips that you can hold on to ensure that your head is the most beautiful place to live. To be happy with where you are right now, comparison and all. Number 1, you have to learn to recognize the voice of your inner critic. That negative, sometimes very mean voice that tells you when you can't do something, that points out your failures over other people's victories and tells you you're not enough. Often we don't even attempt our journey to self-improvement or set new goals because we feel that we're incapable. If you can learn to recognize that this isn't your true judgment, but it is that voice of your inner critic, it becomes a lot easier to stop, ignore it, and practice being a lot nicer to yourself. Number 2 is to be intentional. Be intentional with the things that you are putting effort into. If you can wake up every day knowing that every room you walk into, you're bringing your best and most positive intentions, it's a lot easier to be happy with where you are. Because when things are driven by your intention, they're driven. This means that everything you do, every relationship you make, and every goal you set is a part of your purpose. It's very difficult to stand back and think about the things you don't have then, because what you don't have clearly is not your intention. And last, but definitely not least, look, when you compare yourself to others and you see their achievements and you want, what they have, it's not necessarily bad. Being a bit envious every now and then is not necessarily bad. What is bad is when you associate those things with happiness. When I have that body, then I'll be happy. When I'm in that relationship, then I'll be happy. When I get the promotion, then I'll be happy. If you continue to sit around in life waiting, you're missing out on the opportunity to see what could be making you that happy and feel that good about yourself right now. If everything that could make you happy and feel a sense of worth exists outside of you, you never will truly be happy because it can be taken away. We need to understand that just because someone has the dream car or the dream job, they are not the only people that can feel those feelings. There is not a limited resource of those feelings. There's an abundance, but it's up to you to take a step back and take notice of the ways they're already showing up in your life. And would you look at that? All of my pieces are back. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Paige, for that. That was absolutely amazing, and I'm sure I can definitely say it was a vibe. So our next beautiful speaker is Catherine. So Catherine is a soul full of abundance and light. She always knows how to get the party going. And as you guys know, I've been very weirdly obsessed with her voice the entire year, and I'm sure you guys have too. And I think we should really start getting her to make a podcast to put onto the app Calm. So some of the things that her classmates have said about her. She has a bucket hat for every occasion and a sticker collection that is on point. And she is the most beautiful and free-spirited person that I have ever met. Thank you so much, Kath.
Hello everybody, my name is Kath Pringle and I am here to basically tell you how to dance like nobody's watching. I hope you enjoy. So, you ever just rock out to your favorite guitar solo or randomly Dougie down the street when that beat just hits the sweet spot? Would you ever try to do the moonwalk and Michael Jackson vibe at your best friend's 21st? So I can tell you for free, I do pretty much on the daily. And when I walk down through the shopping aisles with my mom, I usually break out and sing and dance when I hear a groovy tune or a great song through the speakers. And my mom's always like, Catherine, can you contain yourself, love? Like, this isn't a place for that. And I'm just like, okay, but do you want to see me get low? And she's like, please, no. Cut it out, you know? And I'm just like, sorry, Mom, I love you. Obviously, I'm going to stop because at the end of the day, you are my mom and I love you. So now you're probably wondering why on earth would I have Dougie down the street or embarrass my mom in the shopping aisle? Well, I'm here to tell you to do exactly that. Dance like nobody's watching. We tend to conform to societal norms and we feel the urge to downplay these actions in an open environment to avoid all forms of judgment and insecurity. That's pretty messed up, right? So dance and music go hand in hand, where physical motion without verbal action acts as communication. When we open up our hearts, mind, and soul to something like a basic tempo of a song, we allow for emotional interpretation. Music can quite literally be anything you want it to be. We allow for that emotional interpretation to take control. It's about music and dance being a form of medicine. It creates a space for you who you want to be, and it opens a space for who you've always been. Like hearing your favorite song from that one December holiday gives you goosebumps, right? It's nostalgic. It's peaceful, it's warm, it gives you that little oomph, you know, it's reminiscent. And something that occurs when we deal with this is called entrainment. And it occurs when our bodily movements lock in and synchronize with music. This can be as simple as hand clapping or playing the air guitar, if you will, or even dancing. So during beat perception and synchronization, sensory and motor cortexes in our brain are active. And these areas are active in response to simply hearing a rhythm, even if no movement is made. Hence, it's okay if you're too shy to dance or Dougie down the street. Music has an interesting form to it. It has an evolutionary bias in signaling and sharing information, including one's own identity. Like, for example, the equally unique curated playlists from each and every individual in this room, or the hundreds of CDs that sit stack in your parents' pub next to the CD player. And when we discover the same love for a genre amongst our fellow friends and neighbors on the dance floor, we instantly feel appreciated and understood. Music is quite a beautiful thing. For me, dance is my creative form of expression. This is where I feel most at home, most alive, and most myself. I dance for me for the pure entertainment of it. When I was about 3 years old, that's me, yeah. Next to the speaker, I quite literally used to stand there, front left, nothing new, and shake my booty. I don't know, some people call it twerking today, but we'll go with the previous, just shaking my booty. So this platform, dance, it opens a space for being silly, allowing that inner child to go and get loose. This was actually at my mom's 30th birthday. That's Uncle Greg. Hey, Uncle Greg. Miss you too, Mom. But yeah, for me, when we let go of this energy, we immediately feel happy and fulfilled. A pure state of euphoria. No judgments, no limitations, just commitment to the way in which our body transmits the groove. When we listen to music, we are fully present. Who else has had to backtrack to their favorite line or verse if they've missed it, or if they just want to hear it one more time because it's just too rock and roll? Those feelings and those beats are concentrated in the now, like how the sounds make our bodies move and groove in the most amazing way. Even if you can't dance, it's still that motion and that fluidity that flows within. It's the way your best friend, it's like the way your best friend, your dad, Uncle Phil, even Uncle Greg, make you feel warm, safe, loved, present. We so often get caught up in the future of things that we forget about the purity of the present moment. The power of the present moment is something quite spectacular. It means you are truly mindful and aware of what you're sensing and feeling in that moment in time. Just like moving and grooving to nothing else but your favorite tune. So for today, here are 3 tips, and not dance floor moves, but 3 dance floor tips for you to dance like nobody's watching. They're quite simple. You can even write them down in your notebook. Forget about them. I wouldn't even know. You can even share them with your younger brother. It's up to you, babes. So the first and most important thing to do is to listen. When we listen to music, when we listen, as well as listening to music, we've got to listen to our body and hear what it wants to hear. Music is a powerful tool. It's the easiest and healthiest dose of dopamine, especially when a song gives you those chills. It has the ability to affect your mood by activating the limbic system that controls emotion, hence those sensory and motor areas in the brain. Music helps us connect with ourselves and with others. It also makes us feel like we're not alone. By listening to music, we can tell our brains to focus. Like, do you ever just get through a massive amount of work by putting on lo-fi beats on YouTube and you're just like, how did I get all this work done? Or you play your classical music or instrumental genres to help you study. It's pretty wild, right? So if we listen hard enough, maybe we're all plugged into the same song. Luke, Step Up 3. Huge fangirl moments. Oh my God, throwback. Love it. I probably try to learn all the Step Up dance routines, but don't ask me to do them because I can't even remember. Moving on. The second most important thing to do is feel. Our brains are a powerful tool too, as you would know. And when we anticipate moments of a chorus that just slap different, dopamine is also released. Our brains really do be rewarding us for things we love. So why not feel them? Why not listen and give your body what it wants? When we feel that nostalgic connection with a song, we also develop a strong neurological connection. So turn up those throwbacks and feel powerful. And last but not least, the third most important thing to do is to let go. Deep breath in and deep breath out. Feels good, right? Like, what happens if we actually switch our mentality to something that is beneficial to us? So letting go of that negativity and switching it into something positive. For example, we can let go of this irritable Monday blues by simply throwing on our favorite playlist. Playlist that is positive, of course, and uplifting. Because positive listening is a thing. And we can use it to enhance our mood. So by now you would have figured out that we gotta live in the present like nobody's watching. For those of you who are hoping to see more of my dance moves, you'll see them at the next festival. I couldn't quite physically fit a whole dance routine into 10 minutes. COVID also didn't give me the breath either, so we move. So here's me opening up the dance floor for you. It's an open invitation to Dougie down the street, an open invitation to turn those Monday blues into a positive cue and to practice living in the present. Thank you for listening to my talk.
Oh, thank you so much, Kath. I'm sure we can all agree that Kath is the epitome of dancing like nobody's watching. So our next speaker is Tariq. So Tariq is so bloody smart, well-spoken, and intellectual that when I arrived at Red and Yellow this year, I genuinely thought he was one of the lecturers. So an extremely calm and collected individual with a mind full of insight and knowledge. Here is Tariq, from one of our classmates. Is the only person who can play the devil's advocate harder than Kate. Thank you so much, Tariq.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone, and thank you so much for being here today. My name is Tariq Khan, and today I will be speaking to you about how you can build your own social movement. The reason why I chose this topic is because I'm really passionate about the idea of building a community. From my own experiences, I've been able to see how building a community can actually help in achieving change for society. So a little more about my background. I'm from a community in the Cape Flats, and it's called Lotus River. Growing up, I had the chance to observe all the complexities that come with living in a South African community. We were in one area, but it was visibly clear how inequality affected everyone to varying degrees. For example, I studied in the part of Lotus River that was a lot more suburban and middle class, the part where everyone has a lot of high walls and fences to keep their neighbors out of the yards. But then just down the road from where I stayed, you'd see the part of Lotus River that's harshly affected by social issues such as crime, gangsterism, and unemployment. And then a couple of roads further, you will see the informal settlement, where people don't have the things that we take for granted, like electricity, access to a flushing toilet. So for me growing up, I never had to travel far and wide to understand inequality in South Africa because of how close to home it was. It was in my community. So after I saw the inequality in Lotus River, I was inspired to play my part in trying to achieve development. I found that in this, I had a passion for connecting with others and having a positive impact in the world that we live in. From that point onwards, I became a member of a local NGO and a volunteer to help others. The purpose of my presentation today is to share some of the reflections that I have on what it takes to build a community or social movement. What many people don't realize is that an advertising degree is so impactful, you can even use it to uplift others. Before I continue, I'd like you to think of one issue that you're passionate about, and I'd like you to imagine what the future could be like if you actually drove this issue and achieved your vision for society. And this issue can be anything about closing the gender pay gap, and it can even be about animal rights, if that's what you're passionate about. So I'd like to start off with a story about this picture over here. So in 2018, I was part of a society called the DA Students Organization. Back then I was very politically active. And as a member of the executive, we had a big challenge to solve. People had lost their interest in being part of the society, and our job was to try and rebuild it so that we could bring back that sense of community. The lessons that I learned in doing this is what I'm going to share with you today, and I really hope that one day if you go on to build your own movement or your own community, you'll apply some of the things that I learned. So if you want to build a community or a social movement, you have to tap into the power of empathy. Once you discover an issue that you care about, you need to tap into empathy. Empathy is the glue that holds communities together, and it is a personality trait that's actually woven into our beings as humans. According to the Greater Good Science Center, it is a key ingredient of successful relationships because it helps to understand the perspective, needs, and intention of others. So as you begin to build a community around the issue that you care about, make sure that you're able to look at the world through the perspective of another human being so that you are able to comprehend the experience. When I worked with a team on building the society I was part of, I realized that people were more likely to show an interest in what you had to say, and they were more interested in being part of the community when they felt that people genuinely cared about them and their well-being. And then I want to tell you a short story about a social movement called Equal Education. So many years ago, there was a school in Khayelitsha, and its infrastructure was absolutely terrible. It had about 500 broken windows, and none of the infrastructure there actually worked. So a group of activists got together, and they started one campaign to actually fix the school. This campaign was so successful that the NGO was recognized nationally, and it has continued to win so many victories for education in South Africa. I believe that this demonstrates the power that empathy has. Just your ability to connect with another person could spark a movement that changes millions of people's lives in one country alone. So after you've empathized with people, the second step to building your movement is to come up with a strategy to overcome the issue. So this is part of the part of community building that I've noticed many people struggle with, and it's the part that you have to use strategy. What's challenging about this is that it involves a lot of negotiating with your members because you want everyone to be on the same page with how you're going to tackle the problem. Another challenge that many people face when it comes to strategizing is actually implementing all of the ideas. The reason for this is because I think that people's attention sometimes get caught in different directions, or they don't really have the tools to implement what they want to achieve. If you find yourself stuck on the strategy part where building your movement is concerned, you need to remind everyone of the long-term picture, and you need to mobilize them around that vision for your social movement. You need to direct the attention to what's actually important. The third step to building your community is through connecting with others and raising awareness. So once you've empathized with people and you've identified your strategy, you now need to take this message to broader society. And what you want to do is you want to reach other people who would be interested in your message so that you can continue with your momentum as a movement that's growing. What's interesting about raising awareness is that there is no one set way to actually go about doing it. There are so many opportunities for you to spread your message, be it through traditional media platforms like newspapers and radios, or even social media. So in 2011, there was a major event that shook the world, and it was called the Arab Spring. So for those of you who aren't aware, in parts of the Middle East, the governments there are incredibly corrupt, and they are also very authoritarian. And around this time, the citizens decided that they had had enough. So they decided to mobilize a campaign to increase people's awareness about the oppression that they experienced. And when it came to reaching the world to share their stories, they used social media. According to research, 9 out of 10 Egyptians and people who live in Tunisia say that they used Facebook in order to organize protests and to spread awareness. That demonstrates the power that communicating your message over media platforms has. You get to connect with people and you actually have the chance to grow your movement. So after you've followed all of those steps, the fourth practical step is to consolidate your community and to continue touching people's lives in a positive way. Once your social movement has achieved its goals, you need to consolidate the community. This means that you have to implement tactics that keep people interested in what you are doing for society. A guiding principle to help you to maintain this connection is through thinking about the benefit that being part of your community confers. Maybe being part of your community helps people to feel empowered. Maybe it inspires them to also bring change to their community. And then when it comes to understanding how the American Red Cross maintains the sense of community, they actually implement something that we've learned in marketing called CRM, right? So they implemented a CRM system in order to keep the audience engaged with what they are doing. And their audience were members, donors, and other stakeholders with an interest in community development. Today, the Red Cross has actually been able to bring in millions of dollars every year in order to finance the good work that it does in communities. And in conclusion of my presentation, I would like to give a final word to the MAC class and to everyone else who is in the room today. It is to do your little bit of good where you are. It's those little bits of good put together that overwhelm the world. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Tariq. That was really insightful and beautifully spoken. So for our next speaker, it's like my favorite person ever. I love Sib so much. So he's a well-known DJ, a dad joke facilitator, and a warm soul. Sibs is the guy that we never knew that we needed in our life. As our saving grace in the tech sphere this year, he has always risen to the challenge whilst oozing a little bit of finesse. So according to his classmates, Sibs leads a double life. Sibs is one of the most talented and wise people that I've ever met. A force to be reckoned with in class and behind the DJ decks. Thank you so much, Sibs. Let's give a massive round of applause.
Wow. Thank you for that, Taylor. Okay. So this is a little bit of a full circle for me because I spent most of my working life being the guy who puts ball packs and handing speakers microphones to now the guy who's actually standing on stage talking to a group of people. So I now understand how those speakers felt. So I thought about, when I'm thinking about my topic, I thought about making it a little bit more personal because we've spent this year being academics and we've worked so hard thinking of different concepts. So I really wanted to kind of talk about something that's very personal to me. So the title of my talk is called Finding the Balance. So firstly, I'd like to greet my family, my friends watching online. Thank you for your continued love and support, for encouraging me throughout the year in 2021. And then, to my MAC class of 2021, my talk is inspired by every single one of you. Some of you I got to know on a personal level, and some of you I got to work with. And unfortunately, I didn't get the chance to work with all of you, but existing in the same atmosphere as you guys has given me so much hope and encouragement to conquer the way forward. So multifaceted means having many aspects or different sides. So I'll touch on some of these aspects that have helped me intertwine my career, my passion to work positively for me. So why the word multifaceted? So when I thought of this word, I couldn't stop thinking about diamonds and how these precious like stones of carbon are made under intense pressure and heat, mined out of the earth's crust and cut into facets. So diamonds are usually cut into multifaceted, and that is because it increases the ability to reflect light and creates that flash and sparkle that makes them look so stunning. And this makes me think of my MAC class of 2021. So this got me thinking, how can one bring all these aspects together and become the ultimate version of themselves? So just a disclaimer, all of this stuff is based on my own personal experience, so don't fact check me on Google. You probably won't find the answers. So number one, how do you find what you're passionate about? I think this is probably the most fundamental step in the process. You need to identify something you're passionate about. And I think the first step to that is understanding your purpose. Why are you doing this? What are you doing it for? What's the ultimate reason you're doing this for? And how will it impact your life and others in turn? Are you also doing it for financial gain, or are you just doing it for the love of it? It's important to also know that passion doesn't need to be monetized. Secondly, does it reflect your interests? Are you wasting your time doing something you absolutely have no interest in? Thirdly, does it align with your goals? Will it derail any other plans in place? If your answer is yes to all three of these questions, then the next step is simple. You just have to start. Start somewhere, start somehow, or start somewhere. Just get going. Along the way, you'll be trialed and tested, and therefore it's important for you to focus on a few things. Number one, invest in yourself. Invest in your growth, invest in your time. Also, financially invest in yourself. If there are things that you need that will help you become better, invest in yourself. Secondly, be multi-passionate. And what I mean by be multi-passionate is draw inspiration from everywhere, from anything. Channel that energy to have a positive impact on your aspirations. Thirdly, know what you want to achieve. Have that end goal in mind, the deadline, and always visualize it, whether you write it down on a book somewhere or, I don't know, draw on the wall. And most importantly, you must be aware of things not to focus on. The first one is gender stereotypes. A lot of times we've heard people say boys can't do certain things or girls can't do certain things. I've met 2 people in this class that have played soccer and they're both not guys. So forget about gender stereotypes. If that's your passion, pursue it and don't let the stigma decide your path. The second one is procrastination, and we know this one very well. It's that persuasive voice inside your head leading you to focus on the trivial things and forgetting the most important things. And thirdly, this one is inspired by the late Virgil Abloh, the first black director of Louis Vuitton. He said, life is so short, you can't waste even a day subscribing to what someone thinks you can do versus knowing what you can do. So how do you find the balance? You need to be prepared. Equip yourself in the best way possible. Be more efficient and upskill yourself in all the things that you're interested in. And most importantly, learn how to manage your time. Second, be curious, discover more, learn new ways, and most importantly, question every single traditional way of doing anything. Thirdly, be authentic. There's nothing more rewarding than being genuine and true to yourself. So how do you deal with failure? Because we all know in life we have to deal with failure. That's one of the things that we have to just overcome. And we've heard this one before, which is fail forward and not backwards. Lead with a positive mindset. Always look at the positive in everything that you do and lead with that. Secondly, use failure to promote resilience. Failing only makes you stronger. And the sooner you realize that, the easier it is to get over failures and change them into moments of success. And then thirdly, keep trying. Life is all about overcoming difficulties. Without forgetting the most important quality, which is courage. The great Maya Angelou once said, courage is the most important of all virtues, because without courage, you can't practice any other virtue consistently. Thank you.
You guys see why we all need a Sibs in our life. So our next speaker, and this is last but certainly not least, is good old Suzanne. So the most well-rounded and efficient person that I know. Susie always does everything with 100% of herself and her heart. She never backs down from a challenge, and also, as a side note, she is the top performing student of the year. Woo! And then something that her classmates say about her is Susie is a dark horse. She can bang out a good assignment, but also party like Catherine. Thank you so much, Susie.
Hi everyone, I am Suzanne Thompson, and I'm really sad not to be able to be there in person today, but thank goodness for technology, so at least I can be here on the screen up in this little square over here. And today I'm going to be talking about choosing the path less traveled and taking you through a little look at neuroplasticity. I'm going to start about talking about a schooling system called Montessori. The founder, Maria Montessori, believes that one of the most important ideas of early childhood education is a concept called the absorbent mind. This concept talks to the sponge-like capacity of a child's mind, able to absorb incredible amounts of information. So this is my mum, and she's a huge Montessori fan, and ever since I can remember, she has told everyone, and I mean everyone she can, about the child's sponge-like brain and how we as adults need to cultivate this. And by the 100th time I heard the story, sorry Mom, but I was rolling my eyes, it got a bit annoying. Anyways, more on this just now. At the beginning of this year, I turned 23 and moved out of home to be closer to red and yellow. I'm a deep south girl, and I was super excited to be taking this next step in life, away from my parents, into my own place, #adulting, and super excited to arrive at red and yellow for orientation day, and what is the first thing I see? A massive sign that says, I am a sponge. So much for getting away from my parents, but actually, being a sponge, and don't tell my mom I said this, but being a sponge is more important than we could ever imagine. Training our brains to be able to reshape and build new pathways can open up incredible opportunities for us. And this is where neuroplasticity comes in. Neuroplasticity is defined as the brain's ability to reorganize itself by forming new neural connections throughout our lives. But let me start by explaining the way these paths in our brains actually work. Imagine coming up to two pathways, one covered in bushes and the other neatly cleared. Which path are you likely to take? Are you going to spend your time clearing the bushes so that you can use that path? No, you're likely to take the path of least resistance, and our brains work in the same way. We are faced with 35,000 decisions every single day, and most of these decisions are subconscious. So we manage to get through our day by our brains taking the easiest paths. And the easiest paths are the ones that are the most traveled, where the bushes are the most trodden down. A saying that we've all heard is old dogs can't learn new tricks. It's been around since way before I was born. And up until the mid-1900s, it was believed that until we reached adulthood, once we reached adulthood, our brains had solidified and could no longer change. While it does get harder to relearn behavioral patterns as we get older, we are fully capable of making these changes within our brain's functions, and that's how we interact with the world. Old dogs can learn new tricks. We just need to know how. The first step is knowing that an automatic path of decision we are making is not healthy and deciding we want to stop it. But actually stopping these behaviors is much easier said than done. I'm sure just about everyone in this room has made a New Year's resolution, at least once in their lives. Maybe to go to the gym more, or to stop smoking, eat healthier. Well done, you've made it to the first step of building a new pathway, but how many of you have actually made it past January? I know I regularly don't. Or, like me, is this you? Where your goal for 2022 is to accomplish the goals you set in 2021, which you promised to do in 2020, which you planned to do in 2019, which we all know you should have done in 2018. If it is, not to worry, that's super common, and it's simply down to us not knowing how to properly rebuild new neural pathways to replace those old unhealthy ones. And this is where neuroplasticity comes in to save the day. And if used right, you can learn to actually make these resolutions your reality. So my New Year's resolution was to get through red and yellow, a full-time job, and starting my own business in one piece. And here I am, mostly in one piece, obviously not fully, seeing I'm not there in person. And I had no idea that what I learned through neuroplasticity would actually benefit me in the way I approach my education. What I thought would be the most challenging part of this year was the academics, and I was sorely mistaken. What I learned was much more profound than anything academics could have taught me. I learned to work with various groups of people. In fact, it is said that one of the best ways to improve the plasticity of your brain is to work with people you find triggering, because it keeps offering you the opportunity to consciously choose to respond healthily to these people, rather than allowing yourself to go down automatically a path of reaction. I will be honest, I have a tendency to be a bit uptight and possibly a slight control freak, so sorry to the people I've worked with this year, but I think I've gotten a bit better as the years progressed. And so it really freaked me out to hand over control. and I struggled to trust that my team members would actually show up for me. So within the first few groups I worked in, I really wished I could just do it all myself, truly believing that this was the best way forward. I could have fought the process, which is what every brain cell was telling me to do, but I kept consciously making the decision to hand over control and trust. And amazingly, as time went on, I slowly realized that people do show up, and actually, they have an incredible amount of value to add that I could never have brought to the table alone. And despite each group bringing their own set of challenges and lessons, I now get excited at the prospect of working with a team, and I know I'm only as strong as the incredible people around me. And this really emphasized to me the importance of taking control of my response to the world around me. Instead of reacting automatically, we all actually have the choice to respond in a healthy way. So I'd like to share some very helpful tools and easy practices I learned along the way that will help you get your brain to a place of plasticity and allow you to make new pathways. Number 1, ask questions. If you've ever had a child or paired, you'll know the relentless questions phase. And as much as these endless questions can be annoying, losing this curiosity as we get older is actually a problem. As we get older, we forget to ask questions. Maybe we feel embarrassed that people think our questions are stupid. I'm incredibly grateful to Red and Yellow because they have encouraged us to ask questions and then ask more questions, and that there are no stupid questions. In fact, Di, our lecturer, has drilled into us the importance of asking why, and so what? Thank you for this, Di. 2, practice and consistency. Again, like with a child learning to walk, it is a slow and potentially difficult process to build a new pathway. It only gets harder as we get older, and as adults, we often give up too quickly. Think about how long it takes a child to learn to walk, but every time they fall over, they get right back up, and we as adults need to do the same. Researchers from the London University say it takes 66 days of repetition to learn a new habit. So, for those of you that do have a New Year's resolution already or want to make one, push past January. It'll be worth it, I promise. And 3, change the small daily things. As I mentioned, we make 35,000 decisions a day. So in an effort to conserve energy, our brains choose to repeat old behaviors that it has become familiar with. I'm not sure about you, but I experience this with driving, where I'll arrive somewhere and I can hardly even remember getting there because my brain was on complete autopilot. It has been said that by the time we are 35 years old, up to 90% of what we think, feel, and do is recycled from our past. But I'm challenging you to change those small things. Take a different route to work. Put a different leg in your pants first. Put your shoes and socks on in a different order. Or even just use your non-dominant hand to do things. All these seemingly small things help to strengthen the brain retraining muscle. And lastly, but definitely not least, be very conscious of your environment. When we feel stressed or fearful, we live in a fight or flight mentality, and this doesn't allow any plasticity within our brain. Dubbed the epidemic of the 21st century, stress is a major saboteur of our healthy neural plasticity. So find environments that support you in your growth instead of inhibiting it through stress. I experienced how important environment is this year in our big 5-week project. So a couple of weeks into the project, our group started to hit some serious walls in communication with each other. Keep in mind that we were 13 people, 12 of which were girls, and one very poor guy who kept trying to put out fires. But anyways, after trying and trying on campus to agree on, well, anything, we decided to meet off campus for a change. And you would not believe how the simple change of environment completely changed the group dynamics. And from there, we managed to work actually really, really well together. So these 4 things might seem really small, but it's actually not. It's not the big things that change the way our brain is formed. It's the small daily things that we practice, just changing our environment or the route we take to work. And I want to finish off by saying that I really thought that the biggest learning I would have from Red and Yellow is an academic one. And while I learned an incredible amount this year, truly huge, it was the things that I didn't learn to expect to learn that were the most powerful. And combined with my learnings on neuroplasticity, I feel ready and beyond excited to go out into the big, wide working world with a truly open mind.
Thank you so much, Suze. That was absolutely incredible. So I just want to point out that a wise man once said, "It's only lacquer when it's lacquer." And that was bloody lacquer, hey guys. How amazing was that session? Can we get another round of applause? So for the people that have joined the session, just a reminder, if you are coming back, please can you just leave something on your chair as we're doing a massive sanitizing lacquer thing after this. And also please go and support the coffee people upstairs. They make a mean chai latte and you won't regret it. And thank you guys for being here and for listening. And we'll see you back at 1. Thank you.
Hello, everybody, once again, and I'd like to welcome you guys to session 7 of Mac Live 2021. Yeah, you guys have been amazing. I think the talks that we've gotten today have been at the pinnacle of talks. Yeah, you guys are champions. You guys are champions, and I think going into the session right now, we're about to turn it up a couple of notches. So our first speaker, I haven't had the privilege to work with her, but I've had a couple of interactions with her, and what an amazing soul. She like radiates positive energy, and all of you people that know her personally always like have good things to say about her. And yeah, what an amazing person. So I'd like to introduce to the stage Jade.
Hello? Cool. Myths and stigmas have been around for a long time. There's one in particular that bothers me, and I can't believe that it has barely been addressed. Females have been taught many ideas as we grow up, but some of these need to be addressed and broken. Since I was young, both my parents were always fitness lovers. My mom would head to a killer spin class, and my dad would thrive in his running. I'm not sure how many of you ever experienced the kids' drop-off areas in the gyms, but let's just say that I would scream for the entire hour. You could say I fell in love with exercising on my own, but it could possibly be due to the fact that my dad would force my brother and I to run with him, whether we liked it or not. Cardio became ingrained as my exercise activity, and after the continuous reinforcement of my dad, thanks Dad, I actually did start to love it. As we grow up, we're told to dress pretty, put on makeup, and keep to an appealing thinness that is formed from the constructed norms. Well, I'm here to re-educate and empower that female muscularity is sexy, and weight training is the best solution to exercise. Being a female comes with its perks, as well as some other interesting things, but it seems that the only exercise that was fit for women was cardio and aerobic activities. If and when I ever stepped into a gym, the treadmills were the place to go, or a lovely Zumba class. From then, that's all I thought there was being a female. Cardio, cardio, and some more cardio. Never did I think I would be pumping some iron, or even look at a weight. Until COVID came into the picture and I was stuck at home, I took it upon myself to perform home workouts with weights, and the difference I saw and felt was amazing. But I was more than happy in my room or the patio completing my workouts. It did not cross my mind to venture into a gym once they reopened. I thrived off the privacy of being alone whilst doing my workouts. I was nervous to be around others because I didn't want them to watch me. Living with very active DIGS members, I decided to try out a gym, but I did everything I could to avoid the Virgin Active because I was extremely intimidated and I know most of my friends go there. So I joined Kelvin Grove, a smaller gym, and my journey began. I have now fallen absolutely in love with resistance training. Through my journey, I began to notice there was barely one other female in the gym at the same time as me, and it was packed with men, which already made it extremely intimidating, especially when you are learning how to operate some of the machinery. As I saw my own progress, I couldn't understand why women are scared of weights, until I did some research and found that there is a massive lack of knowledge that is preventing women from weightlifting. A big part of women not weightlifting could be due to seeing the weight section filled with testosterone, grunting, sweat, and large males, which does not seem very appealing. It is extremely intimidating trying to start out, especially not knowing how to use any of the equipment, and then large males stare at you while you try and figure it out. Let's not even begin to say how awkward you feel trying to do hip thrusts for the first time. We were taught the idea that weights are for men and cardio or aerobic exercises are for females. There are a ton of reinforced messages that women only work out for weight loss and that men do it for bulking. This could be due to magazines such as the good old Women's Health and Cosmopolitan reinforcing that cardio is the best and to lose weight is all that females should do. Let's also not forget about the lovely Jane Fonda, her leg warmers, and all her workout videos. To put the stigma into context, my friend was taught from a young age if she was running and needed to go up a hill, she should walk, because if she ran, she would get bulky legs. Female weakness has been encouraged for years. Your knight in shining armor will save you, or that anything involving physical activity should be done by men. The empowerment behind lifting weights allows you to feel your own sense of accomplishment and not rely on someone else to do the heavy lifting. The pressures and expectations of all of these things affect the way we go about exercising. So women would constantly be reminded that anything other than cardio or any form of weightlifting would result in looking a little something like this. A scary thought for some. Well, now that times are changing and we're in 2021, some female empowerment needs to happen and be acknowledged. There are large stigmas and social barriers around women's muscularity, and I think it's damn sexy to see a strong female. Once again, female muscularity does not mean looking like a female bodybuilder, but the word toning up may help you understand it a bit better. Marketing has changed females' perceptions of bulking by turning it into toning up. Anything involving the word bulking terrifies women because we have The Rock and Arnold Schwarzenegger in our minds. Toning up is a much more appealing way of introducing females to weightlifting, and slowly but surely, I believe it is going to drive the change. There are definitely a few reasons as to why women don't go to the gym. Taking it back to the 1960s, women were warned that exercise will cause them to stop menstruating and damage their health. Individuals and famous actresses in the 80s and 90s were praised for their thinness and not for being toned. The myth surrounding women's bodies not being able to handle strenuous activities has fortunately evolved, but there are other social barriers which stand in the way. Let's start with this one. If you haven't heard of it yet, gym-timidation or gym intimidation is a thing, and it's chasing women away from the gyms. Women experience a weight stigma which can prevent them from going to the gym. They are much more self-conscious individuals than men, and then there is also the issue of harassment, so no wonder they feel intimidated by it. On top of that, the weight section is an extremely male-dominated space, so it seems to be the right thing to do, to just avoid it at all costs. The social barriers that are preventing women from reaching for the dumbbells are based on the fact that muscles are for men. If you build muscle, it is seen as unfeminine and going against all that we've been taught. Let's not get it wrong though. All that effort and work that you put into your own body is damn sexy. Let's get females to the gyms and weightlifting because in actual fact, it's hurting women's health. There are multiple benefits to resistance training, and worldwide, the stats show that women are less likely than men to get enough exercise. The gender gap at the gym is harming women's health and robbing them of a better future. I keep talking about resistance training, or what I like to call pumping some iron, so I want to give you an understanding of the benefits. It improves your cognitive functioning and reduces the risk of Alzheimer's. It increases your mental well-being as the endorphins released will increase your mood. You'll sleep more soundly. Weight training is better than cardio for relieving stress. Improve your bone density and reduce the risk of osteoporosis. Reduce your risk of diabetes, heart disease, and lower your blood pressure. Ladies, it will boost your libido. Weightlifting improves your body composition by increasing your lean mass and reducing your fat mass. Boost your confidence by not seeing your body through the lens of others, but rather feel it swell and harden under the influence of your own hard work. You are able to learn and respect all of the movements that your body is capable of, and be damn proud. Thanks to social media platforms, as well as other things, weightlifting's time to shine for women is now. Women are participating in large numbers, and it's extremely exciting. Females are uplifting each other and sharing their stories. Various hashtags have been created, one called #StrongNotSkinny, that addresses the stigma and changes women's perceptions. 9.3 million posts have been made with the tag. These platforms are allowing women to break the stigmas and understand that lifting a weight will not cause you to look like the Hulk. It's time for females to take charge of their own stories. Women can be strong too. People will educate themselves about nutrition and exercise online. Through videos and content they find, and then utilize this. This has allowed success stories to thrive and break the stigma, because the results that are seen by females who are weightlifting is inspiring. We are now seeing a celebration of women's strength as feminine, and it is incredible. People now engage in conversations around being fit and toned, and not skinny, which is a major shift. We are shifting from being skinny to being strong, and it's extremely empowering for women. So what are you waiting for? Be a part of this shift and find your own confidence and strength as a female. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Jade. How's that chat, guys? Can I please have another round of applause? Yeah, I really think everyone knows my love for fitness, so that was like right on the nail. I felt like I was at home there in between that entire chat. I was like, hey, you can tag team me in if you need to. So our next speaker, I didn't get to work with her as well, but like she is swaggy. She's got the swag like Jagger. She's the most humble, vibey person that you will ever meet, and her smile as well lights up the room. And I've got so much to say about her, because through Instagram, that is, I've been trolling her. I'll be like, wow, so cool, so cool, so cool. But yeah, guys, I want us to introduce Mika. Let's give her a round of applause.
Testing. Okay, it's working. Okay, so for those who know me, probably know how much I love speaking about my ex. So I thought this was perfect. I've got 10 minutes. I'm gonna have to cramp it in. And then I was like, I'm gonna call it How to Lose a Girl in 6 Months. I'm so glad I decided against it. So I just don't want to put you through that, and my friends are probably rolling their eyes as we speak. So I thought about a different topic that I have an affinity towards and that I can still kind of mention her in, and that... Cue the laughter. And I thought, let me talk about a topic that I love talking about that's very close to me as well. And I came up with a topic, love versus fear. So this is probably still a weird one coming from me. I think everyone probably thought I was going to speak about the art of jolling or festivals. But I mean, if you look at my Instagram, I have a photo of me with like a beer, with a completely unrelated caption saying, "We're all starving for human connection." So I can be deep. Back to the topic. So people often think that the opposite of love is hate. But in fact, it's actually fear. And we have two primal emotions, and these are love and fear, and they can't exist at the same time. So the same way that light removes darkness, love removes fear. So I'm going to explain this quickly. Just bear in mind, brief, keyword brief. Not really good at this. So the fear starts in the amygdala. Everyone with me? Okay. But, however, we have a natural modulator of the hyperactive amygdala, and this is called oxytocin. And this is released when there's any sort of loving gesture like eye contact, holding hands, and also it reduces stress and anxiety. So basically, the love molecule, it stops the response of the amygdala. So basically what I'm actually trying to say is that love drives out fear. And I know Charlotte's watching and she's probably not impressed, but I'm sure she gets it. So I'd like to ask a question. Who here has had a day without one decision, without making one single choice? Okay, that's exactly what I wanted. So me personally being such an indecisive person, I have to choose 3 different outfits before I leave the house, and best believe I'm choosing between a cream and a beige beanie. So, but when I seriously had to think about this, I thought about how fear has actually had so much power over the decisions I make, and it's actually hindered my passion. And I don't get what I want to do because of this fear, and it all comes down to not being good enough, the fear of not being good enough. So I'll use a small example of DJing. So I started DJing and I was like, people were like, oh, you're going to play in front of people? I said, oh, no. I don't want to do that. I don't want to do that. I'm just going to play in my home. It's my own hobby. Meanwhile, I've got these big dreams. I just want to play. But it's like this fear of not being good enough, and I don't want to let people know that. And that's just a small example, but I think with many of us, I think life would be so different if we didn't have that fear. So my next biggest fear was coming out. This one was quite a big one for me. For a long time in my life, I'd always known that I was gay, and it was very difficult because in high school it was always seen as a rumor. It was never seen as something. It was always just had a negative connotation, and it always made me feel different. And I was like, how are people going to accept me? And it basically led to like the fear of disgust, humiliation, judgment, rejection, and disappointment. And I finally got to a point where I started feeling comfortable within myself, and that comfort turned into love. And I love this part of me. I love that it's who I am. And through that, I was like, it doesn't really matter what anyone else thinks. Because if I'm comfortable within myself and I am happy with that part of myself and I love it, then their reactions don't matter to me at all. And this was like 2 years ago, and I actually came out to my parents last week. And this was one of the scariest things I've ever done. They're actually here right now. And I'd always built up this idea in my head that it was just going to be this disgust and this, they're not going to love me, they're not going to accept me, and it's obviously not what they wanted. And I just got to a point where I was like, I love myself, and whatever happens, it doesn't really matter. And to my surprise and utter joy, I couldn't have asked for anything more beautiful than their response. So a shout out to Mom and Dad for loving me unconditionally, and I'm so grateful. I couldn't have asked for more, and Mom also, please don't cry, I'm on camera and I don't feel like crying. So we're back here. I kind of regret putting this in because I thought that was kind of powerful, and now we're back at square one. But what I did learn about this, why I wanted to put it in, is because when I actually put into context the love and fear and as to why I can't seem to let go of my ex, I just thought I'm actually not holding on because of love. I'm holding on because of fear, and this fear of letting go of a love that I don't believe that I'll find again. And it was just really interesting for me to realize that. And I think another part was that I relied on her to love me because I couldn't love myself. So when she left, so did the love, and I was like, oh, yeah, there's no love here. So that was quite a big lesson, and I just wanted to mention that because if I loved myself enough, I wouldn't need to seek it in other people. But I'm not going to end on such a somber note. So just on how to live out of love and not out of fear. So a lot of fear comes from childhood trauma and childhood pain. And although it's I'm not saying like just throw it away, just push it to the side, forget about it, it's in the past. But at some point, I think it's so beneficial to have the courage to be able to work through that and to work through the childhood trauma and the pain so that you can start to release the fear and you can actually open up space for genuine loving. And it's very challenging, but I mean, it's doable. And then I bring it back to self-love. I'm not going to speak about how to get there. There's lots of books, Google, look it up. But if you truly love yourself, and you will truly, truly believe that you're worthy of healing, and you'll just believe that you need to live this life and you deserve happiness. And yeah, as you can see, I'm still on the journey of self-love. And I believe I've come a long way, and I know I've still got a long way to go. But I just want to leave you with one question, and it's, if you could remove all your fears, every single one of your fears, how different would your life be? Thank you.
Thank you, Mika. Thank you, thank you. Let's give her another round of applause. That was totally amazing, guys. I really think there's quite a lot of learnings that we can all take out of that chat. It was very, 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 very educational. Thank you very much to Mika. As I was getting off here, she said I forgot to mention that she gives me workout tips. So guys, for our next speaker, I would like to call her a good friend, because I think you crossed the boundary of just being a friend to good friend when you come through a near-death experience. Mine was, with 7 months not running, she decided to invite me over to go with a running club to go run a 20-kilometer run. They called it a peri-peri run. I understood why afterwards. I couldn't even walk. So she's such a good ball of energy. She radiates positive energy. She has this contagious positive attitude. When she talks to you, you also just be encompassed in that happiness. And I'd like to introduce Emma.
Hi, everyone. So today I'm going to be speaking about a topic that I've been thinking about a lot recently, and that's the idea of separating the art from the artist. And what does this mean from a cultural standpoint? What does this look like historically and ethically? Kind of what does this mean to us to be able to separate the person that's created something that we love from them as a person? For example, if you really love a piece of art or you love a piece of music, but you disagree with the creator's philosophy or their actions, how do you then reconcile those two? So the theory or the idea of separating the art from the artist kind of goes that the only thing that should matter is what's in the work of art itself. So it should be self-referential and self-contained and exist as its own entity. So whether this is a painting, you're only looking at the formal elements, piece of music, maybe you're looking at the tempo, even a soccer player, maybe you're only looking at their technique. So you're divorcing the creator entirely from the piece. And so Jacob Kupperman, who's another author, notes that we must not abandon works of art solely because of the misdeeds of their creators. So they kind of suggest that if the person that has created whatever you're admiring has done something wrong, it is not productive to human success to then negate the artwork or whatever product they've created entirely. And then again, following on from this, historically in most academic circles, it's been considered almost childish to fail to separate the two, because you're failing to divorce your emotions about a piece of work from your emotions about the person. And while this sounds great, in today's society, with kind of internet culture and pop culture, and just modern living in general, it's really difficult to divorce the two because of the power imbalances that come with being somebody that is revered as a creator. So because you are successful, you have influence over others, and this can often be used detrimentally and to other people's harm and be weaponized in ways that are obviously not culturally productive. So to look at this, I kind of wanted to go through historically how it's been spoken about and what we can learn from past theories and maybe apply these to how we can choose to learn to love something even though we don't like the person that created it. So firstly, we begin with new criticism, which is where this whole idea of separating the art from the artist began in the kind of early 20th century. And it was used as a useful tool to analyze poetry because the literary critics of the time wanted to elevate the art of literature and poetry analysis to a science. They wanted it to become more academically rigorous so that it could kind of hold its own against scientific theories. And so from new criticism, separation was essential to make the work stand out on its own. It had to be self-referential and it had to be self-contained. And then we moved on to postmodernism in the 1960s with Roland Barthes and the idea of the death of the author. And in this regard, they said to be able to separate the art from the artist, you had to kill off the artist entirely. So a work, be it a piece of poetry, a piece of music, a picture, you as the audience were the creator because your experience of it was the only thing that mattered. So every time you looked at a piece of art or read a piece of poetry, you remade it anew, and therefore you were the only person giving it an interpretation, and you were the only person kind of imbuing meaning into it. And then we moved on to New Historicism in the 90s, and this movement kind of negated the other two entirely and said that context is the most important thing. So when a piece of art was created, it's the time and place in which it was created has everything to do with how it operates in the world, and everything operating alongside it also influences it. So a work cannot transcend its space and time. It has to exist in the given moment. So from there, we kind of end up where we are now, in a cultural moment where persona and identity are completely intermingled with the cultural product. So it's really difficult to disentangle these two, and almost the art and the artist have become completely overlapped spheres in our cultural society. And we get to something called the triad of celebrity. So pretty much how I think about separating the art from the artist nowadays is really difficult because you have these two things that operate from the artist's true self. You have their public persona, which is the identity that they've crafted, that gets put out into the media, and you have their performed work or their craft. So for a musician, it'll be their stage performance and then the music they produce. And both of these things are curated and sold by the same person, by the same true self in the end, which is why it's really difficult to divorce the two because they necessarily funnel into each other. And then if we flip the triangle, we have this idea of a power imbalance that comes with the connection of the art and the artist. And because the artists as creators, as influencers, as people with power in our society are so kind of revered or hold so much weight, they often get away with atrocities that no one else should, or that any human should. And so they are often afforded some form of amnesty or leeway because of their power or influence. So as ways of thinking about this and thinking about how the critical theories apply to my life, I kind of want to go through 3 examples and ways in which we can think about changing our minds about how we view the separation of the art and the artist so that we can still love the things that we love even though we despise or have disgust for their creators. So firstly, we have David Foster Wallace, who's a writer. Well, he's not a writer. I love his work is something that I love. And he's a fantastic American author, but he's also a fantastic misogynist and abuser and stalker, which isn't great. And so how I reconcile my enjoyment of his work is thinking about it from a new criticism perspective, where I've been able to divorce him entirely as the author and think of the work as self-referential, as beautiful formalistically and in terms of its content, and so thinking about it from an academic perspective rather than a personal one. And then we get to good old Johnny Depp, who was great until a couple of years ago. And I'm sure, we've all loved his movies growing up, all kind of admired his talent until the domestic violence cases were brought about. And so to think about this from a postmodern point of view and the death of the author, how I reconcile watching his movies now and enjoying his work is thinking about my experience of them as informing my interpretation. So his performance in Pirates of the Caribbean is not good beyond me. If I'm not there to watch it, his performance isn't good. Same as if the tree falls in the forest and no one's there to hear it, did it fall? So that's how I'm trying to think about his work currently. And then finally, we have Florence Given, who Charlotte actually mentioned this morning. And so she's a Well, sort of. She's a phenomenal feminist writer out of the UK, and it actually turns out that all her ideas were plagiarized from a Nigerian-born author called Chidera Eguru. So I'm trying to think about her work from a new historicist point of view, where the context of the work's production at the time was really important because of the ideas that it offered young women and the empowerment and the unity that it brought. And so thinking about it from that perspective instead of the bad things she's done has helped me. So these theoretical considerations are all lenses through which we can frame our perspectives and our feelings surrounding the phenomenon of separating the art from the artist. So we can decide to join them in some way, or we can decide that separation is essential, or we can decide that we don't need our artists or creators to be morally ethical in any way. And I know this isn't helpful, and I haven't answered any of these questions. And I can't tell you how you should feel about your favorite artwork or your favorite piece of music, because we are all inherently flawed like the creators themselves, and we are human and we are messy and we are complicated. And it is difficult then to say this is one prescribed theory or one way to deal with this kind of thing. And so it's not a rational decision what we love, and it's not possible to have unloved a work of art once we know what the creator has done. And I cannot unlove Wallace's essays because I despise the kinds of things that he has done. And it turns out that separating the art from the artist is not a philosophical or ethical decision after all, but it's an emotional one that's personal to all of us. And after all this theory, all I can offer you is kind of a way of thinking about changing your mind if you want to. So thank you.
Wow, that was amazing, Emma. Can we give her another round of applause, please, guys? I really think with that chat, it's a chat that we as marketing strategists and creative strategists really need to have going into the future, because we don't want to marry the artists with the actual work and end up not choosing someone who could have been a great person for the campaign just because they said something on the internet. So the next person that I'm going to introduce, she is a humble yet so effective lady. I've had the luck of working with her I was in two groups, 5 projects, and we did quite a lot of work, and her Canvas skills are that of an expert. Like, she'd literally put anyone who does Photoshop to shame. She's unfortunately not here, and we're going to link up with her here online. So guys, please give you a round of applause for Lauren.
Good day, everyone. My name is Lauren Hans, and my topic today is going public. So a little bit of context. My topic is about the fear of public speaking, also known as stage fright. And, well, my fear of public speaking, to be quite frank, and me going public. So by definition, stage fright, also known as a fear of public speaking, is a feeling of fear or nervousness that some people have just before they appear in front of an audience. So as someone with anxiety, I can tell you this is wildly understated, thanks to Google. And I feel like no words can properly describe what it feels like standing in front of people and not knowing what to do. So I thought an image would. So how you think it's going to go, expectations versus reality. And the irony is every time you go stand in front of people, you think, oh my word, this time, this is it, I'm going to get it right. And then life happens, and then it is what it is. You're glad you're still standing in front at the end of it. Honestly, internally, currently our feeling is Olaf on the right, but we move. So through my research, there was a quote that I found, and I kept hearing through TED Talks and articles, and it says, people are just people, they shouldn't make you nervous. The quote is originally from Regina Spektor. And with hearing it over and over, I thought to myself, okay, they shouldn't make me nervous, but yet they do. So why, how? And then I decided to do some further research into some stats and how common things really are, because, I mean, honestly. So some random facts. Public speaking is also known as glossophobia. I mean, it sounds classy, but little do people know you just can't speak properly in front of people. and 74% of people actually suffer from speech anxiety. Finding this out made me feel a little better about my situation, considering how I feel isolated each time something happens. And this just shows that it's more common than you know. It happens to more people than you realize. And quick maths in my brain, it means 3 out of 4 people have some kind of issue. So it's honestly okay. Anxiety can increase the risk of coronary disease by 26%. This is me, Loki, actually high-key telling you, if you have any anxiety issues, go have your heart health checked. I mean, I'm just gonna tell you full disclosure, after this, the way my heart is beating inside my chest, I need to see a doctor after this. There we go. We'll figure that out later. So public speaking is the greatest fear people has, even greater than spiders and death eating. I found this to be an interesting fact because I sat and I thought about it. I mean, I don't like spiders. I can read it. But I don't like spiders either, and neither do I like speaking in front of people, and I weighed my options and I was like, which one would I choose? And I realized I choose spiders. So I fully relate. I was like, okay, I can kill the spider if I don't run away first. I can put it in a corner, or give him his corner of the room. I can have my side, he can have his, we can share the house or wherever he is. And with public speaking, you're standing in front of people, they're staring at you, expecting to say things, and you standing there expecting to say things. Also, we're all expecting the same thing. But your brain packed his bag on vacation, it's just bye. And then you're standing there like, now what? So I would choose spiders too. And confidence comes with age. 69% of 45-year-olds and older are quite or very confident compared to only 26% of 16 to 24-year-olds. And I thought about this and I was like, it makes so much sense. Older people don't care. They don't care what you think about them. They don't care how they look. They don't care what they wear at times. And I strive for that. I mean, I feel like in their minds, they walk around every day like, I said what I said, it is what it is. And so be it, we move, man. I strive for that one day. I want to be that relaxed and confident in myself. But for now, we're nowhere near that yet. Anyway, unfortunately, only 8% of people actually seek professional help. With this being said, I put together a young how-to guide on how to overcome or at the very least manage your fear of public speaking, or just a few pointers on how to be more confident when speaking in front of people. So number 1, give up trying to be perfect and know that it's okay to make mistakes. Be natural and be yourself. So this point resonates with me because I always used to panic and everyone would realize that something went wrong and everything would just go downhill from there. So with that, even now, I've made a proper 7 to 10 mistakes and we're only by the first point, but no one needs to know. It's okay. My only issue with this point is when someone tells you to be natural and be yourself. I don't know if this happens to anyone else, but when someone tells me that, this is what happens to my brain. And I don't know what your natural looks like. I don't know how you feel yourself, but I mean, even if it looks like the raccoon, my best advice, do you, boo? Honestly, I can't fight it. My brain does that every time. It's not going to change. Number 2, make connections with your audience, smile and greet people, thinking of them as friends rather than enemies. Oh, the way my face just did that thing that the GIF is doing. I can honestly say this is a fact. Having presented enough in the Mac group and getting used to everyone and having them as friends, I became a lot more comfortable. But those first few weeks, oh my word, every Friday I'd stand and looking like, oh, are we really doing this again? Are we back here? Turns out we were back, but I conquered. And number 3, talk, do not present. Have a conversation with your audience. Standing talking at them will only further isolate you. I can attest to this. I've done it so many times and I stood there like an island on my own and everyone just watched me sink into the ocean. So I would say have conversations, ask questions, and have people answer so it doesn't feel like a presentation, but more having a group discussion, if so. And also, life hack, the more questions you ask and the more they answer, the less you speak. I need to keep that one for future reference. I just need to let everyone know that in the middle of this presentation, this is currently how I feel internally, but apparently I can't run away yet because I need to graduate. So we are finishing this, but for the rest of this presentation, know that this is me right now, or wanting to be anyway. Number 4, drugs. No, not that kind. There are quite a few forms of medication that can help you calm you when needed. I've used Calmit. It has helped, so I can attest to this. And each to his own with what kind of drugs they need or medication. They use medication. But honestly, it has helped me gain confidence. It has calmed me enough to gain confidence within myself and what I need to say. Currently on Calmit, that's I'm cool by the pool. Don't talk to me later though. It's gone later. So if my anxiety isn't enough, my presentation doesn't want to work. So number 5 is to breathe. Especially when it feels like you can't, slow breaths help calm your heart rate. The irony of this whole point is that as an asthmatic, I cannot breathe for the life of me, but here I am advising you to breathe. I need everyone to know that currently, this is how I feel inside. I mean, I don't show it, but guys, I need a second. Number 6 is to practice and then practice some more. So I found that this point hasn't really worked for me, but I'm hoping that it at least works for some of you. I've practiced nights before and days before, and still when I get to the front, my brain literally says, yo, give me 0. And my brain walks away. I freeze, words are gone, and I panic. I just need to let Di know, as well as Melissa and Peter, that I strive to your level of confidence when it comes to presenting. I need to let you know that this is me watching you guys present, putting up one picture and then talking about 10 different points. You had that stored in your brain, that I'm little kid in the red who watches you and does quick maths. And I'm like, okay, I can do that. It looks simple, right? Man, this is me. Guys, I don't think this is for me. I'm really winging it at this point. So if all else fails, number 7, see a therapist. But all jokes aside, there could be a deep-rooted issue that you have to work through to gain more confidence in yourself and in situations. And I would honestly advise anyone and everyone to see a therapist for whatever issues or concerns they might be having in their life. And my last point, if even a therapist cannot help you, and I mean, that's bad, I would tell anyone to join the MAC program at Red and Yellow. And everyone who has been through the MAC program knows exactly why I say this. So MAC asks, okay, what are your fears? What are your issues? Then you tell them and they say, let's throw you in that end. Me being anxiety, I introduced everyone and everyone said, oh no, the MAC program is so exciting. And you sit there and I was like, guys, every week you're going to present all your tasks. And I sat there and I wanted to sink so far in my seat. I was like, I can't even sign the papers. I go to the bathroom and I notice I'm gone. And then as the year went on, I want to say it got better. But guys, honestly, if you know, every Friday religiously, you sit and you wait. So you wait if you're really nervous. And you think, if I leave now, will they notice? I mean, if I hide, will they see I'm gone? I mean, what if I don't come back? Would it be that bad? What if I took a 0? I contemplated 0s like a couple of times, guys, but it was group work, so I had to take one for the team, all the teams, every time. But I am glad to say that I made it through the year and I conquered. I hope I conquered. I hope I graduate. But I would just like to end off with a quote. All the great speakers were bad speakers at first. The quote is from Ralph Waldo Emerson. And it's just to say that you don't wake up. Okay, some people literally do. God's favorite. But confidence is something you build in yourself over time, and just be patient. So confidence comes with practice and peace. Anxiety is real, so honestly, it's okay. Be patient with yourself. And tell yourself you're the full package, and you go on and you live your best life. Thank you so much for listening to my talk.
Thank you very much to Lauren. That was such a great chat. I do think that doing Mac this year really did help a lot of people get out of their comfort zone and be able to speak in such large crowds. Like, I remember the first time we all presented, oh my word. That was really bad, but now looking at everyone speak now, all you guys are so excellent. You can literally hold an entire auditorium, and I feel like this one is a bit small for your guys' personalities. Now you guys are growing. The next person that I'm going to introduce, I didn't have the luck of working with him. It's Enchi, but everything that I've heard from everyone is amazing. That Enchi is such a great person, like always willing to help, always willing to do more for everyone else and himself. And we've all got this misconception that he's the smartest student in class. And I think that his chat goes straight on that nail and hits that nail on the point. Enchi is talking about how good is the consumer to the manufacturing model. He's also online, so can I please ask you guys to have some Netflix, what do they say, like some Netflix interest to watch, because the next one is also online.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to present in front of you today. My name is Enchi, and the topic for this presentation will be on the future of online shopping and how the consumer to manufacturer model is affecting the industry. Before I begin, I would like to share a short story about my shopping experience in China and South Africa over the past few years and how online shopping changed my life. Before I was introduced to online shopping, shopping was an adventurous and labor-intensive activity. If I want something, I have to go to the physical store and buy it, and I always end up overpacking my shopping cart. At the end of the day, I will end up with a bunch of plastic bags with goods that I had to take home. But this all changed when I was introduced to online shopping in 2016 by my cousins in China. This opened a new world for me, and shopping was never the same again. I was able to buy anything with a simple click of a button on my phone, and the product would be delivered to my door the next few days. My first ever online purchase was a multi-purpose cooking appliance at the bottom left of the screen. I was in a self-catering residence at the time, and this product has done miracles, from frying to boiling to steaming. It has it all in one device. As I get used to online shopping, I made more expensive and fancier purchases, ranging from clothing to electronics to snack hampers filled with hundreds of snacks. I don't have to go to a different store to get these things separately. I can now get it all in one place on my phone. Taobao is the first e-commerce platform that I used, and it was founded in 2003. Taobao, also known as AliExpress, is currently the largest e-commerce platform in China with approximately 710 million active users. Looking at this image, you can see that the Chinese e-commerce platforms are very often quite busy. There are many buttons, tabs, advertisements, and short videos displayed on a tiny screen. Despite all this clutter, the app is very useful and is packed with surprises. Besides shopping for products, you can use Taobao for ordering food, creating group chats, watching your favorite celebrity short videos, and more. The content displayed in front of you is based on what you searched before and things you bought frequently. There is even a page dedicated for promotions and influencer videos, as you can see on the right. All these are put in place to make the customer want to buy more and stay on the page for longer. The color red is widely used on Chinese apps and websites for its symbolisms of happiness, good luck, and love. The second app I use often is called Pinduoduo. It is the second largest mobile-only social e-commerce platform in China, founded in 2015 with over 300 million users. Pinduoduo is similar to Taobao, but it has a huge emphasis on group buying, which means that the users can get discounts if they find someone that they can buy the products with them. When you find a product you like, you're given two options before you can proceed to payment. You can either buy the product alone or at its full price, or you can find a partner on social media or on the platform to get a bulk buying discount. The third platform that I shop on is a short video social media app called Douyin, also known as the Chinese TikTok, which was founded in 2016 with approximately 600 million active users. What makes Douyin different to TikTok is the add-on shopping feature and PK mode or battle mode. In battle mode, participants can challenge each other in a mini game, and they can decide on what the punishment will be on. The audiences watching the battle can vote for the winner by sending likes, virtual gifts, or red packets, which all have real monetary values, which can range from cents to thousands of yuan. And as you can see on the right, you can see the gauge, which tells you who the winner is, and the block that allows you to send the gifts. My favorite feature on the app is live stream shopping that requires the user to attach their bank card and home address. Businesses, manufacturers, and individuals would advertise their product in the live stream, and you can buy through the shopping cart, the yellow shopping cart on the bottom left, as you can see. And they can process the payment without leaving the app, which allows them to keep exploring the app even after they're done shopping. There are several things in common between the apps. All the apps are implementing or transitioning towards the C2M business model. You can buy anything on the platform without leaving the app. There is a local and international version of the apps with different functions and target audiences. All apps are optimized for mobile only, from browsing to communication to payment. So what is the C2M model, and how is it different to traditional models? First, it is a consumer-centric business model that connects consumers directly to manufacturers without intermediaries between them. It combines elements of social selling and tech-enabled consumer aggregation. Social selling is when you build relationship with customers on a social media to sell a product or products. Tech-enabled consumer aggregation is when the platform collects and consolidates consumer data in one place, which helps manufacturer make informed decisions based on the consumer data. Here's a graph that shows the importance of consumer-centric model in a digital native culture. A digital native is the generation of people who grow up in the era of ubiquitous technology, or anyone who knows or understands technology or uses them. Now you know the definition of a C2M model, but how does it work? I will be using Pinduoduo as an example to explain the model in simple terms. First, the platform collects user data and uses big data and AI technology to create a virtual profile of your interests and product categories. The next time you use the app, you will see more tailored content based on your browsing history. The more you use the app, the more the app will learn about you. Pinduoduo will share anonymous user data and insights with the manufacturers, logistic providers, and merchants to produce products that the consumer want and finding the quickest way to deliver it. The manufacturer will make the product that you're interested in, and when you're ready to buy it, they will find the quickest way to deliver it to you. You are the initiator of the demand, not the brand or company assuming you are demanding it. You're wanting a product. The strength of the models are: consumers can buy higher quality product at lower prices. It removes logistics, inventory, sales, distribution, and other intermediaries from the equation. Products are produced and tailored towards consumer based on their interest and not assuming their interest. Manufacturer can collect real-time consumer data through the app, and which allows them to make better products and at quicker rate. New products can be created faster with less wastage or product surplus because you know exactly how much each product is required. Consumers initiate the demand, not the manufacturer or brand, because you're the one who wants it and you can decide when you want it and where you want it. However, the weaknesses are: the quality and consistency of the product may be a problem due to a larger volume of niche orders. It has negative environmental impact because manufacturers need to make more deliveries to unique customers, which means more transportation and more packaging. It is difficult to scale if the operations are done in-house with large order volumes. You need a powerful and efficient system that can manage transactions, advertising, etc. Manufacturers need to release new products more frequently because of high niche demand. You need to have a large consumer base across social media or e-commerce platforms to maximize reach and engagement as well as sales. These are the key takeouts. Businesses are moving from brick and mortar towards online retail. The C2M model is influencing the global e-commerce landscape, and companies can learn from this model. The consumer-centric model is very important to a business due to increasing consumer awareness and online competition. The C2M model can benefit both the consumer and supplier, but the environmental impact remains still an issue. I would like to end with a quote from Jack Ma, the founder of Taobao. Success and profitability are the outcomes of focusing on customers and employees, not objectives. Thank you for listening to my presentation. Hope you have a great day.
Thank you, Enchi. Thank you, Enchi. I think that just confirms what I said before the chat, that Enchi is indeed probably one of the smartest dudes here, and he just gave us a plug right now, considering the amount of people that actually online shop during class. I think it would be a great idea to take Enchi's website and start using them. So for our next speaker, I've had the privilege to work with Samantha, and she's such a ball of energy as well. And she's always keen right off the bat to tackle any task that is given to her, and she actually does some amazing work. And I really like her topic that she's going to be speaking on, and I really think it encompasses all the qualities that she has. So can everyone give a round of applause for Samantha?
So welcome everyone to my Mac Live, titled Come On Kid, This Is Your Dream. So this talk is 10 minutes long, and according to statistics, at the end of today, another 8 million pieces of plastic will make its way into our oceans. That means, after my talk, possibly 55,000 pieces of plastic will be in the ocean. Each person in this room statistically will use over 150 plastic bags in 1 year alone. That means if we take the whole Mac class who are in this room and online, that means it is a total of 8,850 bags approximately. Over 100,000 marine animals die every year from plastic entanglement or ingestion. So the equivalent of that in 10 minutes is 2 animals would probably have died from ingesting plastic or being entangled in it. For years, I've had the biggest pull to make a difference, and pretty much as this may be cliche, but to be the change that I want to see in the world. But considering this topic and why I have this desire and why it's been playing on my mind for the last couple of weeks, and having to put pen to paper, well, figuratively of course, because this was typed out on a laptop, but you get the point. This is young little Sam, a real German girl who refused to speak English until she was forced to go to an English school. She grew up in a powerful female household where my mom was, and still is, the best and most inspiring woman around. It was my mom, my sister, and I for years. So I guess I need to start off and appreciate my mom. My mom has always allowed me to follow my dreams. And although sometimes my dreams may have been a bit crazy or a bit whack for my possibly conservative family, I was never told that the sky is the limit. I was always encouraged that there is no limit and that I'm a very clever chicken. Thanks, Mom, for calling me that and continually believing in me. But when you're young and you can achieve anything, I think I must have still been a little bit humble. Because as you can see from this what I want to be when I'm older list, number 4 says that I wanted to be a till keeper. I mean, the world's your oyster, Sam. But you can settle for a shop lady at the till, and you know what mom will always support you. So sometimes I have to say that my dreams were a little bit more achievable than just wanting to save the world. A year or so later, I wrote a letter to Father Christmas, asking him to help all the starving children and give peace in the world, but of course to give me nice presents too. So it reads, "Dear Father Christmas, please give the starving children lots of food. Please give us all a happy Christmas." And then there's a section that I don't really understand, but of course I end off asking for nice presents and for Father Christmas to give peace in the world. From a young age, I've always known that I've needed to do more with my life. I need to help those in need and get out of my little zone or area that I live in, because there is so much more out there that can be done. But we all just need to remember that we don't have to always have the biggest dreams out there, and that little everyday goals are just as rewarding and fulfilling. Remembering to use as little plastic as possible, or bringing a reusable straw when you remember, it all makes a difference. Every little bit counts. But how do you find your passions and what sets your soul on fire? To find your passion, you need to go out there and find it. You need to find what genuinely makes you happy. In 2015, I got to experience this. My mom actually encouraged me to do this, but I sailed from Cape Town to the Caribbean, Antigua in the Caribbean, over a period of 4 months. And this was the most amazing gap year experience of my life. It allowed me to open my eyes and meet such different people from different walks of life. My world took a whole 180-degree turn, and I realized that there's so much beauty out there and so much we need to protect and cherish. I learned that you can move from place to place by just the power of the wind. And although sometimes it was a little bit scary and we had crazy weather and almost a man overboard scare, I would do that trip and that experience 100 times over. We got to go diving in the warmest of waters, see unbelievable remote islands and places that I would never have thought imagined. I even got to go swimming with whale sharks. Sorry, Di, I know you'll be jealous of that one. I was able to learn so much about myself and push myself completely out of my comfort zone and just build my love and appreciation for the world and the environment around us. It just reiterated to me that I need to do everything in my power to protect this world and do as much as I can. So the question is, what next? And now, being 25 years old, using anti-wrinkle cream, and just having had the crazy busiest year of my life so far, what is it that I want to do with this life of mine? And how will I leave an impact? And of course, the dreaded question, what do you want to do next year? This year has been the year of challenges for me. I was and still am completing my law degree in Stellies, and I'm nearing the end of my MAC year. This year has made me become the best planner and organizer that I could be. Juggling pretty much 2 degrees, I thought it was manageable. But trust me, the last 2 months have been the most tough yet. And I wanted to give up and just go back home and see my dog almost every day. But as the saying goes, we move, and onwards and upwards from here. I went into law, hoping to go the environmental law sector and making some form of an impact in that field, which maybe is still a possibility in the future. But as for right now, that's not the plan. I'd be happy to be a professional dog walker at this stage. The last 6 years of studying has completely drained me, but I was told once that you should never let anyone scare you from those 4 years at university, because those 6 years will be the best years of your life. And it truly has been. I've grown in so many ways and cemented my dreams and goals. And yep, this is my 6th year of studying. So What have I learned? The last 6 years has taught me to try, and try again. Although I've really struggled to get my degree, I know that at the end of this, it'll all be worth it. The only way you can actually fail is if you give up. And I've had many, many close calls to giving up and dropping out. But here I am. After starting this year with no actual degree, I will finish this year with a degree and an advanced diploma. And that is why I've realized that one of the most important qualities to develop in life is determination. At some point, you have to put your foot down and say, I'm going to move in this new direction, and no person or situation is going to stop me. This brings it back to having a dream that you want to achieve, and continually trying and never giving up until you make yourself proud. So therefore this, and the future career or careers that young little Sam would have dreamt of. The Sam who wanted to feed the hungry children, and the Sam who didn't even want to kill an ant because they have feelings too. This will all be for her. So that is why we all need to be our own favorite superhero. As Taylor mentioned, she also has a little mantra. When I was in 4th year of Sellies, I came up with my own little saying. I am smart, I am loved, and I will achieve great things. So Sam, go out there and achieve those goals. Make young Sam proud. And of course, make yourself and your family proud. Go and achieve those great things. So just wait. One day I will make a difference. But as for right now, the story is still untold.
Thank you, Sam, for that. That was totally amazing. I really think the chats about motivation will all get us going and keen on next year and dreading that question that everyone has been asking us of what's the plan next year? Yeah, still don't have answers. The next speaker, I've had the luck to work with quite a couple projects with. We've got a brand challenge under our belt. They never thought we'd do it, bro. but yeah, Chris is such an amazing oak. He calls himself Bull on the side. And I think the nice thing about Chris is his resilient attitude and always wanting to do more and always wanting to achieve the best out of that task. Thank you very much for having me in your group, man. Like, we did some amazing things. But also, Chris is the devil's advocate. I don't think anyone can ask so many whys and so whats. I thought Die was good, but damn, Chris, bro, you're amazing. So, guys, can you please have a round of applause for Chris?
Hi, guys. So, I'm Chris, and today I'm going to be talking to you about change. We are living in a world that is changing so fast that it's moving from a world of reality to a world of digital. So I'm going to ask you now, are you an adapter or an observer of this change? My notes are gone. So what has changed? So we start off with the web. In 1993, we started with Google, just eBay, PayPal, emails and chats, the basics. Moving to Web 2, where we got introduced to the internet on mobile. We had introduction of social media, and as well as what we all use now is Uber. Now we are sitting in a stage of the Web 3. What is the Web 3? We've got 5G, augmented reality, virtual reality, and crypto. Oops, sorry. And to move on to the physical things, we've gone from cameras that were 0.9 megapixels to new cameras that are 51 megapixels. Old phones that were bricks to smartphones that hardly any of us know how to use them. TVs that were black and white and you had to scan through the channels to get to it, to smart TVs that are now like a laptop that you would have used 3 years ago. And cars. Our cars are getting faster and faster, just like how change is happening in the environment. And lastly, me. I also change. So, in the 21st century, so many of our old assumptions and strongly held ideas have been turned around. Many more upheavals are on the way. Different places, we live in a different place, which us Gen Zs are in compared to our parents growing up. So what? So what is the defining skill of the 21st century? It's not only coding, it's the ability to solve problems and lead change. So we're living in a pandemic at the moment, and Ravi Katzen, sorry, I always struggle with his name, he said, the pandemic didn't create a world of unpredicted change. It accelerated it. Our world was experiencing an extraordinary rate of change before the pandemic. The pandemic only sped things up. The cause of acceleration is twofold: technology and changing ideas. So what's next? What is to come? What is to change? This is a big topic at the moment of cryptocurrencies. I'm going to mainly focus on Bitcoin because there are so many other cryptos that are just out there at the moment. So it's a massive trend and a hot topic at the moment. Not only investors, but in the popular culture too. Its growth in 2021 has seen another year for the crypto record books. Bitcoin has hit multiple new all-time highs and have a big impact on the industry, and more institutional buy-in from major companies. The broader institutional crypto adoption, mainstream companies across industries haven't taken the interest. For example, AMC recently announced it will be able to accept Bitcoin payments by the end of this year. Fintech companies like PayPal and Square are also betting on crypto by allowing users to buy on their platforms. Tesla continues to go back and forth of acceptance of Bitcoin payments, also with Elon Musk being a major investor himself into Bitcoin. So experts predict more and more buy-in is only going to make this more stable. So where are we going with this? Bitcoin is to replace fiat currencies. For you who don't know fiat currencies, it's your normal dollar, your pound, your euro. But to be honest, it's all going to probably be the yen one day. So experts in recent crypto surveys said that Bitcoin is to replace fiat currencies by 2050. So 54% of fintech experts expect Bitcoin to overtake currencies issued by the central bank in the global finance by 2050. The move could also take by 2035, according to 29% of the experts, and the majority of the panel see Bitcoin as currently undervalued, and that the price rising this year is to 66,284. These predictions were made in July this year. In November this year, crypto, or Bitcoin should I say, hit an all-time high of $68,500. So if these predictions have to be slightly on point or correct, there will be conservative predictions made by experts that Bitcoin will reach $100,000 by 2023. What Bitcoin is sitting on at the moment today, if you put in money and these predictions are right, you're going to double your money. Win-win. So, the rate of new consumers. One of the main factors driving the price of the increase of Bitcoin is the rate of the new consumers are buying and exploring crypto. Kate Waltman said, crypto technology is being adopted at a faster rate than humans first adopted the internet technology. So, there's 4.66 billion people connected to the internet. If people warm up to Bitcoin at a comparable rate as they did to the internet, or faster, the report makes the case that there will be 1 billion users by 2024 and 4 billion users by 2030. So, moving in still with the digital world, this is the actual digital world, is the metaverse. But a lot of us actually don't know what's going on yet. This is where the reality is moving into the digital. So, I'm going to focus on one thing that I find absolutely crazy, is Horizons Workroom. This is like our Zoom, although it's all done in virtual reality. You sit in a board meeting, and as you can see here, you scan your table on the virtual reality goggles. It focuses on your hand, so any gestures that you do while talking in this meeting will be able to see. With the metaverse, you're going to be able to design your own boardroom. You're going to be able to dress your own avatars. It's connected to your laptop, as you'll see coming up, and you'll be able to show everything that's on your screen to share it as if a normal meeting. You'll be able to draw as if you were presenting in front of a class or in a boardroom. And not only like something about the virtual reality is that if they've managed to do something like this just with virtual reality, think about our phones, how they were so big and are going to so small that soon it's going to be glasses that you're just wearing. And from then on, you're just going to be wearing contact glasses. Who's going to know what you're doing? So yeah, that's Horizon's workroom, pretty awesome. And then for all of obviously the digital world, you need energy. So what is renewable energy? The term renewable energy refers to any energy source that can be utilized more than once. It's the fastest growing source of energy in the world. Consumption of renewable energy is set to rise by 78% between 2015 and 2040. Global demand is increasing quickly thanks to forward-thinking people. A quick question, is anyone here off the grid? No. Yeah. So solar power is the fastest growing, projected to grow from providing 11% of the US's renewable energy to 48% by 2050. Solar power could be the world's top power source by 2050. So, what is the most used renewable energy? It's hydropower. This form of energy is generated by dams and it currently generates over 54% of world's renewable energy capacity, and that in turn accounts for 18% of the world's electricity. It's helping communities, it's environmentally friendly. Nothing about renewable energy pollutes Mother Nature. It doesn't release any greenhouse gases, hence it is safe and environmentally friendly. Overall, it reduces our carbon footprint. So it has the knock-on effect with climate change and improving. So the reason I say let's hope we see this is because South Africa received $8.5 billion from the UK, the US, and the EU. And this was all to speed up the shift from coal. South Africa, which is the 12th biggest emitter of climate warming gases and heavily reliant on aging coal-fired power stations, obviously what's a big problem, has now received $8.5 billion to put towards renewable energy. So let's hope we can see this. And yes, to shift towards renewable energy might be expensive. It will take 7 years to pay back what you put in if you go off the grid. But think of the world and the positive impact you can have on it. And plus, you won't have to worry about this. Eskom se poes. So, through all of this, the main thing comes down to the education system. According to the World Bank, over 40% of the world population is under the age of 25. This generation, as driven, ambitious, and talented as they are, face extraordinary challenges. Two critical ones mainly. Reimagining a rigid education system and ensuring that education leads to jobs. So, there's a guy by the name of Ravi Venkateswaran, as I said earlier. He's a special representative for young people and innovation at UNICEF and a founder of the Global Alliance for Mass Entrepreneurship. He says, much of the education system around the world is designed for a world that no longer exists. Today's access to knowledge is now dependent on access to technology and internet, and many young people end up left behind. So it is inevitable in such an environment that change would finally come to our young people's education as well as it has. But there's a huge paradox for educators. The place where the biggest educational changes have come is not our schools. It is everywhere else but our schools. So I've written a little script. I know we're not supposed to read, but it kind of ties in everything and I didn't want to miss out anything. So today's students will not live in a world where things change relatively slowly, as many of our parents did, but rather one in which change extremely rapidly, daily, and exponentially. So today's teachers need to be sure that no matter what subject they are teaching with the future in mind. While there is much about the future that we don't know, we know enough to understand that today's English students must be posting, publishing, and communicating within the multimedia world of today and tomorrow. And that today's science students must study what is happening on the cutting edge, not just of the discipline, not just of the disciplines, which is where all the really interesting work is going on, that today's math students should truly understand order of magnitude, estimation of the unknown quantities, and the math behind all the polling and stats that are thrown around in our political lives. And that today's art students should be moving more towards the digital world and learning graphic design, illustration, as well as learning and creating the new and emerging hot topic of NFTs. We know we must respect and learn from the past. But if the future isn't getting equal time in our education, we are selling our students terribly short. So, part of change comes to transformation. So what do we do and how do we do it? There's 3 words that I'd like you to take home from this, and it's a form of training for transformation. First, agency. Realizing you can influence your destiny and heaving the confidence to act on it. 2, mindset of the explorer, seeing life as an adventure to learn and grow. And 3, skill set of a change maker, the skills to lead people to solve complex problems. And then we go to the 3 phases of transformation. We have stage 1, the goodbye stage. We have let go of what you're familiar with, what you're used to, an old story, letting go of any familiarity. So getting out of your comfort zone. And then you get to no man's land. Nothing looks familiar. Everything is new, feels exhausted because you're trying to keep your brain reconnecting with the world and what's going on. And then you get to the final stage. Find your new groove, your new momentum, rituals, and behavior, and start building towards this new world. So, we can either be like that sad guy and look out the window at all the bad that's happening with the changing, or we can be like this person who's happy and looking at the bright side of changes. And he would say, adaptation is the ability to adjust to new information and experiences. Learning is essentially adapting to constantly changing environments. Though adaptation, we are able to adopt new behaviors that allow and cope with change. So, are you going to observe or are you going to adapt to the change that what we're expecting? Thank you.
Oh, thank you, Chris. Thank you, Chris. Guys, can we please give a round of applause for all those people in that session? That was an amazing session. We got one more session, and I know everyone on that session is going to thread it. I can see how ready you guys are. Like, you guys can't even keep still on your seats. So, guys, there's some admin that we need to run through. If you're leaving and you want to keep your seat, please leave something there, as we have a team that's going to be sanitizing the area as we are out. And we will have a short break. Do go upstairs and support the coffee. I just saw the sandwich man, Eve. So yeah, guys, and then we'll be back at 3 o'clock. Thank you.
All right. Okay. Final session of the year, session 8. I have one requirement, only one requirement, and that is excitement. Guys, you gotta go out with a bang, right, TK? That's what she said, eh? Go out with a bang, huh? Okay? Even the people online, I mean, you guys get involved. I actually created an app. It's called Get Involved. So how it works is you go on the chat. I mean, you guys just uploaded videos and now we must watch. I mean, at least send over some popcorn, you know? So how it works, you get on the comment section, you just comment who wants popcorn, who wants pizza, and let's just get interactive, guys. We can't die like on our sword like that. Get excited, cheer for anything. If I take a step, just cheer for it, literally anything. If you make a mistake, make a big mistake, doesn't matter. Just be yourselves. Okay, so first up, we have Nana. And I'll fall in the category of one of those people who couldn't pronounce a name because I thought it was Nain, Nanya, I don't know. But yeah, an interesting fact about her is she studied for 7 years in Stellenbosch and then decided to study again. Who knows why? But while most of us were failing digital media, this one over here created an ad on Instagram, got paid for it, and that's how she funds her studies. Impressive. Some of us have had to work for it, eh? Must be nice, eh? Must be nice. So, another thing, she said that the highlight of her year was seeing my tailored pants, and that's how she won my heart. So, give it up for Nana, everyone.
Hi everyone. As you can see, I'm just making a comeback every time. Gonna get sick of me by the end of the day. So the title of my talk is I'll Burn That Bridge When I Get There. I'm going to take you through my chain of thoughts real quick in terms of the title. It's one of my friend's favorite sayings, and I just fell in love with this. Her other favorite saying is we shouldn't make a habit out of this, and she usually says that after we've visited a wine farm and just stayed there for too long. So I was very enthusiastic in terms of using this title, but then when it actually got to constructing the talk, I was like, damn, how am I going to bring everything that I want to talk about together, and how am I going to relate it back to bridges and fire? So where a bridge is linear, this talk isn't, so that's definitely not going to be the metaphor. I'm just preparing you in advance. I'm going to be looking at boundaries and why some people have difficulty setting boundaries, where that stems from, and then I'm going to take it to next year, where setting boundaries in the workplace is going to be something we all are going to be faced with. So there you go. I'll burn that bridge when I get there. First things first, as Eve's now finally nailed my name is Nana, and I suffer from anxiety. I have every possible meme you can get regarding anxiety. So this was the most difficult slide to make because I honestly didn't know which one to use. Some of the other things I considered was my neck, my back, my anxiety attack. But we stuck with this one for now. Okay, so, what's the deal? I'm so grateful for John yesterday that tackled anxiety, because he really highlighted something for me, and that's the fact that it doesn't present in everyone in the same way, and we all deal with it differently. So I've been struggling with anxiety for a very young age, and as I'm standing here, I'm solely sponsored by my medical aid and the 5 pills I drink a day. And it took me a long while to actually owe up to it, to address it, but also to be able to talk about it and how it manifests in my life. Because as we know, anxiety is way more than just a label. There's actually a whole spectrum of things that's attached to it. And, while I may experience it in one way and another person in another, it's really important that we start to think of mental health as a spectrum rather than just a definite diagnosis. Cool. So, where am I going with this? Something that I asked myself a few times. Anxiety is a lot like having a braai, almost. And inviting one person And before you know it, it turns into a Constantia rage. Your first guest is anxiety. It's the one that's actually been invited. So they rock up early, they bring a six-pack Castle Light, and then they casually inform you that they'll be bringing a friend along. And then after a while, fawning joins, also known as people-pleasing. Fawning rocks up and they announce that their flatmate might also be joining a bit later, and then boom, difficulty setting boundaries rock up, and they like drift into your parking space, and the first thing they ask you is, listen, can I get the aux? I dabble a bit in house, and then it's a complete rager. You know, you have a bunch of people there, someone brought a funnel, a guy sitting in the corner playing Wonderwall on a guitar, and you're just like frantically running around putting coasters and ashtrays around everywhere. So it's horrible. And then obviously there's one person to rock up like just before curfew. And that is the hot ginger that difficulties setting boundaries met and hooked up with in Village. She's called Burnout. So at the end of the day, your house party looks something like this. There's you in the air like the rock star that you are. You have anxiety right there in the front. Fawning is obviously just happy to be there. Right in the middle will be difficulty setting boundaries because, well, obviously. And then in the corner is Burnout, just being a smoke show, waiting to chat to the guy that drove the Jeep. And that's where we're at. So why did I decide to address my house party for the first time a few months ago? It's because of this woman. When Adele announced her new CD, she made a public threat and we took it too lightly. Honestly, she said, I'm coming back and I'm taking victims. Not only did she dominate my Spotify Wrapped this year, but she also gave me a big breakthrough in terms of how I manage my anxiety and my mental health. So for the first time, she openly spoke about her own struggles with anxiety. And although she's not the first person in the entertainment industry to do so, she actually highlighted and placed a lot of emphasis on the ways she deals with her anxiety. For example, by exercising 3 times a day. And let's not beat around the bush, I'm no athlete. In 2012, I decided to compete in the 1,500 long distance meter or race, and I was overlapped twice. The person ringing the bell for each round was so confused, like I ended up running a whole lap less than everyone else. So, but it's fine. And she called us out. She called us out hard. She asked me, not personally, unfortunately, she didn't phone and say hello, but my jokes are terrible, guys. But she made me question if I'm actually, in fact, dealing with my anxiety and all the house guests that comes with them in a healthy way. And she also told me it's okay to struggle with it and it's okay to talk about it publicly. I'm not sure if Adele struggles with all the aspects of anxiety like I do. For example, having random bursts of sadness. In my case, seeing old people eating soft serve just triggers me in a way that I can't explain. It's been a week, guys. But the fact that she called me out to get myself together really, really made me think about how next year is going to look if I don't get these damn guests out of my house. So, how do we get to setting boundaries? Work-related burnout has become a novelty. And I know this is a very strong statement to make, but in applying for jobs and looking at the job descriptions and the fact that nearly all of them require 2 years of work experience, I realized that there's really a lot riding on next year. I've been accepted into a graduate program, and I know that I face... Thank you. Weird flex, but okay. And I know that I'm going to be faced with the challenge of managing not only my time, but what I actually can give. And it's interesting, you know, when you enter in a junior position, not only is there this massive expectation of you, but you know you're going to really strive and do the best you can because work is scarce. And another way that I think work-related burnout has become a novelty is obviously in social movements, hashtag girl boss, hashtag small business owner. Workaholic is one of those words that you kind of use in an interview when they ask you about your negative qualities. You're like, oh, I'm such a workaholic. I struggle to pull myself away from the office. Anyway, so that brings me to I'll burn that bridge when I get there. How to be proactive in setting boundaries at work and staying true to the title of my talk. I decided to run with the fire metaphor, so I'm going to give you 5 tips for avoiding a fire drill. Once again, I'm no expert, and I think a big reason for me deciding to use this as my topic is to kind of preach for myself as well. And I know I'm being held more accountable since I've actually dedicated 10 minutes of my time and yours to it. So let's start. First things first, this is the type of chaos we want to try and avoid. And that's why we start by getting certified. Know the requirements of your role. Go and ask what the KPIs are, how you're going to be measured, what is actually expected, and keep a paper trail. Always keep a paper trail, whether that be emails, even if it's just notes that you made during a meeting. Keep that in your back pocket, always. And then have regular conversations with those measuring your work. Ask them where you can improve. People love being involved. People love being asked their opinion. So you're also doing a bit of schmoozing there. Then secondly, install your fire alarms. I think the issue with boundaries are that we often set them too late. So be proactive about that. Be upfront about your capabilities, your expectations, and what's non-negotiable. And also, don't share your grapes with everyone. I know that's a difficult thing when you have a lot on your heart and you have a lot to say about management, but pick a work wife and stick to them. There's a few people in this class that's been living in holy matrimony this year. They've always been paired up, been together. That's what you need next year as well. Then speak like a marshal. We've referred a few times to how Afrikaans I actually am. And the 2 most used phrases growing up in my house was firstly, wat gaan die mense sê? So what are the people going to say? Which is highly ironic considering that my mother allowed me to leave the house in orange Crocs for the majority of my childhood. And then the second one was sê dankie vir die tannie. But I've come to realize that even tannies don't always deserve a donkey. And that's why I've come up with a few phrases to use when you have to say, nee dankie tannie. First, can you please explain your reasoning on this? A lot of times, a person actually hears the fault in their own argument when asked to repeat it slowly and out loud. So this is a great technique to use. Then, I'm intrigued by what you're saying, though I'm not sure how it would work. Once again, ask them to elaborate on the ideas, really explaining the intricacies and the stuff you're worrying about. I want to do my best work, and I won't be able to do so right now. I hear that my decision upsets you, but I'm no longer taking feedback on this issue. Guys, the day I've reached the confidence level to use this line, I'm dropping the mic. I'll call you all together just to drop a mic. I'm committed to working with you to find a solution, but this is not a communication style that works for me. I apologize if I gave you the impression that I tolerate this type of treatment, but I will not be making an exception for you. Another mic drop, and then obviously my favorite, regards. Number 4, have a performance review. It's not easy to set boundaries, but it's not easy to keep them once you've set them. So make yourself some mirror memos, and these are not the memos, you is kind, you is smart, you is important, but rather some things to remind you why it is important to set boundaries. First, remember, no is a complete sentence. It's not your job to manage someone's reactions to your boundaries. The only people getting upset by you setting boundaries are the ones that benefited from you not having ones. And then, you are not required to set yourself on fire to keep others warm. Thank you, Oprah, obviously. And then lastly, give yourself a badge of honor. It's really difficult to step in a junior position and to advocate for yourself. And in the end of the day, you need to decide, are you going to be this guy or this guy? Essentially, I think the decision is quite simple. And life really doesn't get easier, but you get better. I will leave you with the great words of our class president of 2021. Go take the industry by storm, you beautiful humans.
Thank you, Nana. Two things about Nana is I never got a chance to work with her on any projects this year, but one thing you can tell about her, her infectious energy. She's really a hard worker, and that graduate program, it's very well deserved. You deserve it, so congrats to you for that. And secondly, she's lying. She's not really Afrikaans, because I mean, if you saw her emceeing skills yesterday, if she is Afrikaans, then she bought an English accent from Woolworths. Anyway, okay, so moving on to our next speaker. It's going to be online. Her name is Holly Firth, and she'll be talking about anything but fashion. Some interesting facts about Holly. She wanted to be creative, heard about red and yellow, and decided to join. Her highlights was attending a festival where she contracted COVID. She could have just said the festival, but I don't know why she mentioned COVID. But anyway, because she has no regrets in life, that's why she just mentioned it, And she's originally from Joburg, but people think she's from Durban because she talks like this and like, So here to talk about anything but fashion, it's Holly Firth.
Hello everyone. For those of you who don't know me, I'm Holly, and my holiday started a little earlier than expected when I tested positive for COVID. So unfortunately, I'm not there with you guys today, but nevertheless, I hope you enjoy my talk on anything but fashion. POV. It's Saturday morning, 7:30 a.m. You wake up on the top bunk of your bunk bed, climb down the ladder with eyes half closed, and open the door of your cupboard, pulling at the keyring attached to the key because you can't reach the handle. You grab your pink platform flip-flops sitting on the top of the pile of shoes because you wore them last night, and you throw on your new big school board shorts because everyone must know you've hit grade 0. Before exiting the room to eat Rice Krispies for brekkie, you stroll past the washing basket to grab your favorite Smarties t-shirt that you won in a competition at Sun City. Because honestly, comfort comes first, and if that means wearing the same shirt twice, then so be it. It's your best friend's birthday party. She's turning 5, and you are so excited to see what's in this party pack later so that you can restock your sweetie stash at home that, to your disgust, your older brother found and annihilated a few days ago. Life's good. Although you've got 99 problems, they revolve around anything but fashion. We are born as beautiful, unique individuals, untouched by social pressures, marketing schemes, and the dangerous realities of the consequences we'll face if we're daring enough to stand out in a crowd. We are bold and brave, and we confidently take on the world in our favorite pair of shoes that we wear until our heels give way at the back, or we have blisters from the tight squeeze that worry us less than the thought of having to part way with the shoes. A pioneering psychologist named Erik Erikson identified the different stages of development that toddlers go through. That clothing battle that makes every morning a nightmare for parents has been identified as the autonomy versus shame and doubt stage of psychosocial development. This is when children are exploring the limits of their personal control. Erikson stated that if you don't give children enough space for independence, they feel shame and begin to doubt their abilities. This need for children to express individualism through their fashion choice can be a struggle for parents, but it is a critical element of development. This is the reason why it is essential that parents give in to a child's fashion demands. Take this for an example. My cousins and I were flower girls at my uncle's wedding, and 2-year-old Juliet refused to wear anything other than her beloved dirty tackies. To prevent all-out war, my aunt surrendered, and the uniform flower girl look was destroyed. As for me, my mom regretfully made the mistake of buying me a book called I Wear My Tutu Everywhere, which I then took on as my life motto for the year. This meant that under no circumstance would I step out of the house without my tutu, barely giving my mom enough time to wash the item of clothing. And if only we were this unfazed by the opinions of others and determined in our style choice throughout our years, life would probably be a whole lot simpler. But we torture others along the way as we make the necessary journey through our various fashion stages before we reach our style destination. Bypassing these phases might lead us to look like this, or this, or this, who appear to have been stuck in fashion limbo, let's just say. But how do we find our fashion finesse, and what is the significance of the style journey we embark on to comfortably and confidently wear something that defines us? So first things first, what on earth is the difference between fashion and style? Because I sure as hell refuse to believe that this fashion is style. Fashion by its very nature is fleeting and temporary. It's all about the here and now as trends come and go with increasing frequency. Fashion has rules and boundaries, and it is predicted by luxury brands and high-end designers who dictate what combination of clothing, shoes, and accessories have to be worn together. Style, on the other hand, is all about personal expression. It's taking the individual elements that fashion provides to create a sartorial statement that is all your own. While fashion will have us looking back at a picture of ourselves screaming, "What was I thinking?" Style will have us look at the same picture thinking, "I love that jacket. I should find another one like it." Former model and actress Lauren Hutton most succinctly described the difference between style and fashion when she stated, "Fashion is what you're offered 4 times a year by designers, and style is what you choose." This is very clear in the difference between my dad's take on fashion versus style. So my dad has his very own unique sense of fashion and style, and his ever so slightly more fashionable look, which many call the Adidas model, is a look that has evolved through sneaky birthday gifts, carefully coordinated and selected for by my mom. He would not naturally take note of brands and could probably barely tell you the difference between stripes or stripes, but I reckon he cuts quite a dashing figure in his carefully crafted active gear. However, set loose in a shopping mall, he heads straight for Cape Union Mart to stock up on the one-tone casual bush look. This is my dad at his happiest, wearing 3 items of clothing merged into one due to the lack of the range and color tone. This comfortable style defines him as the down-to-earth person he is, happiest in the bush, close to nature, with a beer in his hand. In his retirement, my dad has forgone his corporate look to finally find a style that I'm pretty certain no other than him may be envious of. How unique? But my dad hasn't actually always dressed like this, and this is because our style is constantly evolving, and as we grow, so does our taste in fashion. When we enter school years, our fashion choices are strongly influenced by the latest trends, as well as what our friends are wearing. It is at this stage of our life where fashion is everything. We feel confident when our clothes represent our community or subculture, and we are happiest when we look the same as our peers. We spend years wearing the same school uniform as our classmates, and this creates a special bond and sense of belonging. Our ability to wear outfits that make us stand out and define us as unique is less important than fitting in and being squad deep. It does make sense though, because teens are often in a delicate position psychologically, constantly worrying about their social standing, and by dressing the same, they are actually expressing something complicated about their own developing self-esteem. Psychologists refer to this fashion stage as mirroring or twinning. And when adolescents see aspects of themselves mirrored in their peers, they get an ego boost and feel less vulnerable. And so once again, at this age, we torture our parents, badgering them to buy the latest Nike Air Force Ones because everyone's got a pair. And this leads to another term rooted in behavioral science called peer influence, which is a form of social pressure amongst high school students to adopt a type of behavior, dress, or attitude in order to be accepted as part of a group. It is because of this that dressing accordingly to fit societal norms plays such a vital role in our school years. Style and fashion basically break or make a team. It can determine whether or not you're accepted into a friendship group, invited to parties, or just seen to be cool. Fashion is important as youth goes through the stages of psychosocial development, and it is an integral part of the development of a sense of self and a way of finding social confirmation. So fitting in and being part of something can be empowering. However, this fashion stage hinders the individual's ability to define what they think is trendy, depriving them of personal preference and taste. A major transition then takes place when we shake off the structures imposed in schools and all the expectations, rules, systems, and policies that hold us back from exploring our unique styles. And so we move on to university or into the workplace. With these greener pastures comes the freedom to be freer in our fashion choices, and we finally lose the uniforms that merge our styles as one. It is here where we learn to find our groove, rebelling against the conformities of schools that once held us back. This independence then allows us to explore and experiment. We naturally integrate towards others who not only have the relatable cultural, intellectual, and emotional backgrounds, but also a similar sense of style. Slowly, as we get used to this freedom of being able to make our own choices within that group style, we then start to develop our own specific style that is unique to us. A perfect example of this style rebellion is boys and hair. If you ever thought that the way your hair was cut could not influence your mood, personality, and give you an outrageous boost in confidence, do yourself a favor and go talk to a university student with a mullet. This phase is where we cross over into the stage of our lives where anything is fashion, and we become less interested in what others think of us. What you wear becomes a reflection of who you are. It is at this stage of life where anything can be seen as fashion, and we are more willing to experiment and be different. As a result, defining your personal style is an opportunity to understand and celebrate who you are as a beautiful, complex individual. Here's just a classic example of 3 different styles, all attending the same Met Gala 21st, showing what seems to be their very, very different takes on this theme. Who out there hasn't experienced that feeling of putting on something that makes you stand up a bit taller, walk more purposefully, and speak more confidently? After years of studying the effect of clothing on daily task performance, researchers from the Kellogg School of Management at Northwestern University concluded that clothes can have a profound and systematic psychological and behavioral consequence for their wearers. The clothes we put on every day tell a story about who we are to the world. Style can impact the way in which you present yourself, and therefore the way that you are perceived by a future employer, a potential friend, or a prospective lover. All areas of your life are affected by your style choice, your mental and physical well-being, and the face you present to the world. As an adult, after having journeyed through the various fashion stages, we can truly discover our own unique style. We have driven our parents crazy through our anything but fashion demands we imposed as a toddler. We then move past the fashion is everything phase, where we mirror our friends' choices, disregarding our personal preferences. And finally, we end our journey and develop our own style where anything is fashion. Although the saying goes, clothes do not make the man or woman, research does suggest that they hold a strange power over their wearers. And so I asked a few of you to send pics of your outfits that make you feel like you. And just by looking at these pictures, we can learn so much about the person. Designer Rachel Zoe said, "Style is a way to say who you are without having to speak." So continue to build that wardrobe that speaks just for you. If this is the outfit that best defines you, or this one, then wear it. You could epitomize elegance in a business suit or stun in your old school sandals. You can be as traditional or alternative as you like, and you can most certainly wear a wig to a casual day on campus, because anything is fashion if it's worn with confidence.
You hear me? Yeah, thanks, Holly. Yeah, that is not the picture that I expected, but anyway, moving on to our next speaker. It's our last online speaker Oh, yes, of course. Our last online speaker for the year. So like I said, get excited. It's the last online speaker. Yeah, and then after that, it's all live until 2022. So the next person, when I asked her, listen, what should I say about you? She's like, no, Eve, you already know what you say. And I was like, oh, and then it makes sense because we share the same birthday. We were born on the same day. We both have a passion for writing and reading. And I'll keep repeating it because I know it pisses you off. But yeah, she couldn't make it because of COVID. She's back in Zim. Her name is Gemma Parsons, my twin flame. We actually got a company that we're starting together. It's called Twin Flame. Check it out on social media. I don't know what we do there yet, but anyway, she's going to be talking about writing to heal.
Research shows that an average person has approximately 70,000 thoughts per day. The Buddhists call this constant moving of thoughts the monkey mind in our head. Just as a monkey constantly jumps from one branch to the other, so does a monkey mind constantly jump from one thought to the other, seemingly without ever being able to stop. Imagine our mind resembles a big, noisy, chaotic highway with hundreds of cars passing through it every day. What the practice of writing does is that it slowly gets rid of all the extra noise in our heads until our minds gradually become to resemble a peaceful, empty road instead. And that's when it gets scary for many people. Why? Because in all that peacefulness, when you're finally able to hear your voice, you might suddenly discover that you don't actually like the job you're doing, or that you're not really happy in the relationship you've convinced yourself to stay in. You might discover a negative self-narrative you've been telling yourself for a while, or you might discover a hidden passion, a true calling that has slowly been stifled over the years. This opening up to see things that we didn't know were there in the first place is why there is a therapeutic side to writing. So much so that it forms a part of psychology today, known as writing therapy. Good afternoon, everybody. Today I will be discussing my journey with writing and how the customary practice of laying my thoughts down in a diary launched me into the world of creative storytelling and ultimately resulted in me writing a book. For as long as I can remember, I have always put pen to paper. As a child, without anyone ever telling me to, I naturally took to jotting my thoughts and feelings down in a diary. However, somewhere along the line, I grew bored by my own day-to-day trivial stories. Nothing ever exciting or dramatic happened in my own life, not like how they did in the novels I adored as a child, The Famous Five, The Faraway Tree, Harry Potter, and so I decided to create my own stories. Writing stories has always been an empowering and liberating experience. The idea of creating people and their narratives, all from my own imagination, deeply appealed to me as a child and still does now. The fact that I could control what happened to my characters, what they did, where they went, what they thought, it was a powerful tool to possess as a child, and I think it gave me my first real sense of independence and autonomy. By grade 10, my writing skills had progressed as my literary world continually broadened, and I enrolled in AP English. During this time, a friend introduced me to the app Wattpad. Wattpad is an online social reading platform designed to read and write original stories. The forum operates similarly to YouTube, allowing users to view, comment, and vote for stories they like. While you may not have heard of Wattpad, you may have heard of the film The Kissing Booth. Written by an ordinary 19-year-old girl in her bedroom, the story was posted on Wattpad first before it got picked up by Netflix and became a blockbuster overnight. While the movie has been ridiculed for its cheesy, cliched, cringeworthy scenes, the teenager who wrote it is now a millionaire with 3 Netflix motion pictures under her name. So who's laughing now, I guess? Thus, inspired by the thousands of amateur stories I'd read on Wattpad, my 16-year-old self decided on an arbitrary Saturday afternoon that I would write my first real book. The decision was quick and final, and I remember that almost immediately a story came to life in my head. The first thing I knew was that I wanted to write a romance. At that time, my romantic life was pretty much non-existent, and it's safe to say nothing has changed. I'd only just had my first kiss the year before, and most of my dating knowledge derived from television and books. However, I wrote the first chapter in a wild frenzy. I had no idea what direction the story would take, how it would end, or even what would happen in chapter 2, but I was confident and posted online under what was supposed to be a temporary title back then, but ended up sticking: Exchange. The next morning, I woke up to several Wattpad notifications. I'm not saying I went viral like some teenage dancing TikToker overnight. However, I do remember having around 5 or 6 messages in my inbox begging for the next chapter. I was stunned. People had actually taken the time to read what I had written. And not only that, but they wanted to read more. This marked the beginning of the next 3 years of my life, where my sole purpose, aside from the trials and tribulations of being a teenager in high school, became focused on finishing Exchange. The story takes place in an American high school. I know, sue me. For some reason, I couldn't even imagine my characters in a South African environment. I narrowed this down to 2 reasons. The first was because most American high schools are co-educated, and I was adamant that no kind of passionate romance could prevail in an all-girls boarding school with nun-like dress codes and where interacting with boys was limited to weekend outings or the next Hilton Michael House events. The second reason was that most media I consumed at the time centered around American culture. From television and the fiction I was reading at the time, I was accustomed to yellow school buses, jocks, cheerleaders, cafeterias, and essentially a reality completely detached from my own lived experience. If I were to write the story from scratch again, I would do things differently by paying tribute to my own culture and upbringing. However, my characters are very much football playing, beef jerky eating, prom attending American teenagers, and it is what it is. Told from the perspective of a 17-year-old girl, the story begins with my protagonist, Rose Pierce. Raised by her single nursing mother, Rose lives a relatively normal and happy life with one driving goal: to get accepted into the London Cultural Exchange program. After years of hard work and dedication, Rose is overjoyed when she discovers that she has been chosen. Cue the plot twist. Her dreams come crashing down to reality when she discovers that Mason Tanner has been selected as her exchange partner. From the very first chapter, it is clearly known that Maze and Rose do not get along. In fact, they could be considered as bordering on enemies. Since the beginning of high school, Mason has detested Rose. Why he hates Rose has always been a mystery to her. Countless times she has traced back through her memory, trying to pinpoint an exact time or moment where she has said or done something that could have resulted in the birth of Mason's deep dislike for her. However, she has always come up blank. And now her worst nightmare had come true. 3 months in a foreign country alone with the person who despised her most. From this opening context, the plot slowly unfolds and follows Mason and Rose as they journey together to London and attempt to navigate British high school and their tumultuous relationship. Obviously, everything is not as it seems on the surface, and the closer the two become, the more they begin to learn about each other. I won't say anything more due to the simple fact that I'm not willing to give away the ending of a book I took 3 years to write. But if you are intrigued, you can go give it a read on Wattpad. I wrote Exchange on and off for 3 years until I eventually finished the last line in my first year of university. In my first year at Stellenbosch, I went through the entire novel, editing my 16-year-old's voice into a more aligned narrative to my 21-year-old self. My parents and biggest supporters helped me create a cover, get an editor, and even self-publish the book on Amazon Kindle. Financially speaking, my book has yet come to thrive. While I receive drips and drabs of small royalties, I haven't yet found the correct avenue to capitalize on my work. But if I'm being honest, I haven't put too much effort into that process either. I blame that on university and the barely manageable balancing act of passing a degree while getting wasted every night. While my novel hasn't brought me money, fame, and success yet, as of today, my story has received 1.3 million views on Wattpad. That in itself is all the achievement I need. I receive messages daily from readers who tell me that my story has brought them to tears with happiness and sadness. Readers who want to have long, in-depth discussions about my characters, whether there will be a sequel, and hundreds of undying love confessions for Mason. The fact that I have emotionally touched strangers with my words is far more rewarding than any fiscal benefit. However, I will probably rephrase that in a couple of years if Netflix ever decides to produce Exchange. Writing has changed my life, and it can change yours too. I'm not here asking you to write a whole book. That's just my hobby, just like someone who enjoys photography or painting or playing rugby. Instead, I urge you to take 10 minutes of the time you would have spent scrolling through Instagram to sit down, alone with your thoughts, and to write. It can be anything. You can write a list of things you're grateful for in your life. You can write about the events, what have happened in your day. You can write a list of intentions you have for yourself, specific goals you wish to achieve within the day or your life. You can practice stream of consciousness writing, which is attempting to capture your thoughts as they enter your head and writing them down on paper before they have the chance to clutter your mind. There are a million ways to write and a million benefits from the act of writing. It will transform your life, and it is available to each and every one of us at the cost of pen and paper. So if you would like to know what your own voice sounds like and what you truly want to do with your life, write with no expectations and no demands. Look deeper and keep writing.
Thank you, Gemma. Yeah, that was very insightful. I think I might also think about getting a note that I wrote to my high school sweetheart. Get it published and yeah, see how it goes, eh? Up next, we've got Mzukisi Mbutuma. Most of us know him as Sledge. He's going to talk about the importance of not giving up. What I can tell you about this man is that he is extremely talented. I mean, I really, really hope that someone sees his portraits after Red and Yellow, whenever. I mean, this guy will have Picasso turning in his grave because he's just that good. So here to talk about the importance of not giving up, Sledge.
Two, 1, 2. Hi everyone. As you've said, my name is Mzukisi Mbutuma. So today I'll be talking about the importance of not giving up, which is something that I'm gonna be relating to because honestly speaking, this has been a tough year for me, but I've made a decision that I'm not gonna let go. So first, I grew up in the township in Strand, which is where I'm living now, and like I've been going through a lot of things that made me like grow up so quick, and also on my on the time I was doing the primary school grades, so I was one of the kids that were chosen to be sponsored by Imibala because of how talented we were in terms of art. So as the time goes, I went to high school, and during my high school, oh, that's me on the other side. So yeah, during my high school times, I was sponsored by, I was sponsored by Imibala through the in terms of the clothing, the uniform, and all those things. But I had something on my mind, which was seeking for value, because during my high school times, like I was one of those kids like who were, who were down in classrooms, and like a lot of people were insulting me like with that, of which it was something that was hurtful. So as the time goes, I just told myself that during the time I was starting grade 12, which was that time, I'm gonna make sure that I'm gonna go to varsity, and when I'm at university, that's when I'm gonna get the value that I want. But in university, that was not the only thing that I wanted, because I knew that I was talented. So I had to go for something higher than being at varsity, which was being a well-known artist, So in 2018, that's where everything started, because I was traveling from Strand. That's when I started to travel from Strand. Then I started this business of drawing people's portrait. And I was satisfying a lot of people with this business, and I was so proud of myself, and I was recognized as the best artist in Strand. So, yeah, so with that, so I just had this vision of moving out from the hood, which was 2019. I moved out of the hood, and I lived in O3. Yeah, which is also quite far from campus, CPUT. But my goal was just to move out of the township because I was getting a lot of distractions. So when I went there, I managed to have like my own space. Then I started a business of drawing people's. I started an Instagram page, because while I was in the hood, I was only using WhatsApp and Facebook because I was keeping it local. So in order to keep it like nationwide, I used Instagram. Yeah, so I used Instagram, and that's where the / artist thing came. Then I started that. So last year, I just had this vision of working with celebrities, and the thing that I didn't have on my mind is enough knowledge about what I want to do, but I just wanted to do it. I didn't care what's gonna be required and all that. I just wanted to do it, and things happened. I managed to work with a couple of celebrities. Uzikona Swezaka is one of the top actors. I'm sure you all know Youngster CPT, and that's Sia Peile on the other side. So during those times, like I told you guys that I have like a lack of knowledge. So I didn't know the negative effects of being a well-known person, and like I just went through a lot of things during last year, more especially when COVID hit it. So I was not able to deliver some of my works to other countries, because I was getting a lot of clients from other provinces. So I had to wait. But yeah, what I like about myself, I didn't take that as an excuse. I just pushed really hard, and I worked, and the work really paid off, because I was still getting the recognition that I wanted. But yeah, so another side effect that I experienced last year is that a lot of people, just because I'm working with celebrities, they thought I'm a celebrity. Of which like it's good, but it's bad just at the same time. Yeah, because like I was getting a lot of pressure. Some people were starting to ask me for money. Others were starting to tell me about their problems and all that, So I was those NJ type of vibes, Yeah, so it was pretty awesome, and to be honest, like I enjoyed it because like it felt so good to be valued by people, and when people respect you due to doing what you love. But yeah, as the time goes, at the end of in the middle of last year, when we got back to campus, like we had like too much work, and also at the same time my business was booming, so I had to I had to like try by all means like that I'm gonna have to like multitask and do my things exactly as I want. So like as I say that I was going through a lot. So after June, that was my mind. Everything that you see, like almost everything that you see on that mind was on my mind. Like it was really a tough time. Like I was living here near the circle in South River. Sometimes I used to walk to campus, and when I'm working to campus to CPUT, like I feel so depressed, I feel so stressed. I don't know what's happening to my life. Like I'm just pushing myself. There's no motivation, there's no nothing. I just want to get what I want, because the reason why I moved out of the hood was because of campus. So I cannot let go. So what happened is, after I was going through all of this, I moved back from the township, you know. But before I moved back to the township, you know, I started talking to people to people about this, like, "Ish, bruh, like, yeah, man, it's gonna feel good to be back to the hood." And people were like, "What? Are you going back to the hood?" I'm like, "Yeah, bro, that's where I grew up. I'm gonna go back." And they were like, "Yo, bruh, you know what? Good luck." I'm like, "Okay, cool. I'm gonna go." Then when I went there, like, honestly speaking, I experienced the negative side of the hood. Like, I was locking myself in my room, you know, sleeping almost the whole day. I don't know what to do. Like, I'm getting a lot of pressure. Like, things are not going well at home. Like, there was a lot happening to myself. And I kept asking myself a question, like, why? Like, why is this happening? Why is this happening to me? But in order to, like, to go through that, since I was not able to get jobs because I was doubting myself in terms of this art thingy, so I was looking for jobs. Since I managed to get my results from CPUT, of which I passed. Yeah, I passed. So so yeah, a friend of mine just told me about red and yellow. The times that I was lying on my bed the whole day, you know. So he told me about red and yellow, and he came here. And by the time he was here, like, he had like the great experience. I think it was the open day, yeah. And I wasn't here that time. So my G told me that, bruh, you should apply there. I'm like, yo, bruh, I didn't plan to start it this year, you know. I just want to get a job because I feel like I have a lot of responsibilities. But when I look carefully on how things were happening at home, I felt like, you know what, let me just extend my knowledge so that when I leave school, I'm just leaving it for good. Like, I'm not going back, you know. So while I was lying on my bed, I just tried to apply and all that, but I was like, the time I was applying, I was like, you know what, nah, let me just look for a job again. So I don't know how Bonita tracked my application, but she just came back to me and she was like, Zugisi, we saw your application was not completed. Please complete your application. If you still want to be part of Red and Yellow, I will assist you. So yeah, I did all those things, the test, the letter of motivations, and in that letter of motivation, I made sure that I'm gonna motivate, you know. So, so that's why I'm here, you know. So during that, yeah, I was lying on my bed. It was in the morning, and I received a call from Dai, and that call was the call that changed my life. So that's the reason why I'm here. It's because of that call, and it was in the morning. That's why I like the Kendrick Lamar lyrics that say top of the morning, you know. So yeah, now here's what's happening is like the reason I got here to Red and Yellow, but I came here unplanned, and like I came to to marketing and advertising, because I felt like on this business industry that I'm in, I have a lack of knowledge about it. I'm just doing it because I'm capable to do it, like I have a skill, but I don't have the knowledge, to progress. So yeah, I came to Mac because of that. But during the first time we were working, the person that I remember was M, and Siobhan and Bianca and all others. So during that time, and this message is strictly to you guys. During that time, I was totally not okay, because I was still suffering from a lot of things. Because while I was here, I was excited that I'm here, but I didn't pay attention to one problem, which is this. Oh, sorry. That is a problem. I didn't pay attention to it, and that was something that was draining me, getting to here every day and all that, waking up at 4 a.m., and take a bus at 6, get here at 9, and that was my daily routine. So during that first group, I was not okay at all, because I was unprepared, and also since I didn't plan, I moved to a Philippi, then things didn't go well. I had to go back to Strand again and start traveling and all that. So on my second group, I felt a bit better, because at least I was able to talk, to spit something out. But on my third group, brand challenge, no. It was draining me, because during that time, I was also going through times, because that was the time I lost a friend of mine that was shot in the morning, and also a family member passed away for COVID. So my mind was also going through a lot. But also, so during that time, I felt nah, man, I feel like this is not the right time to be here. Let me just throw the towel, And I spoke to X about this. Yo, X, bruh, I'm gonna throw the towel because I feel like I don't deserve to be here. And X was like, which towel? I'm like, yo, bruh, the red and yellow towel. And he was like, did you guys get towels? I'm like, no, bruh, I give up, I'm done, I'm done, bro, I'm done. So I came across internet this other day, and I just tried to search for motivations. And so instead of throwing this towel, I've decided to use it to erase all the sweat, that I'm having, more especially when I'm traveling when I'm working from Mulberry to here, and also from here to town. Damn, that's massive. So yeah, in terms of avoiding all that, I just went through the internet, and I found something that played a huge role in my life, a book called The Secret, So this book really improved my psychology, my way of thinking, in terms of understanding positivity, law of attraction, gratitude, and all those type of things. And another thing that convinced me to read it is that artists like Leonardo da Vinci were using this book in order, to survive through things, So yeah, after this, I felt so much better, because I was like, yo, I understand life from a different perspective. So on my second brand challenge group, I felt so much better, At least I was able to communicate, to add something, to ask questions and all that. And another thing is that after this, we had a great time when we went out. And let me just tell you something. Jordan gave me his card. So yeah, after that, so now I'm feeling so much better now. But the question is, have you asked the lecturers a question? And the answer was no. So are you gonna leave red and yellow without asking a question? Hell no. So on my last group, which was the last group of red and yellow, there's someone who convinced me to ask my first question. And I was like, I'm just gonna go there and I'm not gonna look back because the guest lecturer was on Zoom. So I just walked and I made sure that I'm not gonna look back because I knew those faces had reactions, you know. So after that, so this person convinced me to talk, and I've decided to include her here because she also like played a huge role on my life, and her name started with J for Joker. I'm kidding, it's Joey. So yeah. So yeah, after this, like I was starting to improve a lot of things, and the sad part is that I was starting to enjoy being here, like on the last times, and that's sad, but it's life, you know. So now after this, I went to workplace learning. Sorry, I went to the workplace learning, which is MNC Saatchi, and on that side, I had two options. Because I'm an indecisive person, So I was on the media planning side and on the graphic design side. Because the graphic design side, I mean, art and design, it's something that I grew up doing. And media, it's something that I enjoy doing, that I like. So when I was there on the media side, yeah, it was nice. But when I was on the graphic design side, I felt like this is real. I deserve to be here. And the way I was working, Victoria decided to take a picture of me, you know, and I appreciate that for doing, because every time when I look at this picture, I'm starting to rethink of those moments, you know. But yeah, so I'm just trying to like take this story of mine as an inspiration to a lot of people, you know, because I have a belief that a lot of you here are like gonna want to start their own businesses in the future. But in future, when you want to start your business, you are going to go through a lot of things, more especially when you have lack of knowledge, you know. So at the time I was there, like Victoria took me around, and the time I was looking the whole company, you know, they are doing media, graphic design, creative, art is also there. I'm like, when I'm looking at this company, like, this is the whole me, you know, this is me. So before leaving, I was like, I need to do something. And I took a picture, you know, on the quote that describes the decisions that I've been making this year, you know, like making sure that you're doing something that you enjoy doing. So yeah, guys, like, I just wanna, like, you know, appreciate every moment. I just want to appreciate everyone, you know, for appreciating me, for making me feel the way I feel today. Because if it wasn't for you guys, I wouldn't feel like this. So, yeah, I just want to say thank you to everyone. And one thing before I leave, so the definition behind the importance of not giving up is that, you know, not giving up makes us realize a lot of things about us, makes us realize true colors about us, and it makes us convert our failures into success. So please, do yourself a favor. Never give up, because your victory is right around the corner. Thank you.
Thank you, Slade. Well done, very well done. Thank you. Okay. Yeah, that was some very, very inspiring stuff. Yeah. Why are you laughing? What's the joke? Who wants to crack a joke? Anyone online want to crack a joke? I don't know. Guys, are you all still excited? I mean, it's like the last session, eh? Yeah, man. Thank you, man. Yeah. So up next, we've got Jessica Frost, and she's going to talk about why I want to be a green algae when I grow up. So she decided to join Red and Yellow after a conversation with a tortoise, in her words. And yeah, she lives by her mantra, which is a WhatsApp status, which is beetroot yourself. But on a serious note, I've had an opportunity to work with her on 2 occasions. She's a very hard worker, very proactive. I have no doubt in my mind that she's well on her way to finding the cure for COVID and every single variant. So give it up for Jessica.
Okay, so why do I want to be blue-green algae when I grow up? I understand that this is a rather unusual life goal to have, but by the end of this talk, I do hope that even you may want to be this tiny, living, breathing organism when you grow up too. I took my first breath in February last year, and no, not from the day that I was born. It was during this time where I learned the practice of meditation whilst on a Vipassana course. Vipassana, which means to see things as they really are, is one of India's most ancient techniques of meditation. Now, for those of you who aren't familiar with this practice, it is a 10-day silent retreat. And why some people call it a retreat, I don't know, because it is far from relaxing. Vipassana is a way of self-transformation through self-observation. And before beginning the course, you're asked to abstain from speaking falsely, intoxicants, stealing, sexual activity, and killing. And if you've ever tried to not kill a mosquito, you know that this can be immensely difficult. So this simple moral construct serves to calm the mind, which would otherwise be too agitated to perform the task of self-observation. The practice focuses on the deep interconnection between the mind and body, which you learn to experience through the disciplined attention to the breath and the physical sensations that form the life of the body and that continuously intercept and condition the life of the mind. It requires you to disconnect from the world around you. Refrain from any physical contact, eye contact, or talking whilst there. You are so disconnected that you're able to connect more to yourself, to your mind, to your body, all by concentrating on your breath. Through focusing on the simple act of breathing, I began to learn more about myself and how to immerse myself into every present moment. At first, this simple activity was quite complex. Think about it. How do you get your mind to stop thinking? So one's experience on this course is rather difficult to explain. The reality is that it can be quite painful. Practicing meditation for almost 11 hours every day can be immensely frustrating if you let it. I felt pain in my feet and my knees and then my back and my neck, and I even fell asleep a few times while sitting upright. But then for a brief moment, you forget about the pain. And after putting in all the hours of concentrating on this connection with your breath, all you feel are these pleasant sensations running from the tip of your toes to the top of your head, almost as if you were glowing, like phosphorescence. The result of this is a balanced mind, one that is filled with love and compassion. So you see, this practice is all about your ability to create a space within your mind where you have no aversions nor any cravings towards anything. This is the state of samadhi. Samadhi is when you are no longer affected by any external conditions, like what people are saying about you, how your body feels, or even your own limiting beliefs. You can be completely present in the moment and in tune with your highest self. Now, it's safe to say that not many of us will ever reach this state of enlightenment, but there are ways to be connected to this world and to yourself that could bring you someplace close. And as you may know by now, one of these ways is through meditation. And it wasn't until I was outside of the meditation hall that I began to realize how connected we really all are. In fact, I felt so connected that I spent one of my days following a tortoise around the grounds, talking to it in my head, of course, and letting it guide my every step of that day. Basically, I was asking a moving rock a bunch of questions where left meant no and right meant yes, and this tactic honestly has helped make many of my life decisions to date. So this journey was one of the most challenging experiences. Having to refrain from all these different things and removing myself from external stimulation, and after feeling overwhelmingly bored for the first day or two, I truly began to see how powerful the breath is. I had another experience when coming back into reality, while sitting outside of my house in Stellenbosch, looking at this beautiful frangipani tree, one that I had looked at for almost 2 years every day, only now to see it as something completely different. And it may sound crazy, but with every breath that I took, I could see the tree breathing too. But anyway, breathing is quite simply this amazing thing that we all do. It's something we do constantly and unconsciously. And it can also be one of the most grounding and connecting experiences. It's something that we take for granted, and something that was not possible on this planet 3 billion years ago. Luckily for us, 3 billion years ago, there was this bacterial organism called cyanobacteria, or as we commonly know it, blue-green algae. These little guys figured out a trick called photosynthesis. So they were able to take sunlight and convert carbon dioxide into oxygen. And so little by little, after billions of years, there was enough oxygen that made its way into the atmosphere to form the ozone layer. Because of this groundbreaking formation, everything you know nature to be happened after this. So basically, due to all the hard work of these tiny ocean organisms, we have life on Earth as we know it. And they still exist today. Within the plants that you see, the greenery has direct ancestors, after a bit of evolution, called chloroplasts. So now, every time we breathe in and out, one of these little guys is going to take in that air and breathe it right back to us. And it's through this process, through the grit of the blue-green algae, that all of our breaths are connected. Now, imagine that you were one of these little organisms, and that it was 1 billion years ago. You would be born, live for a couple of weeks, and then you would die. And it would be really easy for you to think that your life didn't matter, as your surroundings never seemed to change all that much. But what you wouldn't know is that every breath you took contributed to the possibility of countless life after you. And this is a truly powerful thought. And I believe so because we often find ourselves struggling with the question of, do we have purpose? And I just want to open your minds to this. Perhaps the purpose of your life is longer than your consciousness lasts. Perhaps the purpose may exist within another time frame, one that you may not be able to understand, but one that is more fundamental, more deep due to your existence. When we're born into this world, each of us are exposed to the experiences of humanity that have been created before us. Take the piano, for example. This is an instrument that did not exist a couple thousand years ago, and the patterns of thought that were required to play it did not exist either. Tom Chi describes these experiences, these patterns of thoughts, as colors within a concept he calls the palette of being. He explains that we typically are only able to paint with the patterns of thought and the ways of being that existed before us. So if the piano and playing it was a way of being, then this is a color that didn't exist all those many years ago. In other words, this is a color within the palette of being that you could not yet paint with. Nowadays, when you're born, you can learn the skill of the piano. You could even learn to become a data scientist, which is another color that didn't exist a few hundred years ago. Now, what this means to me is that when each of us are born into this life, from the moment we take our very first breath, we each hold the unique ability to paint with the colors of being that currently exist. But we also hold the unique opportunity to create and paint with new colors as your life progresses. Each of these ways of being, these colors that we put out into the world, are a way for each of us to shape society, a way for each of us to explore our purpose. You may think, within the universe, we may feel that there is nothing truly special about us. We may think, gosh, there is this entire universe out there, and inside of that there is this biosphere, and inside of that is society, and I'm just one person out of 7 billion people, and how can we matter? The palette of being says that the way in which we are in our lives, the way that we affect our friends and family, begins to change the way that they're able to paint colors in their future lives. And this then affects the way that communities are within society. And this change within society could then affect the relationship that we hold to the biosphere. And this could then affect the physical planet and the universe itself. And if it is possible for blue-green algae to completely change and transform the planet, then it's absolutely possible for each of us to do the same thing. Each of us have been provided with the gift of breath and the gift of consciousness. And it's because of these gifts that we have the ability to deeply understand our colorful connection to this world. And it's because of this connection that we each have a unique purpose. Thank you.
Thank you, Jess. Now this is the moment that I've been waiting for. See, I believe that everything happens for a reason, and the good Lord works in mysterious ways. I wasn't supposed to be presenting this session, but God had bigger plans, and here I am. See, this man, he introduced me yesterday, and he had a few things to say about my shirt. And by the way, what's wrong with my shirt? Eh? People online, where the comments? I think I'm on point. Eh? This is Versace, not Versace. Eh? Okay. So something about Ryan Good. He heard about red and yellow through word of mouth. He was studying finance, and he's taking a gap year next year. But I think I know the reason why, because he told me, yesterday, I found my Bennett, eh? I freaking love her, that's the girl I'm gonna marry, So now, I spoke about my ex yesterday. Mika spoke about her ex, Bianca spoke about her ex, oh my gosh. So we don't want to curse you guys, but I think you're on the right track. So let's not be pessimistic, let's be optimistic, okay? To Ryan and his Bennett. He is the self-appointed head boy of red and yellow, the man with the gift of the gab, Ryan Good.
Thank you, Eve, for those beautiful words in front of my loving family. That really was quite an honor. And first off, welcome to my family. Can I get a round of applause for them? Yes, my brother does have a mullet. It is a thing in our family. Anyway, where do we begin? It was mid-October 2007. As the sun began to set on a crispy summer evening, young Ryan had one thing and one thing only on his mind, as nerves and excitement ran through his body throughout the duration of the day. As my father and his friends enjoyed ice-cold beers around the braai, I geniusly devised a tactic whereby I poured the remains of my apple juice box into a glass to fool them into thinking I was one of them, thereby earning their respect, becoming a valued and honored member of the conversation. Moments later, the television set became my top priority for the next 2 hours, as the familiar, angel-like voice of Hugh Bladen filled the room with excitement and pure and utter anticipation. After bellowing out the South African national anthem at the top of my lungs, and hearing a sweet rendition of God Save the Queen, I quickly settled into what would be the greatest moment of my young life at the time. Now, of course, the event I'm referring to is, of course, the 2007 Rugby World Cup between the Springboks and England. And for those of you that aren't familiar with how the game went, the Springboks went on to win 15 points to 6 to lift the Webb Ellis Cup for the second time in our professional history. I'll never forget the footage of watching John Smith, Thabo Mbeki, and the Springbok squad as a whole lift the trophy, showcasing to the world that we, South Africans, were the best. It was in this moment I promised to myself, my friends, my family, and all those around me that one day I'd go on to represent the Springboks in the sport I love most, on the biggest stage possible, and achieve my dreams. Now, if we fast forward 14 years later, I got a mullet, moustache, and earring, and quite honestly, this is as close as I got to playing for the Springboks. And after looking at it, my legs haven't grown much either. But that's besides the point, and not the focus of this conversation, he says with a tear in his eye. But how did I feel in that moment? Well, I was proud. I had this burning feeling of accomplishment. I was beginning to see the meaning of teamwork and camaraderie in practice. It gave me the ability to dream. I was connected with every single individual in that room and every South African as a whole. And most importantly, it taught me to always celebrate your wins and always be ready for the losses, because you'll never know when they'll come in life. Now, these raw emotions that I was experiencing as a 7-year-old were not isolated. No. Sport has been providing people with value since almost the beginning of time. From a spectator's perspective, the impact the team has on them is far more than the final result on the field of play. The bond between a fan and their beloved sports team is a true bond that purely holds the heart. Now, I thought it would be important to mention up front that it's not only sport that can achieve these emotions and life lessons to an extent. However, it is my passion and therefore the focus of my talk today. Now, studies have shown that there are an abundance of psychological and general benefits that watching sport has on individuals. And these include, just to name a few, provides them with that feeling of accomplishment. It helps spark motivation. It reduces stress. It provides them with a sense of community. And it has this raw ability to connect generations. Now, to unpack this unique relationship even further, I thought it would be best to kind of lay some theoretical and scientific foundation, be it pretty brief, just to kind of unpack this unique relationship even further. Now, the tools I'm about to use describe the level of one's emotional attachment to their team, their unique behaviors of how they deal with their team's performances, and finally, the biological and neurological reaction it has on them. Firstly, the Sports Spectator Identification Scale is a widely used instrument designed to measure spectators' level of identification with the sports team and, in turn, the degree of psychological connection they have. Now, the scale classifies fans anywhere between the 3 following groups: lowly identified, moderately identified, and highly identified. In other words, the rational, the fair-weathered, and in my instance, my father's instance, Eve's instance, and weirdly enough, Taylor's instance when it comes to the Springboks, the lunatics. Keep it down, peanut gallery. Anyway, there is compelling evidence that highlights a fan's connection with their respective sports team is a real relationship in their brain mechanics. The sports team becomes a real part of who you are. Their success is perceived as your own success, and their failures feel as if they are your own. Now, this is supported by the high degree of self-inclusion that exists among various sports fans alike, of whom regularly find themselves speaking in we mode when their favorite team wins, and they when it loses. This is perfectly described by the Berg and Korf theory, which refers to the high-profile indicators of fans' behavior, and subsequently how each group deals with its success or defeat. Now, on the one side of the spectrum, we have how the various fan bases react when their favorite team wins. These people are known as Bergers, and what Berg stands for is those that bask in reflected glory. Now, these individuals look to enjoy the fruits of success and recognition despite having done nothing tangible to achieve the success. This is where the we technique is used, as well as an increase in levels of bragging and arrogance. I know I can relate to that as a Springbok fan. Secondly, we have those that Korf. This is how the various fan bases react when their various teams lose. Now, what Korf stands for is those that cut off reflected failure. They attempt to avoid any negative evaluation associated with an unsuccessful team. They choose to distance themselves by using the they technique, or alternatively, just quickly switching their attention to the next sport team on their supportive agenda. Now, a study conducted by Paul Bernhardt, a behavioral scientist at Georgia State University, provided conclusive evidence that the testosterone and dopamine levels of jubilant fans on the winning team were 20% higher upon the conclusion of the relevant game. A direct correlation was further identified that showed those fans on the losing team experienced a 20% decline in testosterone. This shows that there's quite literally a biological impact. Interestingly enough, the same study was conducted on the athletes involved in the respective game, which showed an identical neurological reaction. Anyway, what does sports fandom teach us, and why is it so integral to society? So firstly, the basic human need that sport does provide is its ability to provide spectators with a sense of belonging. Now, a great example of this is the heritage that has been ingrained with regards to first-team rugby in South African schools. The second a student joins a respective school, they are part of traditions and a culture that precedes even their own existence, and instantly become part of a network that's rooted to the team's success. Secondly, sport allows people to overcome their differences and encourage dialogue, and thereby break down stereotypes, cultural differences, ignorance, and discrimination, and in turn unite people from different walks of life based on a mutual love for their team. Now, a more recent example of this would be the 2019 Rugby World Cup Springbok side. Despite the ongoing turbulence that was being experienced in South Africa at the time, this incredible team managed, even if it was just temporary, to unite a nation and allow South Africans from all different walks of life to put their personal differences aside and celebrate as one, with thousands flocking in from far and wide just to catch a glimpse of their idols. And thirdly, sport teaches you to aspire to be the hero, whether it be on the field of play, in your community, with your family, or in any aspect of life. Now, an interesting example here is as a result of a man by the name of Michael Jordan. He inspired millions around the world and in his own way had an incredible impact on society as a whole. However, one boy who inspired goes by the name of LeBron James, who despite going on to be one of the greatest basketball players of all time, went even further in contributing to social development in various communities. He even went on to open the I Promise School, aimed at providing at-risk children with an opportunity to make a life of their own. Now, sports teams around the world, whether it be on a micro or macro level, have always been pillars of their respective communities. Both their direct and indirect impact on communities includes providing economic growth, social development, national unity, and even a simple distraction for fans alike. The heritage of sports fandom is ingrained in these communities throughout generations. Now, one of the more obvious examples in the world we know is that of football clubs being the foundation of many UK communities alike. The roots of these clubs' influence on the communities stems back to its inception in the early 1800s, with many clubs and therefore their respective fan bases being built on the foundation of industrial workers and the brief distraction that these teams provided. The love that the respective fans have for these local teams has been passed through the generation and is truly and purely ingrained in communities as a social and economic pillar. Another one is high school football is an important institution in rural American culture. Friday night football is a big event for smaller towns, with the majority of its inhabitants flocking to support these local school teams. These teams act as an engine of growth and development for smaller towns. Now, a very interesting example I came across during my research is something that happened in Rabun County, which has no more than 16,000 in its population, in a town called Tiger with no more than 400. So the local high school football team, the Wildcats, which is probably the most American high school football team name I've ever heard, just on a side note, had the privilege of hosting the 2017 state championship final in their home state. Now, this saw a massive influx of travelers to the state, with an expected 120% increase in the population size for that championship weekend. In turn, this provided massive economic growth for the place, as travelers spend money on hotels, restaurants, local businesses, etc. In turn, it also put Rabun County on the map, as the athletics program gained further recognition and external funding. This led to improvement in facilities, employment opportunities, and gave students a real chance to one day become internationally recognized athletes. This has been proven with their current quarterback, Gunnar Stockton, gaining national recognition as he's recognized as the #2 prospect for the class of 2022. All this came about because of one high school team's achievements. Now, with everything I've said over the last few minutes or so, I thought it would be constructive to highlight 2 additional macro moments that some of you might not be aware of that truly had a positive impact on these communities. The first being, on October the 8th, 2005, Ivory Coast battled to qualify for their first ever FIFA World Cup. And despite this monumental feat, team talisman Didier Drogba and the squad as a whole quickly reverted their attention to the ongoing civil war that had raged through their country since 2002. After the qualification, in a passionate speech, he pleaded to his countrymen to lay down their weapons and celebrate as one. He went on to say that this team showed that those from the north, south, center, and west can coexist and play towards a shared aim. His actions instigated dramatic and immediate change. As the video went viral, it led to the 2 warring sides meeting at the negotiating table, where a ceasefire was agreed. This is not where it ended, no. In 2007, Drogba announced that the national team would be playing in the rebel stronghold in the north. And keep in mind, he was from the south, so this was a ploy to kind of unite the country. And that's exactly what it did. The team went on to win 5-0, and as the country celebrated as one, it brought both hope and peace to a country during their darkest hour. Oh, okay, I love this one. I must keep in mind, and I must warn you all, there's a swear word coming. It's part of the script. Just bear with me. Anyway, to provide a bit of context, the Boston Red Sox, which is the local Boston baseball team, finished last in 2012 and extended their run of not winning a World Series at home since 1918. The fans were beginning to grow impatient. The next season started strong, but on Patriots Day 2013, the team and the city was rocked by the traumatic bombings at the Boston Marathon, where 3 were killed and a couple hundred injured. The city was shook, scared, and was beginning to lose hope. The first game back at their home stadium since the traumatic events, a player by the name of David Ortiz, the team leader at the time, made it clear that the team felt the city's pain and furthermore preached a rallying call where he said, "This is our fucking city, and nobody is going to dictate our freedom." Yes, I've got goosebumps, sorry. The team adopted a new identity and embodied the new Boston Strong tag from the get-go and in all aspects. They managed to defy all odds and go on to win the 2013 World Series at home for the first time in 95 years. 95 years. They proved that when they had a grieving city on the back, they proved that providing a grieving city with hope, they gave them a reason to smile and showed the world what a unified collective can achieve. Over 5 million Bostonites took to the streets that day to celebrate, which is the 5th most in any victory parade of all time. And it showed that at a time when sport meant nothing, it still meant everything at the same time. Now, to say sport has all the answers to life's questions would be wrong. However, if you were to take one thing from my talk today, it would be that the impact a team has on its loyal fan base goes far beyond the final result. It gives us that intangible shoulder to cry on in a time of sorrow, and that imaginary bottle opener to utilize in a time of celebration. It is the one constant in many people's lives that they simply cannot bring themselves to question. And that is why I believe it will always be a pillar for communities to lean on in a time of need. Thank you.
Very. Oh. I think it's okay, yeah, it seems to be working. One thing about Ryan, he's also quite the philosopher, despite being one of the youngest in the class. I don't know if there are any deep thinkers in the room here, but I'm quite a deep thinker. And something deep that Ryan told me many months ago is that he said, "Eve, the Red River will never stop a hungry lion." And that just stuck with me. So thank you very much for that valuable insight. So our next guest is Kate. She's also famous for always being in a group with Ryan. So, so I don't know how you survived that, but clearly she's still standing. And she's also famous for being like my little confidant, a mother figure. She knows all my relationship problems because I've told her that. So basically the sister I never had. And it's quite fitting that the name of a title is called Nature versus Nurture, because I mean, that's just who she is. And I won't bother saying her surname because there's those 2 dots. Kate, everyone.
Hi guys, it feels so good to be here. I'm officially the last student to touch this mic for the first time because Zach was an MC yesterday, so he doesn't count. So my topic is nature versus nurture, which is basically what makes us who we are. So my name is Kate, obviously. I'm a twin. I have a twin sister named Emma, and for long as I can remember, she's always been by my side. Ironically, not today, but I sent her a link, so she will be watching online. And although we are fraternal, being a twin has been a huge part of my identity. I mean, our 21st birthday was literally themed famous pairs. So we look alike, kind of, as you can see. And for our entire lives, though, it really has been a topic of conversation. Whether it's people packing our bags in the shops, or family friends, or friends' parents, it's always, "Oh my word, are you guys twins?" Or "Who's older?" Or "By how much?" And it's me, by 3 minutes. But anyway, twins seem to really turn heads wherever they go. And especially if you're identical, people really get hectically fascinated, which is a strange concept, but I get it. And this is because society has told us over and over over in movies, in books, in talks, in everything, that we're all so unique and we're so individual and we're all our own person. So when you see a twin, this narrative really kind of gets questioned. So before we continue, quick little bio lesson. So the difference between identical and fraternal is quite simple. So identical twins happen when one egg is released from the body and one sperm fertilizes this egg. That then splits into 2 embryos, which creates 2 babies. They share the exact same genetic makeup. So this is why 99.9% of the time, same gender, same color eyes, same color hair, all that jazz. Obviously, like with some different environments where the baby was, the space in the uterus or what the mother did when they were pregnant can make differences in this, but like most of the time, pretty similar. Fraternal twins are when it's 2 eggs are released by the body, 2 sperm fertilizes these eggs, and 2 embryos are made. So because it's 2 separate fertilizations, they actually have the same DNA makeup as regular siblings, obviously just have the bond of sharing a womb for 9 months. So, twin telepathy, is it real? So I'm not a very airy-fairy person, I can't say it's really my vibe, but twin telepathy, to an extent, for sure is a thing. I mean, I cannot even tell you how many times Emma and I have pitched up to the same event in the same outfit without discussing it. It's like you have a whole cupboard and you had to wear a black t-shirt dress with sandals and hoops, like seriously. But anyway, although I definitely think that we do share an inherent understanding of one another's emotional state, there's no obviously conclusive evidence to back this up. But genetic influences do play a huge role in this, and we can actually see it because twins unconsciously pick up cues from their other half in the same way that roommates or partners who live together for long would also do this. So scientists for the longest time believed that your environment is the only determinant of your development. So, well, not only, but majority. So it's societal norms, economic standards, parental development, blah, 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 the involvement of your family. But twin research has actually proved that genetic makeup plays a much larger role in who we are than we might think. So, now that I have the science out of the way, welcome to my brain when I was 9. This is the holy trinity of entertainment for me when I was younger. So from left to right, we have Mary, Kate and Ashley, Zach and Cody, and the Weasley brothers. So, I love these guys. So it's easy to argue that a huge reason that these people got their roles is because of their twinism. Because, I mean, bless, but I don't think any of them are going to get Oscars. But despite being separate individuals with separate lives and separate interests, the questions that we always associate with these people is, which Weasley brother got his ear cut off again, or where are the Olsen twins these days? And another pair that is also close to my heart is Annie and Hallie. So I'm sure many will agree with me when I say that this movie is iconic and played a large role in all of our lives. Yes, Meg. And I think it's because everyone found it really mesmerizing that these 2 girls with such different personalities looked so similar. Later found out because it's the same actress, but anyway. And it's just, I think it's something so endearing about twins in movies. There's just something about it, whether they're bad, whether they're good, they really do capture your attention. So the parent trap plot begs the question, is our future already written in our genes? So most studies use identical twins and triplets, or fraternal as well actually, that are raised under the same roof. But if we can find a study that studies them under different roofs, we get even more powerful insights. So twins, in my opinion, give the perfect opportunity to test nature versus nurture. Because if twins that are as similar under the different roofs are as ones that are in the same roofs, this is compelling evidence that genes play a vital role in our development. So I'm not sure how many of you have seen this documentary on Netflix. Yes, Vic, with the nod. But I was really stunned by this story, and it got myself wondering about this debate surrounding how much DNA influences who we are today and our behavior as a result. But if you haven't seen it, I'll give you a quick little rundown. So on his first day at Sullivan County Community College in 1980, Robert Shafran was extremely confused because he was getting slaps on the back, he was getting hugs, he even got kissed by a girl. He was like, this is great, but why? So this kind of feeling of being like a long-lost friend to everyone got him really confused. So after doing some digging, he actually found that he was the spitting image of a student there the year before. Eddie Galland. So, of course, imagine getting told someone was at Red and Yellow last year and you look exactly the same. You would want to hunt and find out more info. So he actually tracked Eddie down and went to his house. And he said when he opened the door, it was like looking in the mirror, as you can see. The two men had the same facial features, the same stocky build, the same tan complexion, the same curly black hair, and the same birthday, 12th of July, 1961. So, of course, the next week, headlines read, "Twins separated at birth reunited." But little did they know it was only going to get crazier from here. So David Kalman, who was a student across the country, he actually got in contact with Robert and Eddie when he saw their picture in the newspaper and was like, "Holy shit, I look like you too." So he actually, long story short, flew across the country, they met, and actually the two were not twins, they were triplets. So these three brothers looked like doppelgangers and had an uncanny number of shared habits. They all liked the same movies, they all smoked the exact same cigarettes, they all did wrestling as their sport in college, and they actually all dated girls that looked very similar as well. Despite possessing so many of the same traits, their childhoods had not been similar at all. Robert's parents were extremely wealthy and extremely successful business people. Eddie had grown up in middle-class suburbs, and David had lived in working-class Queens. So also, all three men had drastic differences in their susceptibility to mental illness, with the brother being reared by a very strict father, eventually actually suffering a lot more than those brought up by warm and nurturing parents. So while this triplet story did suggest that DNA plays a prominent role in who we are, and obviously by their similarities and habits you can see that, but by the movie's finale, it's actually clear that nurture, which is the way that we are raised, plays an equally big, important role. So, why did they get separated in the first place? These two people, we don't like them. So, their separation was orchestrated by Louise Wise Services, which was an adoption agency in New York City that actually deliberately separated twins and triplets, specifically Jewish, to raise them separately and then study their development for science. So the study records for this were deposited by Dr. Peter Neubauer, who was the lead psychoanalyst, and they're actually sealed until 2065. I'm not really sure why, but yeah, very top secret apparently. So he was a psychiatrist, and he was in cahoots with this lady, who was Dr. Viola Bernard, and she was kind of the mastermind behind it. Obviously, she thought she had good intentions. She was a psychiatrist involved with children, whatever. But yeah, this is what happened. And she actually had an extremely lengthy and completely uncompensated relationship with this company, which freaked me out a bit because that's like her little passion project. So that was not, yeah, it's quite something. So these two ladies actually, so it's not just the triplets that were involved in this whole thing. These are two twins, Paula and Elise, and they were also separated at birth. They had 6 months together at Louise Wise, and after this, they got separated and only reunited at age 35. So on their 33rd birthday, Elise thought that she wanted to track down her birth mother because she always knew she was adopted, but actually after doing some digging, she found a certified letter from this adoption agency saying that she did not come into this world alone. I mean, I can't even imagine. Well, I can, but you guys can't. So these two sets of multiples are not the only ones involved. 11 sets of twins are confirmed and 1 set of triplets. So, I mean, it's quite scary to think 25 kids had to go through this. And actually, once they were separated, home visits and child testing was part of their monitoring process. And the adopted families were never told anything. They were never told the nature of the study. They were never told about their biological parents. So in theory, there's 10 sets of something out there not actually knowing they're part of a twin or a triplet, which I think is quite sad. But thankfully, in 1980, the study was completely put to a halt, and New York actually made it illegal to separate siblings when being adopted. So to end off, going to keep it a little cheesy, having a twin is like getting assigned a friend at birth, and it's just, you have that special bond that you can't really put into words. I mean, as twins, you've shared bedrooms, you've shared clothes, you've shared birthday parties, no boyfriends, but parental money, parental attention, everything pretty much. And to me, twins are such unique individuals and not just mere objects of fascination, which I feel like we often are. But twins can be themselves, and by doing this, we actually give science such powerful tools to determine the influences of human behavior in the sense of nature versus nurture. And in this way, twins can really give us a glimpse into our own humanity, which is why we are the way we are. Thanks.
Thank you, Kate. Yeah, I remember how traumatized I was when she told me her sister's name is Emma, and that just happened to be one of my ex's names. So yeah, the amount of counseling I had to go through, yeah. But now for the final act of 2021. Yeah, started from the bottom, now we're here, eh? Let's see, who do we have here? Oh, it's the guy who insulted my dress sense yesterday. Okay, well, charming, dashing, sensational, generational talent. Those are all the words he uses to describe himself. I just know him as a guy who wears glasses, insulted my dress sense, you know. Yeah, I'll meet in the corridor later. We'll have a sandwich fight. Yeah, slap you with a salami, eh? Yeah, but anyway, here to take us home, Zachary Magoli.
Thanks so much, Eve, for that brilliant introduction that you made me write myself. So, yeah, I'm Zach, and I'll be talking about lessons learned from Mac students, class of 21. So, who is this guy? As he said, this dashing young lad is Zach, and his previous institution that won't be mentioned because they're not writing us a check. He went there and he didn't really get the chance to interact with some of his fellow alumni, but at Red and Yellow things are different, and he got the chance to interact with all of these naughty boys and girls here that I'm looking at, and he learned quite a lot from them. I've been limited to 9 lessons because this is streaming on YouTube and community guidelines. I can't talk about everything I learned from you lot, unfortunately. So I'll start here. Find your insight, and I learned this from Elaine. So basically, at Red and Yellow, we are taught that nothing is by accident, by mistake, or chance. It's all very strategic, and it has to come off an insight. I'm sure you guys know what that is. That's a golden nugget. There we go. You guys all know about golden nuggets. And basically, luck doesn't exist. You know what I mean? Everything that we say or do, 100% has to come from a common truth, an underlying connection that we can make with our desired target audience. And basically, Elaine was an absolute beast at finding these insights. She would always tell us, dig deeper, come on, I need more from you guys. I need something like we need to go to Di, we need to come in heavy. You know she's gonna turn us down the first 2 times. So let's just build up 4 or 5 of these things just to pitch at her in quick fire. And basically, it was very difficult, especially when you suffer from rejection fatigue after the 10th idea, and Elaine's like, that's not it, my guy. Just, no, you know what I mean? But basically, we'd always come up with a brilliant idea because she would always scrutinize us, she would always probe us, she would always tell us, you know what I mean, I need more from you. And basically, why that tobacco is there is because these golden nuggets exist at the bottom of these tobacco packets, I'm convinced. Because after a cheeky smoke break, Elaine would come back and she would just knock out one and just be like, you know what I mean? Yeah. So the lesson here is, because I have to add value to you guys' life, you guys are entering the big world, the lesson here is that in your life, find the golden nugget, find your insight, find out about yourself, and put the same effort and time that Elaine would put into finding an insight and find your one. Also, another thing about me, I'm bad at transitions and segues. So, we're just going to go into the next slide. And then there's this guy. So, Tariq is a very, very interesting character. I had the privilege of being paired with him for Brand Challenge. And if you don't know what Brand Challenge is, like a lot of you don't know at home, it's basically the marketing equivalent of Hell's Kitchen. So, you know the vibes. You guys all know the vibes. But basically, so I would always be on the end, when we brainstorm in the morning, I'd always be on the end of Tariq's caffeine-fueled ambitions. And you would always I would be like a sounding board, basically, for his ideas. And these were some of the ideas, as you guys can see, very interesting. And you'd ask me, Zach, don't you feel like being president? Zach, why can't you be president? Because I don't have a little loan of $1 million. I can't be president. You'd ask me, why can't you date a Kardashian? I'm not a generational talent. I can't. I didn't make Donda. I didn't make Donda. However, on closer inspection, what I did realize is that he didn't apply a ceiling to life, and he kept on asking why I couldn't do something. And when I thought about it, I have two things in common with these people. I'm flesh and bones, just like they are, and I put my pants on one leg at a time, just like they do. So therefore, if Kanye West could get Kim Kardashian, I can completely do it. 100% back myself. Guys, there's 3 other sisters, back yourselves. Like, big vibes, big energy, you know what I mean? Then there's this guy. Oh my word, what a bull, eh? So then there's this guy. His name's Ryan Good. I like to call him Ryan Great, because good just isn't good enough. And basically the lesson from Ryan is to not be quiet. So Ryan's known for 2 things. His pristine, well-kept 1984 mullet. And his loud voice. Interesting fact, the only time that I've ever taken something away from what Ryan said was today. So he's spoken a lot through this year, and it's been very loud. It's been extremely audible. It's been absolute nonsense. I got some. So Ryan is our class-appointed class captain. I mean, self-appointed class captain. Only through Tuesdays through Thursday though. Mondays and Fridays is a no-go. You're gonna have to sort yourself out on those days, guys. But basically, I asked Ryan for some tips on presenting because he's amazing at speaking. And basically, what you say, not important, neither here nor there. How you say it, be loud and proud, baby. Deep, never, just hot. Yeah, but basically one thing that the takeaway from Ryan is that he has this presence, and whether you knew what he was saying or not, whether it stuck or not, one thing that did stick was his presence. And you always knew when he was in a room, you always knew when he was about to speak. And when he was not here, close your ears, Ryan, because it's going to just inflate his ego, but when he was not here, you definitely knew. You 100% knew when he was not here. And the advice that I have to you guys is to make your presence felt in every room. Walk into that room, completely own the space. The stage was not big enough for Ryan. He did make some formal complaints to die. But yeah, walk into every space, own it the same way Ryan owned this space. Yeah. So bad at segues again. This next one, my queens, Megan Askus and Charlotte Cohen. And the lesson here is watch what you say. So I'll start with Meg. Absolute gem. Stunning, extremely beautiful. And she didn't pay me to say it. But the lesson, or I learned this lesson. And guys, I want you to really listen up. This is, it's such a good one. So basically what happened, I came into campus the one morning, and in typical Zachary form, I found Meg at doing the protocols as an upstanding citizen that she is, signing in. And I looked at her and I said, Meg, you look tired. And if some of you haven't tripped over it, a jaw just dropped in the passage, in the entryway. So it still could be, there could be fragments there. Is it absolutely? And she's like, Zach, has no one told you you can't tell a woman that she looks tired? A rookie mistake, I know. And I'm 250 compliments away from making up for that one bad morning. Yeah. And then the second one is Charlotte Cohen. So at Red and Yellow, we do have this lovely thing called a peer review system. And the peer review system is completely fine because it's metrics and it's numbers. The problem with it is this little text box section that exists. Yeah, so I don't let my emotions get the better of me, because if I did, I'd probably be crying by now. But I was placed with Charlotte in a group, and to say that I left a spirited review would be underselling it. However, I did leave a spirited review, which would have been fine, which would have been completely fine. However, Dan Melissa had other plans, and they released the review that they said it was for personal growth. However, my personal opinion was they were trying to start a bare knuckle Mac 2021 fight club. You know what? And my reception of Charlotte changed. It became colder. I didn't understand why. However, when I did figure it out, I was more than willing to deal with the repercussions of my spirited typing. However, Di and Melissa were not done playing chess, and they placed us in brand challenge together. So we ended up winning brand challenge, and me and Charlotte, as you can see, have gone on to make up. And wedding loading, guys, completely. Wedding completely loading. Absolutely. I've grown to love Charlotte and respect a great deal. And with that being said, I just have to make this disclaimer. I have been notified that potential hiring managers and employees are watching. So Charlotte Cohen, absolute gem, complete machine. You know what I mean? Will handle any project you put her on. Will just completely kill it. You definitely need it in your team, an asset to any team and any company she joins. I just had to. You know what I mean? I had to back my goal. But basically the lesson here is, with Meg and Charlotte, I had the opportunity to correct the things that I said. And in life, you might not be afforded that luxury. So be mindful of what you say, how you say it. Not only on other people's lives, but your own life as well. Be mindful of what you think. What you think is what you become. You know, what you say is what you become. So be careful, be mindful. And with any further ado, this guy. So as you can see, Mr. Bekele issue spunk, eh? So yeah, this guy's definitely Mr. Popularity. And as you can see, a face that lights up any room. He's kind of small, on the smaller end, not that muscular. But the lesson here is to be as confident as TK. So, TK, part-time Mac student, full-time model, has graced the covers of Men's Health. You know what I mean? He has. I have the proof. And basically, the takeaway from TK is that you have to be confident in yourself, in your ability. TK completely backs himself. I remember being placed in a group with TK, and I do this thing with every group that I'm part of, where I tell us, like, guys, we're the strongest group here. Like, I don't really always think that, but it gets everybody going. You know what I mean? It instills confidence. You know, that's what great leaders do. They motivate. And I've done it with TK, and TK looks at me and he says, "I know, doggy." And he 100% believed that. And the group I was in with him, we did go on to do great things. But that's how TK, like, he tackles any room, and he's just absolutely, like, he stands out, he's confident. I asked him about his confidence because I am supposed to do research on these topics. I didn't just trust my knowledge by itself. So I did ask him, and I asked him about his confidence, and he quoted Denzel Washington. And he said, when you fall forward, because when you start over, you don't start on zero, you start on experience. And then it dawned on me the reason that I was not confident was because I was focused on failure, whereas he embraced failure as an opportunity to learn, to grow, to be better than he was previously. So I want to tell you guys, be confident, back yourself. After this, you are going to have a Mac qualification. It's a big deal. It is a big deal. So go into that world and be, you know what I mean? And then, yeah, so there's a lot of sports fanatics. I do, you know what I mean? I don't really watch rugby, but I like this guy. So my next lesson is don't just participate, but compete. And it's from Nana, spelled correctly. And shoes. So before I go to the next slide, guys, in our class, We have a very diverse background of people. As you all saw, Eve Saz, ex-rugby player, professional career, Jordan, rugby player. We have boys from some of the top boys' school in our presence, you know what I mean? Michael House, Bishops, all that. Very competitive nature and spirit going on in this class. It's very, very influencers, competing for likes and impressions. People are competing for jobs. It's cutthroat here. Are ever the two most competitive? These two. Now I know what everyone at home is thinking, how? They look so sweet and friendly and welcoming. I mean, she's drinking champers. You know what I'm saying? Like, total vibes. And I know some of you guys are confused as well because everyone adores Nana and Suzanne. I was in a group with them, and can I just tell you that they wanted to own each and every one of you. It was that they were not playing. They wanted to completely destroy each and every one of you. We did though. We did. I mean, I'm not gonna shout down. We completely busted. We did. But basically, what I learned from Nana and Suzanne, they redefined what competing meant and what winning meant. So winning usually refers to beating someone, right? And competing for me, what they defined it was, competing means like scrutinizing yourself, holding your team members and yourself accountable to a higher standard. It means attacking every project with a certain passion and enthusiasm, and you did the previous one. It means completely getting involved. It means not doing your prezo the morning of. Guys, the morning of, it means not doing your prezo. It means getting your prezo slides to Nana and Suzanne 2 days, which is unheard of for me and my slack anyways. 2 days before. 2 days before. So much room for activities 2 days before. There's no way. There's no way, you know what I mean? 2 days before was just, but I was quickly whipped into form. And what I realized with competing, I realized that the amount of hard work that goes into being better and to be like Nana and Suzanne are top students, and I realized the amount of work that goes into doing something like this. When we see people who are talented, we oftentimes like to credit to, oh, well, they're just smart, or, you know, they're just extremely talented, or they're just good at something. I'd like to tell you that it's not the case. They do work hard. They slave drivers a bit in the group chat. They're very concerned about things coming in on time and stuff. I got a couple of cheeky eye rolls when I said my work was not done. A couple of cold shoulders, but we move. And one thing I want to tell you guys is that do the same. Don't just show up and want to complete things and move on. Actually compete and put yourself out there. Like, it's nice to compete. Don't focus on winning or losing, but focus on being the best versions of yourself. You don't need to compete against anyone, but compete with yourself and being better. You all know the feeling of like when you leave things out there. It doesn't feel nice when you feel you could have gone harder. You know what I mean? I don't know how Ryan wakes up and he doesn't feel like he could have got a better haircut, but that's neither here nor there. You know what I mean? So, this next speaker, very dear and near to my heart, that's Lauren now. That's the two of us together in a photo, as you can see. Beautiful stuff. And the lesson I learned from Lauren is to go fast. So, me and Lauren share a passion, and that passion is running. As you can tell, I am an athlete. A well-oiled machine, this one, a well-oiled machine. So, I'm fast. Like, I like to think of myself as fast. I'm not going to swear, but Lauren's freaking fast, guys. Two runners, Lauren recently completed a 21K in 1 hour and 41 minutes. Yeah, it's insane. To all the non-athletes out there, I'm going to break it down. Lauren runs quicker than the Granddaddy Hotel filled with red and yellow students on a first Thursday night. So you guys know it's fast. You know what I'm saying? You guys know how quick that gets. So, and basically, I was in a group with Lauren, and what I learned from Lauren was to move fast. So Lauren walks fast, talks fast, works fast, is an absolute machine, and she just has this momentum in her life that's absolutely ridiculous, and it's crazy. And Lauren refused to be let down by her emotions, by anything that would potentially stand in my way. I'd be like, I don't feel like doing something, you know what I mean? And Lauren would completely just knock out things, no matter how tired she was, no matter what was happening with her. She's just so disciplined and so good at completely getting things done. She gets shit done. That's what I tell her all the time. And basically what I learned from Lauren is that in life, you just have to get shit done. You can't let things be perfect because they're not always going to be perfect. There were a couple of times, I don't know, Lauren's not going to be happy with me, but there were a couple of times we pitched really shit ideas to you, Melissa, and we knew they were shit, but we figured if we make them pretty enough on Canva, you know what I mean? just add some color. We knew, like, look, we can buy some time here, guys. Like, we knew this is not going to sell, but, I mean, you know what I'm saying? And what I learned from her was that if you work fast enough, you have time to correct things. So go fast. Don't let anything stop you. Have this momentum in life. Momentum is really important. As you go on, you will gain traction. You will figure it out. But I think that speed and in the right path, nothing can stop you. And Lauren proved that. Oh, this guy, 1 in a million, complete enigma. My word, what a man, what a man. You thought I was going to let you off easy? There's no way. So basically, this is Eve, Dr. Eve. And what I learned from Eve is to never ever box yourself in. So as you can see here, these are two very contradictory images. As you can see, in Eve's past life, he was a rugby player. Eve's now gone on to do so many more things. Aspiring author, started a side hustle, side venture with a sandwich man. He's also friends to Mike Abel. He's a complete renaissance man. He sang for us yesterday. If you weren't here, you missed it, unfortunately. I don't know if he's singing today. He did charge red and yellow, so I think they're still going back and forth with the rates. But basically, what I learned from Eve, just interacting with him throughout the year, Eve refuses to be one way, and he refuses to limit himself. I swear every brand challenge, Eve gets a new skill. The previous brand challenge, he was a voiceover artist. This brand challenge, they didn't have a copywriter. Eve was like, no problem, I copyright. I think it was his first time copywriting, but he's just like, I'll get involved. And he refuses to be limited and he refuses to be bound. And I do believe that his first soiree copywriting, his copywriting was really like credited, and they rated him very highly. You know what I mean? So it just shows you that sometimes you do need to step out your comfort zone. You'd be surprised what you're good at. As you can see there, Eve is getting his first petty. So he just refuses, you know what I mean, to be bound by anything and anyone. I spoke to him and I asked him, and he said, Zach, I don't care what people think about me. I like having nice nails. I like the soft life. I like looking good. I like feeling good. If that means wearing a shirt that you think doesn't fit me, I'm all fine with that. I don't care about the scrutiny that comes along with it. Don't worry about it. And he's absolutely refuses. He's a renaissance man of note. And I just want you guys to also adopt that Eveness or that Eve ability to just not be bound and to just almost any insult that you throw this man's way, I swear, he just smiles and he comes back with an even worse insult toward you. So just be exactly like Eve and don't box yourself in. The world will try and, you know what I mean, box you in, but don't do that to yourself. And so the last guy, I could not speak about this here without speaking about him. So this guy is NJ, and the lesson here is to hustle hard. So NJ is a influencer. So NJ, yeah, complete machine as well, networking machine that is. Guys, I swear to you, no matter which guest speaker came to speak to us, it could be funeral policies, life insurance, tech company, NJ would stand up and say, have you guys considered influencer marketing? And it was kind of amusing at first, but the lesson here is that, guys, you have to hustle. There's no use being the best thing that no one's heard about, and you have to put yourself out there. You have to completely expand your network, consistently tell people what you do, what you're about. So NJ's thing was being an influencer, and I bet you, if one of us are ever in a boardroom and they say, you know, we've been considering influencer marketing. We know exactly who to call. And that's the power of hustling hard and being associated with something. So associate yourself with something that you're really good at, that you want to do, and then hustle and tell people about it relentlessly, annoyingly. Send your workout videos in the class group chat. That's purely academic. Please do that. Do not stop. With all of that being said, I'd like to close off by saying that this Mac Live talk, some of the future leading strategists, crypto millionaires, account managers, people who are going to go on to do great things, you've just received early access to them, and you've had a couple of talks from them, and I've given you some lessons that I've learned from them. I hope you take away the same wealth and richness that I've taken away from them. And with that being said, Mac 2021 out.
Okay, so a bit of a change of scenery. I'm up front for the last time ever. It's quite crazy and quite sad. I wanted to kind of flip the script and say what we've learned, or at least what I've learned from Zach before we close. He is one of the most uplifting individuals I think I've ever had the privilege of meeting. As well as, fuck me, he's funny. He is genuinely one of the funniest oaks I've ever met, with one of the most contagious laughs out there. But without further ado, that ends Mac Live 2021. Can we get a round of applause? So we have gone aggressively over time. Part of that is due to the fact that the last 8 speakers all have the spotlight, probably the most out of the Mac class of 2021. So you can redirect yourselves upstairs for food and beverages, more importantly, after this. But yeah, guys, thanks for everything. It's been a bloody incredible year from my side. Everyone spoke unbelievably, and I'm so proud of absolutely everyone here. So thank you, guys. That's it. Cheers.